a long and winding road. Too many people come and go. The church's walls are made of stone. We all make it home. Tired of trading sunshine for a pocket full of rain. I'm tired of chasing butterflies, getting nothing back but pain. Come to the show. Take off that uniform. Come to the show. Come on in from the storm. It's a long and winding road. Too many people come and go. The church's walls are made of stone. We all make it home. The church's walls are made of stone. We all make it home.
Just like that, we are live. I am the only one here this morning so far. Looks like everybody spent all night being up, probably watching Biggie, actually. I think he had a really late show last night. So Biggie was doing the Insomniac Theater. If anyone saw that, good morning, 1063. How you doing, buddy? Yeah. We got someone backstage. Let's get him on in here. I guess it's not just me anymore. Let's see what's up here. Let's bring him on in.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
TN Nerdy, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, man?
I'm all right, my friend. I'm all right, you know. Another Sunday, and we're here at church, hanging out. I feel like the weekends go by very fast. All of a sudden it's Sunday, and then all of a sudden I'm back at work, so. But it's nice.
I always look forward to Sundays. I always look forward towards church and that. It's a good Sunday hang.
Yeah, man. I dig it. I dig it. Again, if anybody wants to pop on, more than welcome. Just ask. I'll throw the link in the chat. The only thing I ask is that I get to see you before you pop on, because people use other people's avatars and it's weird. Christina Payne in the chat. How you doing? Good morning, Christina. She says good morning to everyone. And of course, dropping links. Check out the new CBC Award channel, Road to 100. Very cool. Comics. What's up, buddy?
I have a question. What did you think of the Marvel announcement for the cast of Doomsday? The first half of the cast.
I didn't pay any attention to it.
Oh no?
No.
So you don't know who the people are?
Oh, we got Robert Downey Jr. That's what I got.
You got now I can't even think of his name now, but the guy who played Cyclops in the original X-Men movies. You got Ian McKellen coming back as Magneto, and he has not been back at all. Like,
Yeah. He's coming back as Magneto, dude. He's like 9,000 years old.
yeah. So is Patrick Stewart's coming back as
God, man, leave these poor old bastards alone. Find a new cast.
oh, I think that is like Rad's asking for a link. Do you want me to send it to
Oh
him?
yeah, absolutely. Rad's more than welcome to pop on.
I'll send her the link.
I love watching Rad draw. He's always doing some art, which is cool. K Munin, how you doing, brother? We got JSS Brooklyn in the house. Brian LCS in the house. We got my buddy 1063 Comics hanging out with us. Susie Q, good morning to you.
They're bringing back a lot of the old cast, and what it looks like they're going to be doing is it's going to be like an X-Men versus Avengers type of fight.
Okay.
Like these are like they're not going to last. Like these characters are just coming back for Doomsday and Secret Wars, and I don't think we'll ever see them again after this.
Interesting. Yeah, I just wish that they would start. Wolverine, Deadpool, great movie, but they had a very good opportunity to pick another Wolverine. They didn't. The Wolverine movie where he died at the end, which is really, really sad, and I hate watching it. That was a perfect ending for Wolverine as far as that Wolverine goes. Pick a different Wolverine, guys. Seriously,
I think we will get it, but like
everyone's 70 years old, man. It's annoying. These guys are not going to last very long. It's going to be one
because you got to remember where Kevin Feige got to start. Kevin Feige was a producer of the original X-Men movies. Yeah. So he's probably bringing these characters back just to work with them one last time.
And that makes sense. A lot of directors like doing that with their cast.
Because like we're getting like characters like, of course, Kelsey Grammer's coming back as Beast. We've already seen him at the end of the Marvels. We're getting I forget the guy's name that played Nightcrawler in the second one, X2.
I actually really like Nightcrawler in X2. I thought that the opening scene where he's goes in the White House was fucking amazing.
It's probably one of the best opening scenes.
It is absolutely 100% amazing. We got someone in the back. Let's bring him on in. Mr. Rad, how you doing, brother?
Oh, great intro.
Figured you'd enjoy that. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. They're definitely banking on. They've really got the nostalgia going on. Wolverine.
I'm all for Avengers versus X-Men.
Yeah.
I like that arc in comics, but
Yeah.
I just feel like using these old actors from all the old movies, it's just another cliche. Like, what was the Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Where they had all the different Spider-Men in it.
Yeah.
And then, it's like Hollywood's depending on the same old tricks over and over and over.
It worked 2 times. Like it worked with very well with the Spider-Man movie, very well with the Deadpool movie, and they're like, oh, all we have to do is be nostalgic.
Well, how else do you think they're gonna do it though? Because they're banking on like, all right, we have to create this battle world. We got to have these franchises go up against each other. How they did that in Secret Wars in the comics, they took already established IP and put those against already established IP. So that's what they're kind of doing with this.
Yeah.
I don't like it. They can kind of do what they want, but I don't like it. I just wish they were different actors.
They're already like crossing over a whole bunch of different comic arcs. So you got Battle World that took place in the 80s, Secret Wars, and then you got Avengers vs. X-Men, which took place in the 2000s.
Also in the 60s.
Yeah, I don't know. They're mashing an awful lot, but
I don't know.
They need.
Like,
I wish they would focus.
I'm not for like old characters. Like Ian McKellen's old, but it'd be kind of cool to see him come back. But it would also be cool to see the guy.
Dude, I'm not picking on old people at all either. I don't.
No.
Old actors are awesome. They're great. They're great actors.
I don't really want to see any mutants until they're rebooted.
Yeah.
Like I've already seen the Fox X-Men. Like,
yeah.
Give me the reboot. I want new.
Disney's X-Men.
The reboot's coming afterwards. So
Yeah.
this is just a good way to like introduce them because they've already introduced them in a way. That Patrick Stewart's already been in a few. Same Beast, like I said, Kelsey Grammer's Beast was at the end of the Marvels, so they've already brought them in.
These guys are so talkative. I can't even say hello in the chat. Lyle, how you doing? What's going on? Lady Fantastic, Madam, good to see you.
Because like I get the issue though, like whenever like you're worried about these older characters, but it's kind of cool to see.
No, it's not.
Coming
It's not
back.
it was kind of cool to see them when they did their first movie. It's not kind
No,
of.
but we've only seen Nightcrawler in one movie, and then we didn't get to see him again, like the original, because
Yeah.
it'd be kind of cool to see him coming back.
No, I have no desire to see the same actor play Nightcrawler. It's not that he did a bad job. It's not like I'm like, oh man, it would really be awesome to have that
But
guy
these
do it.
these
I've
aren't
been
the
dying for that for
characters.
10 years.
These characters are coming back to die though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like these aren't the characters we will see. Like we'll get a
Yeah,
big
the
battle
X-Men
between-
will obviously die because it's the convergence or whatever. Only one reality can survive. The one has to take out the other.
So of course they'll like, but we'll get a great big battle between X-Men and Avengers and stuff. And then we will get a reboot. We will see X-Men in the future.
Yeah,
And I might be the only one that says this, and I'm fine with that. But I'm not a fan of Channing Tatum as Gambit. Like I don't think he looks like Gambit. I don't get it.
I'll give you that. He's not what I would consider.
There's a
looking
ton
like.
of people. That's like the one person that everybody's super excited that was announced. I'm like,
like-
what? Really?
I don't know, bro. Yeah, I'm just not excited for it. I wish I was more excited for it. I think that you have a lot of faith in Hollywood and Disney.
Doom is one of my favorite characters. I just don't want him to ruin Doom.
I don't want him to be Tony Stark. I want
know.
Doom.
I wish we had a real Doom, but
Me too, bro. Me too. But it could be good. I could be just out of my mind. It could be awesome. Southern Comic.
it might be. Yeah, it's too early to judge.
Well, yeah, right. I don't want to walk into a movie like that with so much hate already. I'd rather, enjoy it.
Stay open-minded.
Yeah, man. That's all you can do. Evil, how you doing? Southern Comic Geek, Thomas O'Donnell. What's going on? Yeah, that's all you can do. I brought some comics to show when we get to that part of the show. And I got an unboxing this morning. Hopes I have. You're very echoey, by the way. Just so you know. Madam's in the house. YouTube comic peeps. No, unfortunately, I'm not. I have a different boyfriend who is not on air, but he's single for some lucky gal. FYI. Interesting. I don't know what the question was, but that's the answer.
I don't know. Like there's supposed to be another 25 more announced.
25 more
characters.
people. Okay. Well, and again, they did it with the rewatchability of some of these movies. They're great on the first watch because you get the big shock of, oh, it's Tobey Maguire. Oh my God, they brought Tobey Maguire back. After you watch it a couple of times, it's like, yeah, there's Tobey Maguire. It's not the same. It's not the same.
I feel like they shouldn't have told us all of them either.
Well, yeah, it's probably going to come out anyway. All these people are. We can't keep a secret in Hollywood to save their lives.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Here's the thing: Spider-Man wasn't announced. I'm hoping that he isn't in this one. That way, you can have a grounded Spider-Man story because it's supposed to take place at the same time.
Right.
So I'm hoping he
Well-
doesn't get announced in the second draft, but who knows?
Buddy's coming back with Spider-Man, right? I think.
Spider-Man and Ghost Rider were rumored to be in it, and both of them were missing in the chairs.
Yeah, but we'll have more because Doctor Strange is going to be in the mix too. Because like he said that he wasn't going to be in the movie, and then his publicist said, "Yeah, you are." And he was like, "Oh yeah, I am." So he is going to be in the movie and stuff. And what people are speculating it is that the first row of chairs are the people that are going up against the next row of chairs.
Yeah. That's a pretty
So
That
like those
makes
are the
sense.
people that would be
pretty good
battling and stuff.
speculation on that one.
Yeah. And then Doom sitting in the middle.
But I don't understand why they just did a whole thing on killing the Fox universe with Wolverine and Deadpool, and now all the Fox people are
Well,
back.
that's why like there was a rumor back then that there was supposed to be more X-Men in that movie, but then they were like, no, let's save it for Secret Wars or Doomsday or Secret Wars
Jesus.
and stuff and bring them all back.
Well, all right, whatever. Fuck, I guess. All right.
Loki's really slacking on holding them strings of time. That's all I'm saying.
That's the thing too. Loki's going to be back. Tom Hiddleston.
How's he gonna be back? He's stuck being like a time.
He's the what is it? Something of time.
Yeah, he's like a time tree right now. What are they gonna replace him
Yeah, he's the fuck.
with? The
Something
Flash
of stories like the yeah.
Oh man. All right. Well, you know what? Fuck it. I'm in. I like the movies. I want the movies to be good. I want them to be good. I want to enjoy them, and I try to. Sony, not so much. They seem to be failing me.
Yeah,
But
there's a lot of people that are excited. So like,
yeah.
so let them be happy. I'm excited too. Like there's a ton of people that are excited for Channing Tatum coming back. I'm not. But I can respect their excitement for that character coming
That's
back.
fair.
I'm more excited for the directors returning, the
Mhm.
Russo brothers.
Russos, yeah, that's gonna be good. I haven't seen the Electric State though. Have you, Rad?
No,
I
but I have heard bad things.
I've been hearing nothing but great things. Everybody seems to love it.
Yeah, it's
Really?
it's all
I
about-
I heard
all
it got
about,
bad
like,
reviews.
Okay.
You see both sides sometimes and stuff. Sometimes the bad reviews are
Okay,
are
that's actually
all over the place.
that's not true. I haven't heard people say I love it, but I heard a lot of people say they were watching it last Sunday, and they were like,
I just seen somebody say they love it in the chat.
yeah, Evil loved it. All right.
It's you always hear some bad things and then you always hear some good things from some people. Everybody has different preferences and then that. So like I know a lot of people that hate the Transformers movies, and I know a lot of people that love the Transformers.
Apparently, it has gotten a lot of horrible reviews. Okay, interesting. I don't really do a lot of review stuff, so it's not where I lay my head. But I always watch a movie just on merit that I'm going to give it what I think is a good movie or what is a bad movie.
Mhm.
Interesting. What's it about?
Robots.
Electric State is about robots. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I can give you because I didn't watch any trailers or anything.
I don't have a clue.
Fair enough. Neither do I. We have the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, the illustrious one himself. Mr. Beckerman, how are you, buddy?
Hey,
Hi. All right. Good morning, sir. Good to see everyone this morning. has stigma with it. Chris Pratt being super religious, Miley not being liked, and knocked.
I did. You got to check IG, Mike. I sent you the link.
Yeah, Mike can always come on. And then, of course, we have another fine gentleman back. Well, I use the term loosely when I say gentleman, but he's one of the good.
I'd buy that for $1.
Mr. Pasta Chris, how you doing?
But when we changes, I'm no longer fine. That's all right. And what is this? Friggin'? Really? We have to say TM friggin' nerdy? Oh, okay.
Friggin' nerdy.
Yeah. We all of a sudden, people start,
Hey, I support your tea with milk. Listen, you just come in here hot and being like, listen to
First
this
of all,
guy,
let me
this
ask you a question.
freaking guy.
What is milk? There is no such thing as milk. It's milk. There's an I, not an E.
Is Boston Chris correcting people's
I feel like Pasta Chris is correcting
usage,
people.
like how you talk?
That's right.
Your
'cause I'm gonna tell you
diction.
something. I'm going to tell you something right now. When it comes to, this wonderful, beloved land of ours, right? The people that spawned the language that we speak were the English, and they started where? Plymouth Rock. Boom. So when you say milk, no. There's no one that if it was like correct the way people talk and say, oh no, that's incorrect. That's
What
improper.
about your complete and utter neglect and abandonment of the letter R?
Have you gone to England? Have you heard the way they talk? There's no R's in England. Oh no. The
There
R
is. There's definitely R's in England.
Oh yeah, the beginning of words.
Do you know when I stopped caring about what England thinks? 1776.
Whoa.
I
Wow.
feel like there was a whole discussion about it.
There's a discussion, and then
Yeah,
you know, an argument. Say
nobody
no,
wants to hear my opinion on the Queen. That's for sure.
I just wanted to say, all the pirates say, yeah, they do.
I actually missed something back here, by the way, in the comment section. I saw Lady Fantastic drop a donation, and I missed saying anything about it, but I didn't forget. Look at that. Look at this bad girl. Bad girl. Thank you, Lady Fantastic. You're awesome, man. I really, really appreciate you. Let's give you a little love with some with one of these, I think. This is my favorite one, and I'm really thankful that Boston sent it to me.
I think we have seen a miracle, and this miracle is forgiveness.
Yes, that's right. The Lord will extend his forgiveness,
Yes, he will.
but he ain't gonna do it for free.
No.
In order to be forgiven, you must go to the root of the word, which is give. Give.
Give a
Cough it up. Reverend Gates, I think this deserves a song.
That's right.
Yes.
Evil's backstage.
Uh,
No, I was saying I was just taken back by Cam Meredith's crazy name of Friggin'. That's what we're bringing the show down to.
we got TM Nerdy, or we got Evil Mike in here.
Crazy, huh? I want to see you. You want to see me. Anyway, what matters is we're here.
We also have
Someone else.
we have everybody. Everybody's just popping in. Everybody slept in today. Evil Mike, how you doing this morning?
Slept a lot last night.
Howdy. That's fair.
Hey, everybody! An old man's talking.
Grandpa's the name. Did you know this tree dates back to frontier times? Shut up!
Mr. Lemon Tree himself, Steven, how you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm doing very well. I didn't sleep in. It's just a little after 8 in the morning here.
Oh, yeah, you're on time. You're always on time if it's this time in the morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you all?
Good morning.
Doing all right. Doing all right.
It is a morning. We're all.
I do have a box here at some point, my friend.
Oh, that's odd because I also have a box here at some point, my friend.
Well,
Huh.
And I also am going. I decided that I would be even more strange than usual, so I brought out my strange adventures to display to you, and because I made an executive decision on all the stuff that I just got in auction, and I got a raft of Xenas. I didn't even understand that there was quite that many Xenas extant.
So many.
and so I have a lot of really cool Xenas to show. I'm taking the high road today.
Huh.
High road.
You know who the Xena aficionado is, don't you?
Gabrielle.
Great answer, but no. Mr. Perry Comics loves his Xena.
That's the best answer, though. I think Steven wins. I feel like.
Or Perry Gaming, excuse me. Perry Gaming.
Fair enough. Well, I hope that he is watching. If not, send him a message. Have him join us.
He's got them all. He's got them all.
I hear an echo somehow.
Oh, it's probably me. Let me mute.
Yes, no, he has an echo for some reason. I'm not sure exactly what happens. And
You know, in StreamYard, if you go back into the settings, it has an anti-echo button that you can push when you come in.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, whether it'll work or not, but it's got an anti-echo button.
Southern Comedy, you can't know. How you doing?
Sure.
Yeah.
Mike, you're looking quite svelte.
Gained a couple pounds during Comic-Con, actually.
Well, let's face it, there are times, aren't there?
Well, you saw Joe. It's not fair. Joe, it's not fair. You can't blame yourself. You have to really blame Joe. And Joe's got big shoulders.
That sounds like Marcus talk right there.
And Joe's got big shoulders. He could take it. He could take the blame.
But Michael, always assign blame. Have I taught you nothing, Grasshopper?
Yes.
Assign blame, obviously.
Joe's in town. The party starts happening. There's eating. There's festivity. There's drinking.
Shady
and
casinos.
breathing.
Shady casinos.
Shady casinos. Those are the worst.
Yeah. So Joe, we here in Kansas City, we have a casino that is inside of a. I don't want to say abandoned. They bought a Masonic temple, which Joe has a lot of interest in that world, and so we went to it. It's called 7th Street Casino. It looks like an old schoolhouse, and I wish we would have taken pictures or video or something, because something that you wouldn't see anymore is going up the middle of this large building of slot machines is a huge wooden staircase that takes you up 3 levels. And all of the gaming, all of the slot machines are just randomly strewn about these random rooms as you wander this vast building. It's almost like an old schoolhouse or something, because there's classrooms, but it's all full of slot machines.
Did you feel like you're in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
It's something.
And you went into that basement where all the kids were like, "Yeah, it's all right. We're part of the Foot Clan. We can do whatever we want." Is that sort of how you felt?
Gave him the Foot Clan.
It was a weird building.
Watch that movie again. The Foot Clan tells them, play video games and shit. Don't worry, we're gonna rob people later. It's all right.
I know, it's amazing.
They're like, have your fun now, because we're doing crimes later. That's what we're gonna do.
I think Masonic temples. I think Masonic temples are all about stairs. Our Masonic temple here, where we had antique and collectible shows, not antique and collectibles, but collectabilia comic type stuff. It's where I met Yvonne Craig, and there are stairs. There are a lot of stairs and levels in Masonic temples, even here in Portland. Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. I'm not a Mason.
Everybody, all those people love stairs. Stairs make them. It's like, look at my place.
Oh, all those guys that are creaky old and really, really enfeebled. Oh, stairs are their favorite all the way.
I never
They it's the hard part's getting up. Getting down is pretty easy though. Getting down the stairs. It's just to try to have the mechanism to catch him at the bottom of the stairs.
Tony Montana got down those stairs just fine. He just dove.
It was something else. When's the last time he climbed just a never-ending thing of wooden stairs? You know what I mean? You just don't see it anymore. We did find when we got to the top floor, we found the elevator, which was really great.
That's nice. That's nice.
Did you find it? Did they have the secret room open though? Did they have the Misto room open? Because they have a Misto room in every one of those.
I kept asking everybody about secret rooms, and Joe kept getting mad at me because apparently that is a Mason fallacy. But I was convinced they were hiding Lincoln's gold.
Lincoln's gold?
Oh yeah, seems like a thing. So I was accusing random staff members of being.
Well, they used all of Lincoln's silver in Abraham Lincoln with the axe. You know, they used all the silver up to get all them zombies.
The gold guy.
And I just saw something. What do you got? Oh, that's awesome.
The darkness.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Man, it's nice to see your boobs again.
I want to say something when it comes to these, these secret things that people get really mad about. You can actually, the
He wasn't mad. He just kept telling me not to, no, that's not what Masons do.
Oh, then you know it's true. Then you know it's true.
All right. So,
yeah.
So
he's in on the Lincoln's gold too. I'm sure Joe has some of Lincoln's gold.
Probably.
I had a friend when I was going to college in Arizona who, he was Mormon and everything like that. So I asked him, not innocently, but I asked him pretty plainly enough. I was like, look. I really don't know anything about that religion. I know, but I was just curious. I was like, what's going on? Like, can you ask me a question? He's like, yeah, what? And I was just like, what's the whole deal with the magic underwear? He got so mad. It's not magic underwear. It's ceremonial. I was just like, okay. I was like, so, and then at that point, because he got so upset, and it was just funny to me. I was like, well, now I got to be a dick about it. So I was like, so hold on.
You can't start busting people's balls about their magic underwear. That's not very nice, Chris. Come on.
What a politic question to ask.
I asked him, right? And he got mad.
They're not tender about that at all, you know.
Seriously, he was like, it's a ceremony. What are you talking about? I was like, all right. I was like, so you mean to tell me that you got, something special that you wear at certain times? Not all the time, but certain times you got to wear these things and this and that. And he's like, yes. For certain things and celebrations or whatever like that, he's like, we wear these things. I said, how is it not magic? And he got real mad. That was fun though. I laughed hard at that.
I wanted to ask you about your magic diaper. What's with the magic diaper you're wearing there, Joe? Tell us about what happens when you wear it. Do you walk backward? Do you walk forward? Do you do both? Tell us what you do.
I don't want to know what you do.
You got all upset.
Oh yeah, it was fun.
Ain't the stuff with the pyramids crazy? Did you guys see all the stuff they found underneath it?
Yes, I did see that, dude. I've been watching pyramid stuff since I was, I don't know,
forever.
I love everything to do with Egypt and the pyramids. I don't know why, but this is really interesting what they found under there.
Technology has brought us, God knows that. I mean, talk about peeling an onion. My God.
Yeah, underground bunkers aren't safe anymore. We can see anything underground now.
Yeah,
with this new radar they have.
Yeah, you can read the underside of a golf ball from 50,000 feet.
Yeah, well, I mean, the satellite's in outer space, and it can go 2 miles underground. It can sense things 2 miles underground. It doesn't really penetrate. It senses the vibrations as they come up above the ground, and then it can read what's under.
How in the world do they? I mean, technology is incredible.
8 miles long.
And I like to, they've obviously, there's some guesses as to what it is. If it's like an ancient library, I can't remember the name of the library. Obviously not the Alexandria Library. It's a different library.
Yeah, Romans took care of that one.
Yeah, they burned the shit out of that.
There were a couple people that were trying to say that it's all just blown up, that somebody took the article and just blew it out of proportion. But then I saw another guy look into it, and he was an ex-Air Force pilot, and he said to have the same radar on his F-16s, and he said that yes, they can do this, and then he showed this video of this underground base that's in Switzerland, and it's like in a mountain covered in rock. It's like 2 miles underground, and they can fully tell every detail of the base in the mountains. So like if they can do that, then I know they can see underneath the pyramids, because that's limestone, which is easier to see through than the granite in the mountain.
How right you are.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I mean, it all comes down to one thing. It's the magic argument. Magic underwear defense all over again, which is like, no, that's not what it is. Oh, really? So Batman, if you listen, you better move or get deeper, because we're gonna find you. We're gonna see it, and then Alfred's not gonna be able to stop everybody coming in and be like, I want an autograph. I want to go in the Batcave myself.
Yeah.
Show me some fun toys.
I remember when they had that little robot, when they found that long that tiny little vent that went up, and then it looked at Andromeda or whatever it was, and all of the celestial stuff that they line them up, and then they do all this. They tie all that stuff together and stuff, the geometry of all that stuff, and you shake your head, and what in the hell's going on?
That's crazy. It didn't line up with the stars today, but it lines up with the stars 2,000 years ago, back when it was built. It lines up perfectly.
You're absolutely right. Like, they said that too.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And then I was also seeing it where like it could also work for like a battery. Like they could fill the chambers with water and it would produce electricity. It was crazy.
Well, you remember in school where they had the pyramid, and you take you guys aren't old enough to remember these, but a Gillette blue blade, razor blade, and what it would do, a dull one, if they put it inside this pyramid and let it sit there for a couple weeks or something, when you take it out, the blade is razor sharp again.
Oh, wow.
I watched that even being done.
That's bizarre.
And so you're just going, what in the, there has to be some other thing, there has to be something else happening around here.
Well, there's definitely, we've lost.
Not in Canada, but here in the United States only. Thank you.
We've lost all that.
Nothing ever happens in Canada.
Except for good things.
Except for good things.
Yeah,
there
we don't have riots and people trying to kill our countrymen.
Well, I will say, like, we did have a riot in Vancouver at one point.
That's what I was gonna say. You guys lost that championship, and you guys were mad.
That's true. That is true. That is true.
Lost. We lost to the Bruins. Rip it all down. I was like,
that is true. That is true.
That was the funniest shit in the world, because at the beginning of the game, like, we're in picturesque Vancouver. Look how pretty and wonderful it is. Everybody look. They got the best looking people in Vancouver to come down there. All the girls were smoking. All the dudes are just sitting there, just happy and all, like, six packed up and just chilling, doing their thing. And they just basically went ahead and got. It was the craziest turn you'd ever see, because it was just like they were basically.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
But don't lose a hockey game. Don't lose a Stanley Cup series.
Yeah, we're pretty calm about most things, but hockey we're pretty serious about. So don't mess.
Yeah, they got real.
Well, your priorities are straight.
Yeah, don't bugger about. All right, we're pretty serious about hockey, so don't bugger it up.
I think that's sports fans everywhere. I don't think that's specific Canada. I think that's every sports fan every time their team loses.
It must only be Canada. Well, let's let Canada have that one. For a while. We'll loan it to them for a while.
I remember Cowboy fans breaking their TVs after not making the playoffs. And that was like a 2-year thing going.
Yeah, nobody. I don't think anybody beats the Eagles fans.
Yeah,
Philly fans. Philly fans. It doesn't matter what happens. There's going to be trouble. Whether if
I hope
win,
that they're able to learn
those
more.
People are a riot.
It just sucks that ambassador of Egypt, he won't let anybody do anything. He makes everything off limits for anybody to do any research around the pyramid.
We'll do it from orbit.
It's three different things.
Yeah, he's probably clued into actually what's going on. It's just like, you can't tell people this.
I feel like that's the key to finding out when the Great Flood happened. I feel like if we could figure out that, we could figure out when the Great Flood happened.
Most of the historical places that you know of, like in Africa, including Egypt, they're not going to let us investigate for in the pyramids, 3 different.
China's worse.
One's religious, one is the ambassador, and the other is like historical significance. The big reason is they don't want people going in there investigating and digging up stuff and then it ruining what we do have, kind of thing. And that's the major
preservation.
Like I say, we'll just do it from orbit. It's all right.
That's what they did.
And then we'll get one of those. We'll put it all into a drone, and then it'll just sort of fly around for about 15 minutes. We'll have the whole thing. We'll find, and I guess they have magic underwear too.
The Smithsonian, our Smithsonian is a big reason.
I mean, sorry, they have the cloth to wrap the mummies in. That's close. I can give you that.
They keep finding them. It's an onion. They keep finding stuff.
We keep finding lots of stuff. Giants.
They keep finding everything but what they're supposed to find, because it's originally it's supposed to be a tomb, and they have yet to find any bodies within the so-called tomb, and that's not.
There's not even any hieroglyphs in the Giza pyramids.
They found one piece of like they don't even call it a hieroglyph, but it's a marking at the very top of the pyramid that states that it might be related to a certain pharaoh. But that's it. Like you're talking about
the Sphinx head pyramids. Definitely don't look right.
Well, the thing I was gonna say, like I remember hearing reading and hearing a lot about. People have been vandalizing it, not vandalizing, but like robbing stuff out of there for like.
They've been robbing it since they were building them.
Yeah,
they were robbing them right from the jump and forever after.
That's the reason the Smiths.
Yeah, they were coated in gold.
Well, you have to wonder too how much of that. Like, so initially, yes, you have thieves that were just taking stuff, but then when it came to like more people being like, "Oh, what's going on inside there? I want to know." It's probably like themselves taking stuff out. They can't see this stuff. Take everything you can. We'll bury it somewhere else, and don't worry about it. You know what I mean? That's what I think. I think that at certain points you had, all of this stuff was taken by thieves. Okay, how do you know? Have you been inside?
But you touch base with probably the two most important things, like the thievery and the desecration of the said, sites. But the other one is the tourism. Once they became famous as known locations, I mean, just imagine what 100,000 people, foot traffic looks like around the pyramids or inside, I mean, the Smithsonian our Smithsonian is a big reason why we're not allowed to investigate that, and it has to do with artifacts and stuff like that.
There's traces of cocaine on some mummies because mummies, like rich people, had them in their houses and they used to do parties and stuff. That's reality. Like just parties with the mummy, doing cocaine off a mummy. That's cool. No,
off the mummy?
Yeah. That there's cocaine on mummies.
Yeah, here's a little bit for you, Joe.
Well, yeah,
Well, that's what they did with Lord Nelson when he died at Trafalgar. They put him into a giant vat of brandy. And then they were all drinking the brandy with Lord Nelson inside there, and they were honored to do it, and it was a huge thing, and so humans are amazing people, aren't we? We show them. We got all kinds of good stuff going on.
We got some beliefs, boy, don't we? We're like, this is the way to do it. This is how we show him some honor.
I know it's all true from that second Indiana Jones movie when I saw that one too. That guy was, and then the monkeys, and I mean, we got it all. We really do. We're civilized.
No, I would have 100% like offended everybody. Like, you know what? No, you can have my Lord whatever's brandy. I'm good.
I'm cool, man. I don't need mustache brandy. I'm all right.
I'm not drinking. What was his name? The guy. Well, who was the guy that they put in the
Lord Fartsworth?
Yeah, Lord Farquhar.
That's the one. There it is.
No, I'm not drinking Joey's brandy here. Like, where it's just like I get bits and pieces of Billy in there. Nope, I'm good.
I mean, we joke about these concepts and stuff from the old, but you got to understand that it was probably like common belief at that time. I mean, we believed in some weird crap back in the day. Like, I mean, you're talking about we come from a time when we thought like if you ate somebody, you would gain their power. Or, we came.
That's
we
true.
came from a time when we believed women with intelligence were witches, witchcraft. Yeah, I mean,
did you just say that we came from a time when women had intelligence? Did you say that?
No, we believed.
What? That is really wow. I thought we were just going to talk about funny books today. Wow,
we come from some weird times.
There was a time.
There was a time where talk to Susan about that. I'm sure she'll love that.
Oh,
There
boy.
was a time where when we had a toothache, we thought it was worms underneath our teeth.
Get that.
Step,
We thought, we thought that.
Like,
Stepo, she'll
do you know
enjoy
where-
it once you explain it to her.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll mansplain it to her. Thank you,
I,
thank you.
She should
I mean,
be watching the stream.
I was
Usually
just
do.
going through this, like, you know, thinking that like the most like you know, just kind of out there conspiratorial thing we're going to talk about today was going to be you know, Beckerman's you know, shady casino. Whereas I wanted to ask more about that, like, so because he was like, oh, they wouldn't let me take pictures inside. Well, that's probably, you know,
Yeah,
no, they
that's,
would've.
that's
I
not
just
the
didn't.
biggest
They-
conspiracy.
well,
the
but I was
the
gonna
biggest
say-
conspiracy
well, no,
was the
but I
Marvel
thought he was.
casting.
Yeah, totally.
It's the Marvel casting. Get out of here. And we were talking
I was
about
gonna
it.
say, like what, I want to know more about the shady casino and like what makes it shady. Are they playing like, you know, guess the
It's
guess
just
the number I'm
that
thinking
not in a
of?
good
Is
part
that
of
shady?
town. You had to pay for parking like every hour. Like there was max.
And the people parking every hour.
Yeah, there was
that's
no,
shady.
like,
That's shady. They want you to go outside once an hour. Nah, that's shady.
No, you're supposed to, when you go outside,
like-
you're supposed to move your car, then repark it, and then plug the meter again. If you go out and plug the meter, then they'll tag you because you're only supposed
They
to.
didn't do
We
that.
have some of that in Portland too. It's very,
modern
very
times.
favorable and friendly for downtown traffic.
Yeah, that seems super inconvenient and awful. Who
You just get the app and you pay
Terrible.
inside.
I was just curious about the games that go on in there. Is it like, you know, 3-card Monty and guess what number?
No,
is
it was
number?
literally all slot machines in
It's
random
bridge
rooms.
and keynote and hearts.
Guess my age. Okay.
Old maid.
I don't like the electronic slots. I like the ones that clickety pop when you pull the lever.
Yeah.
I like that, and then all the nickels and quarters and 50-cent pieces and silver dollars come jangling out. I'm so old school, but that was so much fun when those things would go.
Yeah.
Oh,
We kind of figured that out because I don't think clickety pop has been said since 1935. So yeah, that's a good one. Clickety pop.
I hated it when the bulldozer machines went to tokens instead of the quarters coming
Yeah,
out.
what's that about?
Right.
I'm
used
with
to go
you.
there and rack
Boy,
up
those are the
all
most
there was
inefficient.
pockets.
Those are the most inefficient bulldozers I ever did see, too.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, $300 later, you've made.
You know,
50
I'm
cents.
beginning to think these places aren't trying to get me rich.
No.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
almost like it's all
Fair.
designed to take my money.
Weird.
I've only seen one person actually win money out of one of those things. They had it was a quarter thing. Somebody dropped one quarter and it just so happened to hit the right spot and they won like $15 worth of quarters. Other than that, though, I've seen people waste literally like thousands of dollars. Just it's gonna happen. Look how much is on this one side, Billy. Like, yeah, look how much is on
I've
the other
also
side.
heard some say that Da Vinci was insane.
He was insane.
Well,
I think most geniuses would
Yeah.
appear to be insane by the regular person. You know, I'm pretty sure talking to Albert Einstein, you wouldn't necessarily understand him.
especially in that day and age too. If he was really smart in the day and age where, like, you know, oh, that person talked to a cat, they're a witch. That's
I
you
mean,
know.
okay, just think
But
about the
did she float?
concept.
Okay,
Just think,
go ahead.
just
sorry.
think about but just think about the concept at that time. You're talking about he was trying to invent the first flying machine, and could you imagine, like, before things could fly, trying to explain that to people, like what he was building, and like, I mean, just showing him the drawings, you know, to another engineer, they'd have been like, "What the f?" You know, I'm pretty sure they all thought he was crazy.
But you know, the interesting thing in Planet of the Apes, where he folds and makes a paper airplane and flies it across out of the cell, and they absolutely are aghast that he had that now. And it seemed like the orangutans had the information, but were not imparting it to all the masses. They were not. They were scoffers of science. But of course, that's because the Statue of Liberty was around the other edge of that cliff, and they didn't want anyone to know.
I forgot which game it was. I think it was Assassin's Creed 2.
Yes.
I think part
Yeah, it
2
was.
where you get to meet Leonardo da Vinci, you know, and you have to help him with a bunch of missions and stuff. That's pretty cool. You get to learn a lot about him.
Yeah, that's
about that whole area.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all.
And it was all historically accurate too, like everything that they made a
Yeah,
point
yeah.
of. You know, the only thing that wasn't historically accurate was like SEO mixing, but I mean, we don't know that, you know, kind of thing. But no, all the stuff with Da Vinci in there, because it wasn't the only person they had in the Assassin's Creed games. Because like in the first game, you run into one of the Knights of the Templar, and it's a known, like it was one of the known knights.
King Richard. King Richard
Yeah.
in the first one.
Yeah, they like they made it. Oh, the Templars are the bad guys, basically. They're the ones that are still, and the whole, I guess, like big thing about that game is that like the Templars are still around and working today. That's why you have to go back and go to the machine and try to figure out your ancestors' way of taking them all down to help the people with the Animus machine take them down in modern day. So whether we'll ever get the modern day part where they take it all down, you never know. But those games are fun.
That's the reason the newer game is getting a lot of taboo, because all the past Assassin's Creeds have been pretty accurate. This one, the shadows have not. Yeah, it's raining bad over here.
It is here too.
Nice.
It
Nice
was
little-
a couple days ago. It was raining like nuts.
Of course, Rad,
It
you're up
rained-
around Atlanta anyway, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, just be thankful it's not snow, because if it was like the way it's been raining up here, if it was snow, we would be buried.
Yeah, I'll take rain over snow any day.
Amen, man. Amen to that. I agree.
Just grab an umbrella and good.
Snow would kill my garden, so let's not have that. The rain's doing it wonders, I bet.
I saw your little garden video. Nice little garden you got going, Kevin.
Thanks. I'll have plenty of okra. I don't know if any of y'all are nearby. I'll give you plenty.
I love okra.
I could mail it
Thank
to
you, Christina.
You and Monty should trade. You should trade him some okra for some of his petals.
Christina's always doing work. She's always putting in everybody's links and all that. So thank you very much,
Yeah.
Christina. We appreciate it.
And she's spot on every time too. It's just like the minute someone pops up, boom, link. Go follow them, check them out.
Yeah, Sugar Skulls. How you doing, Sugar Skulls?
You must have a spreadsheet
Hello,
or something.
Travis.
She's got a
I don't know, that might just be her superpower. That's probably what the heroes of the
got a-
actual world. Her superpower is
She's
just
got
like,
a good copy and paste game.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I do too. I eat all kind of okra. I grow okra, jalapenos, and tomatoes, and that's about it. A few cucumbers and some beans and peas, but I'm gonna try and sell okra and jalapenos at the farmers market. Make me some money for Heroes Con.
my uncle lives in my grandma's house. After my grandmother died, he bought that house and everything like that when I was younger. They still have them today. I don't know if it's as much just because there's a lot of animals that go around. So like there'll be like squirrels and stuff that'll eat the blueberries. But she used to have so many blueberries, like tons of them that grew wild in her backyard. That she would basically put them in little containers. She used to get containers from the store and put them in and sell them at the church fair that we used to have. And so people were like, oh my god, like you have, and it was like since the church fair it was like I don't know, 50 cents for like just a regular size box that'll probably cost you like $2 in the store. So they loved it, but it was just like you can't go wrong.
Austin, can you say squirrels? Can you say squirrels for me again one more time?
Yeah, squirrel.
Okay, I was just checking because squirrel has one syllable. Nobody pronounces it squirrel.
Squirrel? Yeah.
Actually, quite a bit of people
I don't have any
Listen,
squirrels anymore.
Mister.
The squirrel.
Correct.
The squirrel.
pronunciation.
The squirrel.
First year I
The Sims-
planted a garden, I tried to plant corn. Planted a whole little plot of it, and I came out and the squirrel had dug up every single
Squirrels will
seed.
decimate that stuff.
Went
man.
down the row and dug them up, made them. You little bastard.
Yeah, you got to protect the gardens.
They are extremely.
Feel about,
they- Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna say, how would you guys feel about one weekend we dedicated church to a grammar rodeo and spelling jamboree?
Oh, wow, that sounds.
Well,
we
do
just
you like
both
to
have
hang out
a-
at Mathnasium and all that too? Wow, what a great guy!
I'm for the grammar rodeo. I don't know about the spelling
Sounds so
bee.
fun.
I'm not the
Hey,
greatest
Mom,
spellers.
can we go down to
I just
Mathnasium
spelled, but
again?
my grammar sucks. So.
I'm tired of getting
Like
beat
to work
up by everybody.
But Mike, I'm with you. Let's do a spelling bee. I'm down, man. I'm down.
That's something. You know,
I feel like they're right.
out of everybody who's wrestling fans here, how has that never been a wrestler name? Spelling bee, like spelling bee, and just yellow and black, and he's just sitting there, it's like, you spell win, W-I-N, like, you know what I mean? Like a heel character, it'd have been amazing. Could you imagine that in the 50s? And here he is.
I can imagine it in the 80s, actually.
I can imagine the friends or the fans of the spelling bee. You know what I'm saying? They're like rocking his T-shirts, like they're spelling W-I-N. You know. No, I can't really see that. That's like the lamest wrestler ever.
Bunch of Chinese kids and Indian kids going, yeah.
It's great.
Words.
We love it.
Saying big words that I don't understand.
I can picture him perfectly. He'd be sitting there yelling at everybody, like giving out sheets. Like, you know, you spelled this, or else, you know what I mean? It'd be great. Like that's a missed opportunity for all the old promoters. The spelling bee would have been a huge character. He would have been a champion. He would have been everything.
Are you stealing books? Mike,
I
are
feel
you
like
stealing
Sesame,
books?
the people from Sesame Street tried it and was just like, you know what? Let's just go with Count Dracula. Like the spelling bee sucks. Let's go with Count Dracula.
The Count
was great. It was fun.
My favorite joke about the Count of all time was a Dave Chappelle joke. He was talking about Sesame Street being like just kind of crazy. He's like, they got 6-foot pigeons running around. He's like, you got what's it called? He's like, you got the Cookie Monster, cookies. He's like, why are they putting them in them cookies? Because that ain't no normal chocolate chips in there. And then he's like, and then they got a nerve to put a pimp on that show. He's like, I know, like, they call him the Count, but I know a pimp when I see one. He had a cape and everything. I was like, oh my god, that's funny. The Count. You've been late for
See what you want to see.
That's just funny stuff.
Yeah, please, nobody asked me to spell the word erroneous. Please don't do it. I don't know how.
I think it's funny.
Justification.
I feel like there's a G in it for
Zymergy.
some reason. There's a G in erroneous, but I'm not sure. But I feel like there is.
I think that's erogenous.
No G.
You're going somewhere else.
Right.
Although that's probably a pretty good direction.
Well, there you go. See? The bleak is out. He already there's a G in erroneous. No, there isn't. Wow, that's a different word.
What's the way I spell it?
That's the way I spell it.
Everybody has my truth. They say, well, that's my spelling. So
Right.
don't come
I
after
spell
me for my spelling. You
Thank you,
jackass.
Stephen. Thank you.
I mean,
Save it for the Jamboree, guys.
One Sunday out of every month.
We're gonna have a spelling bee and a pronunciation jamboree.
I will not
Gosh, our
be here
numbers
for
seem
those
to drop
episodes.
dramatically. What happened?
Pronunciation means nothing. Like, pronunciation's a whole
Overrated.
No.
Learn if your YouTubers can spell and pronunciate, you know.
No, pronouncing
the
words
first-
Well, you
First
haven't
Sunday.
lived until you've seen Izzy verse NYC say the name
I have.
McFarlane.
I have. I love it.
Colin?
And don't forget, I think, what is
McFarlane.
I never
It
talked
did,
to people much. All I did was read. When you read a word, you don't learn how to pronounce it. Then
It's
you
true.
say
That is
stupid
true.
stuff like,
Well, Dope Comics pronounces Dracula as Draculia. So I don't know. He's read the word a lot, and that's not how it's spelled.
I don't think that's how it's spelled either.
No, or how it's, you know,
Love you,
phonetically
Dope.
spelled.
I love you, man.
So
Well, that's
so
like,
the
that's like, I
the
mean,
spelling bee type grammar show is the first Sunday of every month. So that's next Sunday.
No, it's the
No, we
it's
don't
the
need it.
last
I
Sunday.
want to make
Can't
it
make it.
annual. Annual.
It's the last Sunday of
Once
February.
a
How about
year.
millennial?
It isn't a math contest. It isn't. Come on. It's just.
No,
obviously,
it's
like,
a
that's
contest by
pronunciation.
nature. It can't involve millennials there. Steppo.
Do we even
Oh,
know any? Come on.
Really?
Burn!
Well, yeah, because I'm a millennial.
Oh,
McFarlane.
right. I always forget.
Yeah, we know.
10, aren't you?
I mean, you know, when were you born, Beckerman?
1979.
Ooh, you lucky bitch. You
Gen
got very
Xer.
lucky there. No, you know why? Because that made I remember how confusing it was that when they changed it from Gen Y to Millennial. I was like, what the fuck is that? And then
They've
everybody
changed
kinda
it so
goes
many
back to it. It
times.
makes me laugh
Yeah,
because everybody
so like the definition of millennial is between the years of 1981 to 1996.
Anyone younger than me is terrible. That's my stance.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you.
know what's funny?
I think that's most old
It's a good
people's
stand.
stances.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Steppo, come on, we're all younger than you.
Get off
I
my
like
lawn, you young
You know what's
people.
funny with that?
I mean,
What's
I was.
funny with that is, what's it called? It used to.
We're
like,
supposed to
I-
not be this way, as we get older. We're supposed to see these things as we grow up and be like, I don't want to be that old man, that's
Get
that's
off my
shooting.
lawn.
No,
And that's what we
Beckerman definitely
about
feels
that
it
for a
the opposite
while,
way.
but-
Beckerman's like, I'm getting older, so I gotta hate everybody.
Well, no, but you know,
Well, I
It's
was
a
way
good
ahead
thing.
like
years
it
ago.
used to be like even 1982. Oh, you were still considered Generation X, and then they decided no, we're going to make a new one. And then out of nowhere, and I think that people did it on purpose to try to. I think that people were mad at the Gen Z or people, and then they decided to come back like, oh, and they just decided that millennials just encompassed every. So then they said, and so now no one knew, and it's like, no, you're talking about these motherfuckers. So now people that are millennials refuse to be called millennials because like, no, I'm not one of those. Yes, you are, you fucking jerk. I was like, that's what we are. Like that's our thing. And the thing is that like when it comes to that, if you are born within those years, and another thing too that makes me mad, the whole Gen X thing too. Like, you guys extended that out very long, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, this one's real short, and then this one, fuck that shit.
Well, we survived
Gen X.
Y2K. We survived.
I
All
just
of us
wanna
survived
state-
Y2K. We were all. The meteor was supposed to. Kahotech was supposed to take us out. Y2K. We all survived Y2K.
Yeah.
I just want to state that I like people's memories because you keep saying millennials and Gen Xers, but you forget a whole bunch of the other tags that came up before, after, and during, like baby boomers.
Baby boomers.
That was the tag. Discers. There has been many names
I was born
tied
on
to
that
the
little line right there between Boomer and whatever the hell.
And
that-
another fact I
Doomer.
can tell you, the millennial thing,
Boomer, and
it's
then
not
Gen
it's not current. The millennial thing has been there like for every generation. There's been a term of a generation of people that has always been referred to as millennials. Like it's not just during this generation.
And then when people
Yeah,
decide-
because
oh,
before
young people
Boomer, it was the
they don't
greatest
listen.
generation, wasn't it?
That's,
Yeah.
that's what it really came down to, and it's funny to me. What actually really cracks me up with a lot of that shit is you get a lot of people that sit there, and it's just like, oh well, these guys don't listen, so
Is that-
they're the bad generation, this and that, and then so everybody just hopped
Hold
on that.
on,
And then
hold on. Did the greatest generation name themselves? That seems a
No,
little high.
that's why they're
No.
the greatest.
No.
No,
Just
they
saying,
were named it. We
we're
named it
naming
for them
ourselves.
to honor them.
Yeah,
They
it
were
was
named by their children to honor them.
yeah, it was named by
yeah,
their children.
exactly.
Man, they must have been a really great generation.
That's how
Jeez.
every generation.
What,
That's
what
why I like
happened was the
Well,
baby
they did win
boomers
a war.
didn't have anything for a Christmas gift that year, and they were like,
that's
well,
what it was.
sorry, Dad, I didn't get you anything, but here, you're the greatest generation.
Yeah.
Got a mug.
Yeah,
The greatest
yeah,
generation. Here you go,
something-
Dad.
There was a golden too. There's a great.
That's
there's
what
a
they did
golden-
before the mugs.
Like during the 1800s or something, there was a golden generation. There's some weird like.
Yeah,
I mean, if you go back
Did
and look at
save
all
us
the
from
different.
Nazis. I'll give you that.
Uh,
Skibbity
And then
toilet ritz.
Lady F is making great points. They did save us from Nazis, so
Yeah,
there's that.
yeah, that's a big deal. It's a pretty big deal.
I think the Japanese were involved in there somewhere too.
Yeah.
Lesser so the Italians. I guess Russia's still around, isn't it? Sort of.
And the Canadians. Canadians
Who?
really stepped
Who?
up at that time. Hey,
Who?
hey,
I mean,
Just
I've
back
never
out
heard
there,
of a Canadian.
Stefan.
hey, they were there.
Yes, they
yeah,
were.
I'd say the Russians at that time were on the center.
We're always there.
And
We
then,
just
say,
everybody
the
just
Italians.
forgets about us.
It's kind of crazy though too, because like like that whole like just landscape of what everything was at that point is pretty nuts. It's like everything like a bunch of people had such a just
It is
deep
K.
disagreement, and then all of a sudden things came back together, which hopefully it can do again, because this shit right now is out of fucking control. I don't like it. So
TB
that's
is a
all. I'm
kid.
not gonna go deeper into it. I just don't like where things are kind of starting to go right now. It's pretty fucking
I
crazy.
don't know. I don't think anybody with sense does.
No, especially currently. I mean, we're not talking about like a year ago or something, and the world was already bad. No, it's kind of getting worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's just making me angry because, like, you know what? I don't want you to
It
stop
changed the
me
card
from
on me.
going
I
to
swear I
conventions and
was.
enjoying things I like. So
I was
stop.
borderline boomer. Now it says 64 was the last year of boomers.
They change it. I want
They
to
change
say
it
it's
all the
yeah. I
time.
want to say it's like
66
every couple of years
ago.
they and it's not just they change the names. They change the dates that it
The year.
fluctuates with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
You know what,
shifted a
too?
little bit.
Yeah, I was a
I'm
Gen
gonna wait
Xer,
until,
but now they're
I'm
saying
gonna find my way
81's millennial, then I'm millennial.
Right. See, now
Yeah,
now
no,
they're
it's true.
saying I'm
Like,
a Gen Xer, and I was a
seen
boomer the last
I've
year
seen-
of boomers a few years ago.
I've seen things where they've gone so far as to say people from 1980 millennials. I'm like, wait, how does it keep going back and forward? If that's the
Right.
case, then I'm finding my way into the greatest generation. You wait and see, just so I can say I'm the fucking
one of these days, Boston will be from the greatest generation. Don't worry. They keep changing it.
Yeah, if they keep changing it.
Exactly.
We'll be there.
All you gotta do is you just wait around long enough that they all die off and say, who's gonna dispute it? Anybody else?
Yeah,
Any
when you're
objections
90,
to
you can just
everybody?
lay claim to whatever you want.
That's gonna be,
And
that's gonna be the
that's
millennial. I'll tell you
that's
right now,
how
that's
nostalgia works.
That's
You know,
gonna
it's
be
what
the millennials' revenge. We're gonna take the greatest generation because all the older people are gonna be dead. And like anybody who objects to that, that's over the age of 65. No,
we'll just take
we're
over their
65
generation.
Now we are the greatest.
No, you keep talking. I'm just going to show some comic books because I brought some comic books to show.
I'm curious if that's the. So is that the first one or is that the? Is that the?
Yeah,
first one?
that's definitely the first one.
That's the second.
Yeah, the second.
Yeah, that's the second.
Second one, really?
I was gonna say,
It looks
I know
like
there's a
art from the
variant.
first.
No,
No,
there's
first
a
one.
variant.
There's another one.
Yeah, first one didn't.
Yeah,
it
That's
just
the DC version of Spawn Batman. There's a DC version and there's an Image version.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what
The
I'm
image
saying,
version
there's a
lists
variant.
Spawn first, and the DC version lists Batman first.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I have both, but I just found that.
Batman and Spawn, or Spawn and Batman.
The second one came out a couple years ago. That's not that one.
Yeah, it's not that one. No.
Now
nice.
See, that's the
Yes,
first.
what
That's
if?
the first Venomized character in that book. Don't let anybody tell you anything different. That Quasar book is bullshit. It came out of this. It is from a panel of this book.
That's right.
I'm drawing one of those characters.
I told him that.
Nice. Oh, nice. Who you drawing? That's cool.
I got in an argument with the guy Nick from Key Collector about it. He refused to acknowledge that I was right. I was like, dude, but you're wrong. I was like, it's this panel right here in this book that came out before that one.
This
Like,
is the greatest troll to Deadpool fans of all time. It's completely in Spanish, so you can't read it. They just the whole comic's in Spanish. It's great. So
Is that Massacre? Is that Massacre's first appearance?
I don't think so. It might
It
be
says
though.
presenting Massacre.
Yep, presentado.
Massacre is pretty awesome. I mean, he looks a little too much like Deadpool, but he's still pretty cool.
And I've got obviously we all have the original, but I tend to pick
Say,
the other.
Mr.
Yeah, we all
Bleeker,
have the original.
could you show me that Sue Storm Fantastic 494 up there?
Oh yeah, of course I can.
What's the significance? Was there? I had heard sometime that cover with Sue Storm, there was something about it in particular. What was the story on that?
I believe it's the first. Is it adult Franklin Richards or something like that?
But something was happening to Sue. I think that there were. That's what I was getting at.
Becoming Malice.
No, that's later on.
I think somebody's cat's trying to tell us.
That was me.
The one where she becomes Malice, she has that dominatrix mask on and shit.
I think it's just a good John Byrne cover, to be honest. I think
Is that
every-
is that the new John Byrne
I would like to
costumes?
bin that book.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no problem, Steve.
I think
I don't remember what issue it is, but I know John Byrne changed their costumes around that time. It could be like that's a significant. It was the first
I
time.
thought
like-
there was something naughty happened to Sue. That's what I had heard, that there was something. There was some sort of a plot thing with Sue Storm that made that notorious, and for a while it was hot for a minute or so. I can't remember, but I like that cover. So yeah, great, thank you.
No problem.
I like this cover too.
Yeah, this is
I like the way the dark side it looks.
Blake, I just
Yeah.
noticed that. Did you change your PayPal?
Did I? No, jasonrose505@gmail.com. No, that's it.
Okay. Did you get something I sent you yesterday?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did, sir. Yes, I certainly did.
Okay. Just making
Um,
sure, because for some reason I thought I had a different name on it.
Oh, look at that. That's
It
nice.
was like Ryan Boland.
Poland.
yeah, it's just awesome. I had to have this cover. I think I paid $25 for it, but whatever.
Sticker price.
Sticker price is what I paid. And again, always buying these Wolverine versus Hulk books.
That's a nice cover.
Yeah, it's just beautiful, eh?
You give him a piggyback.
My
He's
Canadian.
got the metal. He has the metal receptacles there, rather
Yeah.
than piercing the skin.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool, man. And this is Werewolf by Night number 3. It's like more recent Werewolf by Night, but it's a cool cover.
Right.
I've got number 1, 2, and now 3. Which I thought was cool. I picked this guy up yesterday because it's, I don't know, apparently it's the first appearance of Spider Knot, but I really like this cover when we were looking at it last Sunday. So I was like, oh, you know what?
Oh, yeah, I picked that up too.
Maybe I'll go see if the local has it. So it had it.
The April Fool's
Did
Day.
anyone pick up one of the 61? I think was it Vampirella covers?
I like the Avengers on top of the building on that. That's fun.
Yeah, it's just cool.
Uh-huh. Like Deadpool just swung down and snatched up Spider-Man and is swinging away.
This guy I picked out of a bin. I got to rebag.
Cool.
I got to rebag it, but
Nice.
I pick those up whenever I see them. Look,
yeah, all the rock ones, I pick them up every time. And this was, I picked this up in a back issue bin as well.
World Tree.
Yeah, I heard good things about it.
Yeah, I keep hearing about it, but it's so far along. I'm like, I don't want to go back and pick up 40 issues of a comic.
Nah, just get a trade.
It starts out good.
I have a huge thing about collecting 2099 stuff for some reason. And this,
Ooh.
Oh,
that's
nice.
cool.
I got that.
yeah, it's so awesome, dude. So
Oh, I like all the circuitry on the borders. That's cool.
it's wicked, right? It's shiny. It reminds me more of Terminator than it does Ghost Rider, but I still think it's pretty cool. And this is the first appearance of Deadpool 2099, actually. He's in this book.
Yeah.
Where's Biggie? Biggie would be loving these.
He would, actually. He would, you're right. So that's
the first lady Deadpool.
Is that
Is
the
it?
first lady Deadpool as well?
Yeah,
No, is it?
I didn't
I think.
but it might
I
be.
thought that was the one that she's on the cover.
This one's for Who Dat.
That's it, Kevin Eastman.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool from the movie.
The movie one, I think, and it's in like just stellar condition. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's that. That's just cool. Oh, we got another one for Who Dat.
Casey Jones.
Right.
Steaming and a rolling.
Yeah, I dig it. I got the Raphael one like this as well, and I think I also have the April one as well for some reason. I didn't get them all, but I got a few of them. This one I've had for a long time now. It's in great condition. Love it. Tarot number 1. That I'm sure is up Steven's alley.
Yeah.
Not enough fannies.
Not enough fannies. There's enough boobies. There's enough boobies though.
I like Jim Balance Catwoman. He does a really good job with her.
You know, at Terrificon, I think it was 2 years ago, he was doing free sketches, and he, was doing a lot of Catwoman stuff for people.
I like Whiplash, so there's the first one.
What's with the pants? I mean, he's got the orange slit kind of poncho. What the hell?
He's
Going for an Arabian.
Yeah, he likes to flow. Man,
He had like an Arabian gimmick going.
yeah.
Ooh, the Sex Pistols. Good one.
If y'all didn't watch the what is it? It's not The Filth and the Fury. That was a good Sex Pistols doc, but there was a great TV series on the Sex Pistols, and it was really good. I enjoyed it fully. So
I still like Sid and Nancy.
Sid and Nancy, oh my god, she's just
Very
so
old, man.
nasty, bro. Can't. She's super annoying. Yeah, little Spider-Man and Batman action.
Yeah.
And it's all embossed. You know that's from the 90s.
That would be an excellent crossover, but
Well, there it is. There's
this
the
is story. So much potential and
And this one I hype up all the time. Oh, I don't hype it up all the time, but I tell people all the time that this is in dollar bins everywhere, and these people are always at conventions. This is the first appearance of Star Trek Next Generation.
I picked that up out of a $1 box last week.
You can find these in dollar bins everywhere, bro. And this has the first appearance of everybody. All of them. All your Next Generation characters. This is their first appearance, and they're cheap.
Yep. And it's in the one I picked up's in great shape. Not a
Yeah, me too. I got one that's in really, really nice shape, and the other one has a bit of a spine like bulge. I can just press it though.
Well, you know what you got to do with that is you got to go to get like Jonathan Frakes. I want to say was at Terrificon last year. I don't know about the what's it called? Mostly other cast, but I know that he's been doing some stuff. I know LeVar Burton's gone to some things, so it's just like you can get people to sign up.
Marina Sirtis, she does a lot of cons.
Strange Academy #1, but it is the fifth print.
The dude that was Data, he's been into a bunch of shows too. Like,
Yeah.
he so it's just like, I mean, there's definitely people you can get to sign him.
Riker, he does a lot of cons. Like a lot of them do. The only one you'd have a problem really getting is Patrick Stewart, and if you catch, I mean, because he does make a lot of U.S. periods when he's doing like MCU movies and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I love Plastic.
Look at his tongue down there.
Doug
LeVar
Wagner,
Burton.
baby.
LeVar Burton and you, I mean, I would say of that cast, if you get LeVar Burton and Patrick Stewart, you're in the money.
And LeVar Burton right now, he's got like 3 things going on, so he's another one.
Michael Ford. He does quite a few of them.
I think this is
Michael Ford does.
Most of them.
Is this
I can't remember.
Yeah, this
what
is
is his name?
This is a
Will
topic.
Wheaton. Will that one?
Tom McMullen.
Yeah.
Will Wheaton's probably he's the one that frequents cons the most, and you can find him like.
He's a West Coaster though. He hardly ever
Yeah.
comes to the East Coast.
That's what I was gonna say. He's kind of. Yeah, I want to say that like 3 of them are like that, or they.
I got that.
I'm
One.
slowly picking up The Walking Dead.
So that issue you just showed, I have that, but Roscoe thought it was a blank and drew on it and drew Homelander on it. So I have a Homelander drawing on that cover.
And these I just really like. I like the Nom series quite a bit. I can't find number 1 and 2, but I have like 1 to.
I have 1, but I need about a dozen more to finish the series.
I've got 1, 2, and 3 somewhere. I just couldn't find them.
Yeah.
I'm a little too close to that to really enjoy that. I had the full set, and I offed it because I was too close to it.
That's fair. I've always liked war books quite a bit. The Nom stuff.
What was it? The writer left, and Joe, was it Quesada that said, "Oh, we're going to bring the heroes in."
Well, they I think explain the origin of Punisher's skull in this series.
Yeah.
Like, there's one where they
There's
showed
something to do with like a G.I. Joe character as well. I can't quite remember what the story is about it.
Snake Eyes, Stalker, and Storm Shadow all served together in Vietnam in the comic.
So, and this, I just really like Clive Barker. So I got a lot of Nightbreed comics.
Yeah.
I always pick them up.
Now, what was the anthology one he did back in the 90s? That was a really good one.
I have it. But Nightbreed's just awesome. And the covers are pretty cool if you like horror stuff.
Yeah, Clive Barker, he just had that cartoon that came out.
Yeah.
That Haunted Mansion or whatever.
Oh, cool. I'm going to have to check that out.
Disney?
It's a kids cartoon, but it was produced by Clive Barker.
I'm gonna have to check
Haunted
it.
Mansion's a Disney ride, so that'd be kind of weird that they did that.
Just cool covers, really great covers, and it's Clive Barker, so
I feel like him doing kid-friendly content would be kind of interesting.
it's always, just sort of a throwback. Some of these covers, they're painted. They look painted, but I don't know if they are necessarily, but they look that way.
They probably were.
And then just some cool art, man. Yeah.
If it wasn't painted, then it was color pencils.
Like this looks like it was a painted piece to me, but you never know.
Somebody send Will a link. Boggs is asking for the link.
Nightbreed, more Nightbreed. I got a big chunk of Nightbreed. This one might appeal to Steven a little more because, it's more up his alley. And last one, but not least, for Nightbreed.
Wake the Dead.
Pretty cool.
Wake the Dead.
And apparently I have Not All Robots, #1.
It was a good story.
Was it a good story? I think I just bought #1.
Love that story.
I just bought #1 because of the art. I like the fact that it's like an old, that old piece of art.
It was a little 4-issue miniseries. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
They were popular at that time after show.
Right. So yeah, that was that little chunk of books. I do have a unboxing that I'll be doing as well.
Boggs
Have any books you want to show off?
Say again?
Does anyone have any books they would like to
Morning,
show?
afternoon, everybody. What's up?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Step in.
Yes.
Would you like to
Talk.
show some books?
Sure, I'll show.
All right. Get to see some good. Holy shit! That's a huge box.
That's what he said.
He did.
All right, let's give Step on the floor here. If my computer will
Steph came prepared today.
Compute.
Yeah.
So I have my that's my earliest Strange Adventures. I also have the Dead Man ones too, but I just went with the earlier ones that I had. I love that frog. And this one was with the robot with all the different heads. He's got to solve the problem for a nuclear bomb go off, and one of the heads has the answer, and he doesn't know which one. It's an interesting story, but a lot of these are, they're really fun. And then this is the first Atomic Knight cover.
Someone should have made fun of him because he couldn't find the right head. I would have. See,
Xena action.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, she's had a couple of different volumes. It's like how you were saying that
There's a zillion. I was unaware.
Yeah, like didn't Tops do her as well? Was she
Tops, Dark Horse, Dynamite.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of them. I showed on Church a while back. I showed all those photo covers. These are the ones. Yep. This is
Jonko.
She had a massive fan following,
Yeah, and there's a lot
Way
of stories you
bigger
can tell that didn't go on the show. Like there's, I mean, she had a past. Like they explained that in the show that like she had a past well before in the beginning, because in the beginning she crucified Gabrielle.
Hey, Lucy Lawless just turned 61.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's still great in Spartacus, man.
Oh yeah, man. Well, you got to remember, Spartacus was like what 2000s.
Yeah, but still. Hey, JSS Brooklyn. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, John.
Appreciate you.
I remember when she sang the national anthem at I think it was a Detroit Red Wings game, and she went to wave to the crowd, and some stuff popped up.
Steve, give me 1 second while I appreciate Mr. JSS.
Those are hot dogs, right?
Yeah. Want one?
Yeah, I'd love one.
That'll be $2.
Check. Yeah, but it's a good check.
Get out of here. I work on a cash-only basis.
But it's a perfectly good check.
No.
I'll make it very clear. You slip me the cash, and I'll slip you the wiener.
But I don't have any cash.
Then I don't have a wiener.
The best part about that is I swear to God, that's Steppo in 1983.
I
That's
don't
what
have a
Steppo was
wiener.
making in 1983, and that's him selling hot dogs.
Interesting.
It looks just like him.
Xena.
I had never seen any of these.
No, I've only seen a smattering of Xena books, but I like those. I'm not a huge fan of the real covers. I like the comic covers a little more.
Hey,
Me too,
Bleak,
man. That's
can
my
I go
biggest problem with
after
Xena.
Steppo?
What's that, buddy?
Can I show what I showed on Biggie's last night? I think I wanted to show Mike after Steppo.
Yeah, of course, my man.
Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna say that was my biggest flaw with, because I've seen Xena comics throughout the years, you know, and then they've been, like Steppo's fighting out, they've had a steady drop of them, but my problem is they always did like photo you know, covers from the show, and I'm not saying it's a horrible thing, but like they tend to focus that
Like,
for
I
that.
love-
Like when Steppo announced that he got a big box of Xena comics, I imagined them to all be photo covers, which I'm surprised because most of these are actually art covers, you know.
And some of them are really great. The last one Steven just showed was really, really nice.
That's something I've never seen, is a lot of different like art. I didn't even know because I've never
I didn't
physically.
even know they existed. I was blissfully unaware. And the seller, Action Auctions, Beta Ray Jim, he basically gave me a heads up because I had purchased the one with Lucy and Gabrielle in the tub. There are two of those photo covers. And then he says, oh, you like Xena? And then all of a sudden he says, he'll give me a heads up. I've got a mega lot of Xena coming and a mega lot of Wonder Woman. The Wonder Womans I showed on our Friday hangout. And I had never seen any of these covers. The Wonder Woman ones with multiples of each number going up to around 800, from about 775 up to 800. And they're like 3 or 4 covers per number. This must be a Finch cover,
Yeah,
2017.
that's what I'm saying. That's a nice looking cover, man. That's pretty.
I mean, that's like if you. Go
I
ahead.
wonder if they did the photo just because the show was on. You know what I mean? Where it's like easy cross promotion.
I want to
from
say
on-
yes.
so-
I want to say yes, you know, and I want to say at that time fans were asking for it, you know, kind of thing. I mean, because I do remember when they started, because Tops was, you know, and honestly, that's what I was going to ask. If you go back and look at the original Xena Top comics, were they actual like comics inside the book, or were they just like, you know, like cutouts from the show that they had lined? I've never even looked at a Xena comic inside.
I have a few of them around here. I should dig them out.
Yeah, that's actually a cool cover.
So I always thought they were like, you know, just kind of like.
Oh,
you
what
know,
is this? That's adorable.
My Little Pony. I like that.
What is
mashup.
that? That's ridiculous. It's amazing. Where's K-pop when you need her? She'd probably love
That's a cool mashup.
She'd tell you what's her favorite.
Yeah,
I like that one.
She'd know the artist. She'd know them. She'd seen them, and she's talked to them, and she's interviewed them.
That's right.
Whoever it is, that's the
Hey,
line.
he lives down the street.
Bless her.
You know.
There's Gabrielle cosplaying as Raphael the turtle.
I like the show, but I don't know if I ever had the inkling to, you know, find out about the comic kind of thing.
No, I didn't.
I did like, you know, Hercules and Xena. I like both
Kevin
those
Sorbo,
shows.
buddy. Kevin Sorbo. Was
Yeah.
He was also, what was he, in Andromeda, which I watched religiously.
I watched
he was
Andromeda.
Of Andromeda.
If you really liked Xena, I mean, like if you were just a big fan of that show, I would say, like, you know, going with the comics is not bad, just because there's a lot of story that you'll get that didn't happen in that show. Like I mean, I want to say by the time you get to her being, you know, the warrior princess, she had already been doing things in a long time. Like she had like a pathway.
She had a rep.
Yeah.
I wonder what publisher would be the best, because like you have Tops, unsure if there's a story in there. You have Dynamite, and then you have Dark Horse.
I say this.
Which one had the best story?
I say the same thing about Rick and Morty, Boston. If you love the show, read the comics. There's a lot more to it. Like it's just you get more, right? You don't get the 10 episodes a year that are 30 minutes and you can blow through them in 10 seconds. So
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say,
Does it?
like,
Okay, so that's a good That's a good question right
Ooh,
there.
that's a nice
Sorry,
cover.
sorry to cut you off,
No,
Bruce.
that's good.
Okay, so Rick and Morty specifically, does it hit like the show does?
Yes,
Because
you know why? Yeah, it hits because you're reading it in their voices. I swear to, like, when I'm reading it, I know, like, it's like watching a TV episode, except I'm just reading it. It's really awesome, actually. I love it.
Aren't these fun? I
They are.
really
Yeah.
like this stuff.
I was gonna say that, like, I mean, the one, like, I mean, what actually really sold me well on that type of stuff was the Veda
That's
comics that Marvel did, because I mean, you look at those and it's like, all right, you're looking at a character whose story was, I mean,
Are these
literally,
Vincent
his story's been
Cifuentes?
told. Well, I'd say
Some
his story
of
was
those
told
look
all the way-
familiar.
That's really nice. Look at that.
some of them are
that's
modern because he
really
showed
nice.
a bench.
What is that? Who did that? That's very Peach Momoko-y, even though it's not. But it looks
I don't. This is the incentive cover. That's all I know. I don't know who. I don't know who they are. I don't know how to make them. I just drive them.
Well, it looks like the same cover as before, but a sketch cover, Bleak.
It
and
was.
It all looks like Vincente Cifuentes to me, but I don't.
Well, that
know.
was the first name that came into my head.
Yeah, that me too.
I think Beckerman's sneezing over there.
But yeah, just to kind of finish my point was that, like, you know, like when you look at a character like Darth Vader, you wouldn't expect that they would put out a comic series and then be, you know what I mean, like, you know, his story, and it's like, no, like, the comics actually were very good. There was a lot that they told about him that, like, you wouldn't get in the movies. So
Darth
that's why I
Vader
think-
Darth Vader is still the only Star Wars comic book that Disney and Marvel does right.
So, like, I'm still asking the question: what do you guys think? Like, what do you think it would be the best story? The Xena books from Dynamite, or the Xena books from Dark Horse?
Probably.
No idea. I never read them.
My bet would be on Dark Horse.
Yeah, my bet.
Yeah, me too.
Assume that they would.
Dynamite.
Yeah.
Dynamite
I
does
don't-
good though, and they have great.
I don't know, but
Yeah,
That's what I was-
Dynamite usually only has great covers.
I love.
I think Meredith Finch wrote a bulk of the Dynamite series, so
It might be
wouldn't
good,
sleep on that.
Depends on the writer, because
If I had to rank them,
Dynamite's are
It always
great.
depends on the writer.
I would
Yeah.
go.
Interesting.
If I had to
Because-
rate them, I'd go Dark Horse, then Dynamite.
So these are interesting because you're showing the Dark Xena, and it's just like I'm wondering if that's going into that story that leads to Gabrielle getting crucified by Xena, because she was evil at that point, and she because she was not good in the very beginning of prior to the series. Like, she was kind of evil and killing people and doing terrible things to people.
I just know they better end up in a bathtub together again. That's for sure.
There's what's her name, Callisto. She's a god. I remember her from
I like
Is
that.
it Callisto or Callista?
No, I think it's Callisto.
Callisto.
Like, because she was a demigod. Like, she got powered somehow.
So
He
I'm not
also
gonna
had a cover of Jock
Steppo,
in there as well.
I never
Steppo, you have
cared for the
amazing
Xena
books.
series.
Well,
Like
thank you.
usual. I'm just saying I have to leave by 2:30 ish.
Okay, buddy.
Well,
No,
then I
no,
only
no,
got. I only have
Steppo.
three to. I only have three more to show. So
You didn't have-
you'll be
you
up
didn't-
momentarily,
by the
friend.
way, huge fan of your books, man. You're a great dude.
You too.
To
What,
kinda
what are
comment
you
more-
trying to be his agent?
How'd you know, Beckerman? How
Trying to be my Asian?
secret?
Agent that works.
Agent.
Agent.
Agent
Well, I have to
Voss.
say, to say that to go on to Beckerman's point of Xena, like how he's like, you know, I didn't. Xena was hired.
This
to
is the
follow
Dodd.
show.
Terry and Rachel Dodson did this one.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, the Dodsons are an amazing duo.
That's all I have. Go ahead.
Boston,
set up
I
my
just didn't
camera.
care for the Xena's TV show because I think it's
God,
dangerous
you're gonna see me at a
to teach young
bad
women to be courageous.
All right, give us 1 second.
I
We'll get
think
right
Silly.
to it. We're gonna just check out what Aaron's drawing real quick,
cool.
because that's what we like to do here. He's doing some awesome art as always.
Yes, he is.
Appreciate
He's
it.
got a leg.
We got a leg.
I got a
We got
leg.
a leg.
Got a
ladies
leg.
and
We
gentlemen.
got a
I've
belt.
changed my
looking
mind
leg.
3 times so far of who I'm drawing, so we'll see who it is when I'm done.
You doing
Be
Spectre?
sure of yourself.
I'm
Be
feeling
sure
some.
of yourself.
I'm feeling Spectre vibes for some reason.
I can
No,
see
it's a
that.
Marvel
That's
character.
Xena. That's Xena. What are you talking about? Look at that leg.
Look
I
at
think I think earlier he stated that he was doing a character off of a certain Marvel comic.
All right.
Well, I've changed my mind since then. I'll say that.
Oh, well, okay, well, shit.
Oh, you
I am at a
artist
horrible
types.
angle. I know. Trust me, my camera.
Logs, that's a terrible angle for you.
I know. Horrible. Horrible.
I'm waiting
I
for him to
picked these
introduce
up
what
at a
the
place
Beckman
called Seconded Charles. I'm a fan of the Bat family.
Oh, I've heard of it.
This is Nightwing and Nightwing 85. I'm a big Batgirl fan.
Paul on the 619. Hey, nice.
Okay.
This is a cooler cover.
Little Nightwing action. Oh, cool.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Oh, I like that. That Bruno Redondo run.
The Nam 28.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's got some names.
Hey, Nam.
Nam's popular
And
today.
then I picked up. I thought I said in group chats my first horror comic, but I have Strange Tales. This one is my first one from Charlton Group. I think it ran me like $5 at Second Charles. They sell Funkos, comics, whatever. Charlton Comics Group, Ghost Manor. Visit Ghost Manor if you dare. I think it's from 1980 something. Or no, I could be wrong. I don't know what year it's from. Look at that cover.
That's pretty cool.
It's interesting.
Nice. If you dare.
If you
Yeah.
dare. No, I
Charleston.
saw that. I was like, it's not that bad looking, actually. Let's see, where is it from? 1982. Yeah, so very cool. And then last week I picked up these for New Comic Book Day. The Batman gold logo, glow in the dark, mumbo jumbo.
Okay.
For you villains lovers, I picked up Fantastic Four, but it says Fantastic 3 if you read the story. I don't have a pull list. I go to the LCS when I can. I work most Wednesdays. Got that Foily Doom.
Nice.
That's nice.
Wonder Woman, number 19.
It's a great series. Tom King.
So I like
Batman 158, the Jim Lee, Scott Williams, Alex Sinclair.
Hush, the connecting variant.
You guys know Rogue is my favorite female superhero, as I'm
Is she?
Is she? It's debatable.
I didn't know that.
Ah, Savage
This
Man.
one gives me Shauna vibes.
Very
the funny
much.
thing is, Shauna, I think, is supposed to be in the next issue, what I've read.
Yeah,
So
we got a
I'm
battle.
excited. I've been reading that.
I get offended every time y'all show that book because not a single one of y'all have bought the actual cover from the artist who's doing the book. And it's a big thing that she's doing the
you
book.
mean,
Zuleta Scotty Lavina. And you know why? Because this
Scotty
is her
Lavina
first.
has great covers.
It's her first ever Marvel book ever. And everybody's picking up the J. Scott Campbell cover.
No,
What?
I like the J. Scott. I just wanted that one. Scotty Lavina's great, though. Justice League Unlimited number 5. You got Hawk Girl and Zatanna. Zerdy.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
What a great
Dirty
cover.
Love, man.
That's actually
Great
really
series
good.
as well.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that one, and then there's going to be an upcoming one with Miss
My
Martian.
bad. And then we got Justice League Unlimited number 5, Jenny Prison. But I wanted to highlight this. I went to my LCS a few weeks ago. As you guys, I've told you guys, I'm a Rogue fan. I found Mr. and Mrs. X number 1, and I'm like, I can't find the rest of them anywhere locally. So I went to another LCS. Luckily, they had the paperback of Love and Marriage 1 through 6. I think it's 1 through 6 of Mr. and Mrs. X.
Ah, nice. See
But
if
I think the back cover is even better. Like, this is really cool, this cover, but I think the back cover's almost as better.
That's cool.
That's cool.
But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that. I'm gonna be here for a little more. Great to see everyone again. Mike, Bleak, Steppo, everyone.
Excelsior.
Good to see y'all. It really
Take
is.
care.
I always love seeing y'all. But that's all I got.
Have you introduced yourself to Beckerman? I don't know if you guys have met.
Yeah, I think I know that guy. Hey,
It's his
Becker,
biggest
by the
fan.
way.
What are you talking about?
And the Sheena down in the bottom corner.
Hey, Mike.
Sheena? Sheena. She's the
Where's
queen
the
of the jungle.
Final exams, nice.
What exam did she have to pass? How much of a?
I feel like
Anatomy and physiology.
Yeah,
She
it's
had to take
reload.
She had to take her written exams, basic mathematics. Remember we
Somebody
were talking about
somebody said Sheena, and I just got these in a little while ago.
Nice.
I don't
There
know
you go.
why.
yeah, so it's a it's a mystery, man. It's a mystery.
What you got?
you get
Hey,
to
Mike.
help her take her final exam. What?
I know,
What?
right?
What?
No, I don't know.
I got my
Just
Highlander.
put dark next to anything, and it's better. Isn't that it? Dark final exam. Dark.
Right.
Dark, yeah,
Villain
exactly right.
stuff. Dark.
Brandon, what do you got down there?
Well, Steppo was showing his Xenas, so I thought I'd show my Highlanders off.
Nice.
Oh, that's so great. I got those for my
It can
son.
only be one.
That was his anthem
Until there's
growing
two.
up. And he met Clancy Brown, came to Astoria and
Oh,
was
yeah.
filming a movie. And the director is a good friend of my son. And so she arranged a meeting, and then they basically waited for my son to get off work. And then Clancy Brown took him around all of the sets
Oh,
and
that's
talked with him and
awesome.
signed pictures and all this stuff. It was really a red letter day for him.
So,
Hell
do you
yeah.
guys want to hear
Man,
something funny
Brown's
real
awesome.
quick? I know random's from books. Some guy I went to high school with. We weren't close. We met up at a high school reunion 2 years ago. My friend organized one. We didn't know if he was coming, the guy. But I asked him, I'm like, so Ian, we didn't really talk in high school. What do you do now? He said, well, I have a little job. It's not a little job at all. Location director for Marvel Studios.
Just
That's
a,
cool.
just a
So
small.
he's based out of Georgia, and I'm like, wait a minute, what was the last movie you worked on? Oh, he's like, oh, just the Guardians Galaxy. I'm like, oh, just the Guardians of the Galaxy? Are you kidding me?
So we got Highlander books up here. That's a beauty cover, my man.
Yeah, Gabriel Gelato.
Yeah,
Yo,
he-
I call him
pricey.
Gelato for some reason.
I
Gelato.
didn't know he did anything for Dynamite, actually. When I was like,
What's
okay.
up, other Kevin?
And this is a Tony Harris cover. He actually lives up in Macon, about 20 miles from me. I've met him quite often.
Yeah, you need to get that signed.
Well,
I was gonna say,
got-
I'm pretty sure that that Gelato, there's a sketch cover that's the sketch.
there
cover
is.
of that
There's
kind
a
of
beautiful
it's kind of
sketch
expensive.
cover of that.
Did Harris do a lot of Lady Death?
Harris.
Oh, there you go.
Also, this
There
is
it is.
Harris's sketch cover.
That's
Yes.
nice.
That's a
That's
beauty.
really cool. Is it the same
Well, I'm
picture?
going to get this
It
one
is.
signed for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
And then
That's
I got Dave Dorman does covers for almost every issue, so I kind of concentrated on picking up the David Dorman covers.
It looks so. It looks like a picture. It looks like Jesus. It looks very real.
Photo.
Yeah,
Photo realistic.
Super real.
Dorman's always like that. He's just so good.
That's great.
Yeah,
But
it's a great cover.
I'm a big Highlander. The series, I love the TV series. I mean,
Never
the,
watched it.
the first movie was great, and the TV
Yeah.
series was great.
I like all the movies.
I didn't hate
the
They
second
get a
movie.
little bizarre.
Yeah.
Growing up, I really enjoyed the second movie as
Me
a kid.
too.
But I want to say, like, growing up, I was like, it was one of the movies that I was fascinated that it had like such a disdain, like hate, and I was like, what did y'all watch? I
Dude,
love
that
that
cover
movie.
is
I love the
amazing.
TV
I love
series.
the
I
blood
watched
on the
every
sword.
episode.
Yeah,
I
me
feel the
too.
same.
I've got all the DVDs of the season, all the seasons of Highlander.
Mike, I feel the same way about Aliens 3, Mike. It gets so much hate, and I'm like, what were y'all?
I love
motherfuckers-
Alien. I love Alien 3.
One.
Alien
one's
3 is up
really
there.
cool.
It's a top
Yeah.
one.
That's weird to see because I don't think they ever did an actual war like
No.
Vietnam or anything.
Hey, let's go to war. You have a
Or the
tank,
Wild
I have a
West.
sword. Let's see who
No.
wins.
Yeah, they
I think
did. They
that was
stuck
a
with the
Great
future.
episode.
The future
I mean, it would
because
make sense. It would make sense if he went to all those different time periods and did.
Yeah.
they did.
Oh my
It would
gosh,
have been
he's
cool.
Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, it's
I
just cheap.
don't have Dormant. Well, this is Pat Lee, I think, one of the other artists. I had to finish. I got to find. I don't think Dorman did a number 7. I haven't been able to locate one if he did, but that's cool.
Yeah, it is.
We
And
We are getting
Dynamite did a 3-issue Kurgan miniseries, and it's really short printed.
You got to get that.
They're like 20 to 30 bucks an issue.
Oh,
They are. We are getting a remake of Highlander, and they've already said if hopes are well, it's not planned as a trilogy right now. It's planned as a 4-part movie if it does well.
Right.
But
hopefully it'll get made.
It's got good writers on. I don't know who's directing it right now, but I want to say it's like Lennox and Lynx who's writing it. And they've had good success so far.
That's a pretty good cover.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
sure
don't know
who
about
wrote it.
Adrian Paul. I guess he's all right if we as far as that goes. I thought he was pretty good, and as far as carrying on the tradition.
Right.
Was that the TV show actor?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was good. He was good for that role.
He was definitely.
Yeah, he wasn't a great actor by any means, but he was perfect for that role. And he
had the look and the physical chops to pull it off.
Yep.
Yeah, he was a TV actor. Like he wasn't meant.
And
to
he became an expert swordsman, and he teaches sword fighting now. Has a school for it.
Well, it would be pretty awesome to learn from the Highlander. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I saw him do a demo in Wizard World Madison against Ray Park.
Oh, bro, I love Park.
Ray Park's
These are
awesome.
connecting covers. I need to get the other rest of this miniseries
Hey, Beckerman, how was meeting
on
D'Onofrio?
my need list.
Good.
Very cool.
D'Onofrio, too. Swagda showed us the
Very
picture
cool,
because
man.
I'm on shows with
Heck yeah.
Swagda.
Is that Vincent? Vincent, you know?
D'Onofrio's a big dude.
Yeah, he's very tall. And remember, I'm incredibly short.
I was gonna say the other guy who became a master swordsman for a role was Viggo Mortensen, like Aragorn from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Like, I guess he
Hidalgo.
He trained
Yeah.
hard for that.
Yeah.
The same thing with the Hayden Christensen that took the role for Anakin.
Yeah.
And a lot of his sword play, he improvised, like he was progressing faster than his instructor was. There's a couple, like I know what's her face, Uma Thurman. She was specifically training with Zoe Bell, the famous stunt.
It's funny,
Yeah.
whenever you guys bring up Lord of the Rings, for some reason I think of the clip when it's raining and it's Legolas, and the guy's jumping, he's like, I can't see what's happening. He's like, do you want me to get you a box? Or something. It's just like,
There's another one. What's his face that was in Return of the King? I'm trying to remember his name. He was part of the Rohirrim army. He's in a bunch of stuff. He played Butcher in the MCU. Yes, he's another one that specifically took to his stride. Another one is William Dafoe. William Dafoe,
Really? Dafoe?
He liked that.
Dafoe,
Isn't it Willem?
Will, yes, it is. I'm sorry. I like William. Okay, so with Dafoe, he's almost to a Tom Cruise type actor because Dafoe recently has been taking roles where it's extensive wire work and stuff like that. That was one of the reasons he wanted to reprise the role of Green Goblin, because he wanted to do all the physical stunts. And the MCU was mainly going to do digital stuff, and he talked them into doing like physical stunts for the movie.
Mike, do you remember Defoe in as Klaus? He's like, I want to join 18 in what is it? The Aquatic Life of Steve, whatever.
I've never seen that movie.
Oh,
I'm
that's what makes me laugh.
actually not a huge fan of his movies, Wes Anderson movies.
Oh, okay. I like
not-
Defoe though. Defoe is awesome.
Like Budapest Hotel. Although I've never.
I like
They just.
Black
I'm not okay. I'm not hating on them. Just the ones that I've seen, like Fantastic Mr. Fox
I'm trying
and
to
stuff
think.
like.
Isn't Defoe in something recently? I can't think of what it is.
Defoe's in a. He's in a bunch. I mean, he's.
Steven,
talk about
can you hit your bell for me for a second? Because I don't want to have to say it.
Well, I have to do it for me too.
Okay.
I love it. I love that little bell. That's awesome. Ding, ding, ding. I'm in the hotel. Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. The only Wes Anderson movie that I know of is Rushmore.
What do you got there? Oh, nice, Steven.
I've seen bits and pieces of Rushmore.
Wait, you guys
Rushmore's
both.
glad.
Jesus,
You
no, Life Aquatic. That was great.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's what I meant. The Life Aquatic, where he plays.
Well, I'll open mine first, and then Steven, you can open yours second. Only because, well, we both know why.
Well, it's your show. That's why.
I think we both know the other reason. All right, so I'm really, 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 really happy to have this book. Super stoked to have it. It is a 9.6, and right now the prices are pretty reasonable for it. If you ask for a deal, you can usually get a deal. But I got myself a
First Constantine.
37, First Constantine, and a 9.6.
Beautiful.
And I'm super, super happy about that.
That's one of my grails.
9.8 is completely crazily out of my price range, but the 9.6 just slipped in beautifully to my price range. So I was very happy to get that. So that is the big grail that I got for myself this week. Very
nice.
excited. And Steven.
Now, in fairness, you have to tell the story.
Yes.
After I show, I was one of the fools that went, and I got, this was the least expensive. Most of them were considerably higher. And I will start the story, and I will let Bleecker finish. So we were talking, and he goes, "God, I just really want to get that First Constantine and Saga of Swamp Thing. Sophisticated suspense," it says. And so I said, "Yeah, it's really interesting." I said, "Boy, I think that book's got legs." I said, "Do you want a twinsy here? There you go."
Beauties.
Very nice.
So as I'm talking with Bleecker, he said, "Yeah, I really think about that." I said, "If they do a movie of this thing, I mean, it's if they do Constantine again, that's going to be huge." And so we talked back and forth long enough to FOMO ourselves into it. And I said, then all of a sudden I hear clickety pop, and I hear Bleak looking at it. Let's see.
Well, they're making Constantine sequel.
Yep.
They
I
are.
was about to
I
say, y'all buying
know
the
that's,
book at
and
the
then
worst
right after
time.
we did that, Constantine 2, we saw the poster for it with Keanu, and I just think that if it's done there's a lot of, I think that the character has a lot of legs to him. He's very cool. I do like the way Keanu plays him. He plays Keanu, but he plays Keanu Constantine well. But the blonde guy that did it, when the trench coat, the Brit, I really like that guy doing the job. Oh, okay, love. You never know quite how much power he has. And then I put on my scoffer hat and I said, well, he's going to have just enough power to do what he has to do to win, or eke out a victory so that we can continue on with the story. But it's always interesting to see how all of a sudden he'll pull a little pouch of, nuts and berries out of his pocket, and he'll say something, in Gaelic or something, and then everything works. So we both did that, and then Bleecker found the puff piece on the Constantine 2, and so now we are basically waiting for the movie to come out and then watch Appreciation and Joy and what have you. And in fairness, it's not a especially difficult book to get.
No.
I have getting them nice is a trick, but long ago I had bought a nice copy of it. I would say this is probably about a 9. This has to be either a 9.4 or a 9.6, and then this one I think is a candidate for a 9.8 as well. So I mean, I have these. I have these in reserve, and I bought them favorably in a bunch of books, and it was just sort of in there as one of the sort of like the cattle call, as another little key to sweeten the pot on some of the more the fancier books. But I am very, very happy to have this in a for sure quantified, and of course it has the, of the day BMX experience on the back. Huffy bicycles. My brother, he always thought
Puppies are the heaviest bikes ever made.
I had a Schwinn Traveler. My first brand new big bike was a Schwinn Typhoon 1961, which was the big balloon tires. They call them the heavyweights, although at this point they call them the middleweights. But it was a single speed bike, and it just ran, and it just went. Then I got a Traveler, which was the 3-speed with the Sturmey Archer, gear lever on the top, where you never really knew if that little chain that went in and out of the hub would actually hold when you were going up a really reefing hard going up a hill, if the thing's going to crack and you go down on the middle bar. I'm sure that has never happened to any man here riding a bicycle where you slipped off the pedals and went down onto the center bar. Okay, that never happened to me much. So, but my brother, instead of getting the Schwinn, Dad got him a Huffy, and it had the handlebar. The handle actually was a 3-speed, and you changed it on the handle. So if you were pumping really hard, you have to be careful not to turn your wrist, or else you'd shift into another gear, it would crack, and you'd crash, and everything would go. But he had the trap in the back. I mean, it was all whistled and belled out, but it was a Huffy. And it had a bit of a rattle trap kind of a thing. And he always says, yeah, you always would get Schwinn bikes, and I'd get a Huffy.
What's with bike designers trying to neuter men? Like, why did they make the men's bike that way and the women's bike the other way? What the heck?
Now, I have asked that. That is one of the imponderables.
Why do they make?
Why wouldn't they give the men the cutout, which would make perfect sense, and then and the ladies would have the straight bar. We won't go there, but it's just, why? How come? It's just one of those things.
That's true.
Now, am I the only one
I never understood that.
That's shocked that Stepho's first bike wasn't a penny farthing?
Very funny. Heard of that. A lot of people got killed on those things. By the way, you know why they call them a penny farthing?
The dude that made it?
Did it cost a penny?
No. If you look at it, there's a giant wheel and then a little tiny wheel with the thing going down.
Right.
Well, first the penny and then the farthing. And British pennies back in the day, which were very, very useful for people, were huge. The big pennies they had back then, the British pennies were big, and of course the farthing was very, very small. That's where you got the term penny farthing bicycle.
Hey, everybody! An old man's talking.
Grandpa's the name. Did you know this tree dates back to frontier times? Shut up!
Well, it was a very small lemon tree.
Yeah, yes.
in our orchard of stories here.
That is true. That is true. I do want to say that a 9.6 versus a 9.8 in this book is an astronomical difference in price. So, if you're a 9.8 lover, you're in big trouble. But if you don't mind getting a 9.6, you are paying a fairly decent price for a book.
I'm also going to slang like a hot tip for you. Maybe do a little more spec research, because you are trying to get a book that doesn't just have one spec news related to it. Y'all have announced that, Constantine 2. But there's also Swamp Thing in the works, and there's also still talk of Justice League Dark, and all three of those are current prevalently. Since the James Gunn.
I didn't want to Mike, I didn't want to confuse I didn't want to confuse our audience. I was trying to be general. I didn't want to cloud their mind with all the extra information, which I also didn't know.
You talk about buying a book at the wrong, it's
actually
it's
not
hard.
really. It's not that bad a time to buy it if it's not a 9.8. I'm telling you right now, I'd
say right now it's still a good time because everything's still in like pre-production.
Check your IG, Bleak.
Yeah, of course.
I think trailer time is when you're getting sketchy.
Yeah, if you're doing trailers, then you're screwed, man. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Oh,
I will say for Constantine 2, we've moved so far as we already have a poster for it.
yeah. Well, yeah. It's been like I read about it. It's been okayed by DC. It's not part of the DCU or whatever. It's just sort of a standalone movie. But the fact that Keanu Reeves, all the Devil is going to be in it, which he was the best Devil. Let's be honest, he was an amazing.
Oh, I loved him.
It will be part of the DCU. It's just going to be a standalone movie. It's going to be connected eventually. Like he's going to be connected with the rest of the DCU.
I think it's going to be a lot like the Joker. I don't think it's going to be a part of the DCU.
Yeah, I think they were stating it was going to be like elsewhere. Like Batman was going to be separate, and like this was going to be separate.
That means that we won't have a DCU Swamp Thing at all?
That's what they are talking about. The Swamp Thing that I refer to, that is part of James Gunn's main universe. Same thing with the Justice League Dark.
Just this
like, the only one that like I know James Mangold is going to be making the Swamp Thing, and he wants to make it feel like it's a standalone thing, but it's going to connect into the DCU eventually.
Yes, it will. And that was the talks. But with Constantine, it's going to be treated like an Elseworld. Like
that's not what I'm talking. I was talking about the Swamp Thing.
I suspect that at some point they're not going to use. They want to have not Keanu Reeves play Constantine.
No, there's still a casting list opening for the Constantine for the Gunn version.
Yeah,
we haven't got that yet. But there is a casting call out for Zatanna. There's a casting call for most of the Justice League Dark members currently.
Justice League Dark. They're actually making a Justice League Dark. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
We're talking about right now. They're in pre-production. They're talking about 2028, 2029. I mean, we got a ways to go.
Cool, that's pretty cool.
So we definitely need a Madame Xanadu. We need to Shade the Changing Man.
Zatanna's gonna be coming in.
Zatanna. Detective Chimp would be good.
I suspect they'll use Zatanna before they use Constantine in the DCU, but
I don't know. It just depends on how he's hardwiring his universe. I mean, the way it looks like we're jumping into the universe and it's already been there. So with us jumping into it, there's a lot you can play with. Characters can already exist. They just need to pop up when you want them to, depending on the story. And it kind of looks like that's how it's going to be done with Superman, because it doesn't look like we're going to get a massive introduction of Mr. Terrific and Metamorpho. We might get a synopsis.
I don't think we'll get a lot of Metamorpho, to be honest.
I don't think so either.
Matt's got all sorts of facts. The Canadian 1 cents were the size of British halfpenny until 1920. Thank you, Matt. Since I wasn't born at any of those times, I don't know what the size of English penny was, or a British halfpenny. Speaking.
I just thought it was because you were poor and you didn't know what money looked like.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. That's not a bad assumption. I am very poor, but that's
Stop it! I was just trying to be a jerk.
That's okay. It's all right.
You're not supposed to agree with it.
I get it, you highfalutin fella.
I mean, this part of the world was anti-England for a while,
Yeah, so you met Beckerman sent me a picture. He met Constantine, it looks like, which is pretty cool.
Matt Ryan.
Ooh,
that would have been cool. I really liked Matt Ryan. It sucked that his show got canceled too fast, because that was a really good season.
It was. I mean, that's all they need to do right there is just take that show, those actors, and just poof it into a movie. Bam, there you go, and just movie it up.
Yeah, because Matt Ryan ended up playing Constantine in the animated movies as well.
Yeah.
Whether they're good or not, he still played a good version of Constantine.
I like the animated. I like most of DC's animated stuff. Actually, they're really good. Most of it.
It's up until the Tomorrowverse series that they just started. That's where it gets a little iffy.
I liked some of the Tomorrowverse movies.
Me too.
I really liked Man of Tomorrow, like the Superman movie.
I like that.
I didn't mind the Green Lantern movie. And
with Ryan Reynolds, that thing was terrible.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. But
What is this? Oh, that's the 9.8.
I had to. I had to put it into my Mylar. Now listen, you buy some Mylars for the slabs so that you
heck yeah.
protect those things. I don't want you scuffing the front of that thing up, my friend.
No, it's in a crappy bag, but I'm keeping it in the bag.
All right, but you know, Amazon, you can they're not horribly expensive to have the Mylars, and they look so much, I mean, they're so much better protected.
They are. I like having mine.
That is true. I do have mine in a bag right now.
Because even if you don't scratch them up, if you don't keep them in the Mylar, like that, just the dust and stuff will cause you're constantly having to be cleaning them.
I got a bag. Good. It actually looks all right in this bag, to be honest.
Minimal glare.
Shockingly, it looks okay. I'm really happy to get this book, man. John Constantine, first appearance. Very excited.
Me too. I really like the character, and that's one of the nice things when it's Magic. They're captured, but he never seems to get little doggy having fun. It's just good stuff.
Stebo's ADD just jumped in. That was great.
Yeah, that was super fast.
I don't know what happened.
That was good. I like that.
Oh, Aaron briefly showed video of his dog.
That was fun. But yeah, I agree with you. He's a good character. And I do like that you say, hey, I really like that character. You have 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a guest, the group. So
Oh.
turn up the lights and no cursing.
Susie Q.
Susie Q.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Susie Q.
Hey, Susie.
Hi, Bleeker. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
I'm Susie Q in the chat, and I just have a few things to show.
Yeah. Ooh, good stuff.
Hudat had a giveaway for channel members, and I'm a channel member, and Steven's a channel member too. But I won. I couldn't believe I won. And this is one of the books he sent me. I just got them yesterday.
Very nice. Little Spider Woman.
There you go.
Yep. That's what I'm always hunting for.
It looks good. It looks good.
Spider Woman. Marvel Spotlight. Spider Woman.
Oh, Nick Shield on the front there. Nick Fury, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh no, you're good. Nick
Fury
Fury
on the bottom.
Oh yeah, Nick Fury on the bottom.
Yep.
I can't figure out which way to.
With a purple gun.
You're fine, Susie. You're fine. Right there's
Okay.
There you are.
Nova. That's a good book.
I'm unfamiliar with all of these books because I'm a fairly new collector. I've been only collecting comics for a little over a year.
Yeah.
Although Steven's been collecting a long time.
I had to sound an air horn.
So I have a feeling that he's probably going to be getting these books.
I've never seen him either.
No, those are.
I've never seen them either. I don't know what they are.
What are these?
Spider-Ham.
Oh, first
Peter Parker.
Porker.
Peter Porker.
Porker. Thank you, Beckerman. Spider-Ham.
Very cool.
That's yeah.
Yeah.
With Hulk Bunny.
These are all very good books so far.
Yeah, they're all first appearances too, so very good stuff to get.
First appearance of a new warrior. No,
I'm unfamiliar with all of them.
That's just a cool book. That's very cool.
Deadpool.
That's
Work
a
with the
rap.
Mouth.
That's a rap variant.
I think these are probably aimed at guys more than me.
It's like a hip hop variant or whatever, Mike.
Was
that
it a train?
Maybe some-
I thought it was train spotting variant.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
That's
But I
what
thought-
Ant-Man
It's not a rap
Avengers.
variant. It's a train spotting.
7 of you will remain as Avengers. The rest of you are out.
Oh
Yep.
man.
That's brutal.
Ant-Man joins the Avengers in that one. That's another good one.
Yep.
Peter Gyrick.
Submariner. I actually
Another New
do
Warriors
love
first
the
appearance?
Submariner. I just think Prince Namor is a very cool character. And
Yeah.
what are those bugs? No, they're lobsters, I guess.
Yes.
Lobster men or something.
You just like his little green underwear, I think. That's what's going on over
Yeah, I like that too.
Not one, two New Warrior
very good
first
book.
appearances.
Oh, that's a
So
great
far, we're not
that's a
done yet,
great
Mike.
cover.
Yep.
There might be some speedball in there. You never know.
I can't believe I won because I really don't know much of anything about these books, but I think the covers are very
You have
cool.
to read them.
Well, yeah, and this is the
Oh, no,
perfect person for them to
yeah.
go to.
Those are
Giant
Get
size invaders.
Can't go wrong with
Invaders #1.
Oh, there's a big swastika.
big swastika
Fortress
on the world.
Europa.
Yeah. No, Stepo knows all about that book. He's that
Hordes
goes to
of
his
Hitler.
He'll help you. He'll help you out with that one. Like, he likes that stuff.
There you go.
That is
Oh,
beautiful,
great.
Susan.
Great books.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
crazy.
have. We got some original art from Rad, and I think you're on the panel today, Rad.
He is.
Rad
Oh,
drew
very
this
cool.
on church. I don't know, a few weeks ago. Batman, and I just have them floating on a black background, but I think it looks cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I really like the expression on his face, and it looks like it's raining, and the rain is bouncing off of him.
Yeah, that's an awesome picture.
YouTube comic people, you had to be a channel member to
Looks very nice.
win that prize.
Yes.
Uh,
And he
Yeah.
spun the wheel.
remember that.
And actually, Boston Chris almost won.
Yeah, Boston, you were the next man up. You were. It was just a whisker.
So sorry, Boston.
Boston
This is-
won, I would have rioted. Don't worry, Susan. If Boston, we would have
This
rioted.
is also by Rad. I think it's really cool.
It's awesome, actually. It's
I
really
remember that one.
Batwoman. And they're floating on a black background, so you can see the whole picture.
That's very cool.
Oops, I dropped something.
No,
I remember that. I remember him drawing that on the channel.
And this is the last thing I have to
Oh.
show.
Ooh.
And Rad did this, and it's Zatanna.
Look at that.
And this is our most recent one.
Very
That's awesome.
nice.
I really like the way he drew the legs, the
I like
hips,
that.
and the
I like the
wand with the
pinks.
sparkles.
I like the pinks and the blues in the background.
Me
as well.
too.
Yeah,
The
I
background.
like how he drew everything.
Yeah, smoke.
it's
Yeah.
really good.
Cool, man.
So that's all I have to show. Thank you, Bleeker,
Hey, thank you.
and everybody.
I
That
have,
was great
and
stuff.
here, this was the AOK that he sent along with. Here, you show it, honey. This is the AOK he sent along with it.
Hold on
Oh,
a second.
wow.
Let me
Ooh.
Nice.
let me get rid of this thing here. There we go. Holy smokes. That's awesome.
That's beautiful.
That's
Well,
freaking
Aaron's one of my
awesome.
favorite artists.
And I've
That's
seen
not
one that
seemed
he
about
did
it.
similar to this, but with helicopters
Broski.
flying.
That is cool AF.
Yeah, I've never seen this. I didn't even know you got it.
I
That's
did that
very
about
cool.
a year ago.
I love that, bro.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Thank
I
you so much, Aaron. We
like
love
that
it, and
skull.
to tell you how important that how much Susan likes it. These are going into our dining room. Not this one, but the ones that are framed are going to go into our dining room.
You know
Right
what?
next
very
to
cool.
Bleeker's art.
Next to Bleeker's robot, and next to the creepy clown we got from Bleeker.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
we love the community so much we actually have to dine with it. What do you think?
Stephen loves original artwork, so especially if somebody shows up. Hi, Beckerman. Hi, Boston. Hi, Rad. If somebody shows up on church and they do original artwork, pretty good chance that Stephen or I will probably try to purchase it.
No!
No, don't say it. Don't say it.
All right. That's all I have. So thank you,
Yes,
everybody.
Susan. Thank you,
Hi,
Susan.
Evil Mike. Did I miss anybody? TM, Boggs,
Where did Kevin go? I guess he
Rad,
He might have dipped.
Kevin.
He might have dipped.
Bye.
Bye, honey.
Hi,
Hi,
Susie.
Susie.
Bye, Susie.
That was awesome.
Good job, Sue.
Yeah, look, and there's who that in the chat.
And I have another AOK going to Susan.
Oh, Susan, Aaron has another AOK coming to you.
Oh my goodness.
You spoil us.
What did I do
Sorry.
to deserve it?
What did you do to deserve it? Just be yourself.
Or what do I
Hey,
have to
Bleeker.
do?
No!
Just
Could
teasing.
you highlight?
We'll talk about that later.
Oh, Rad, could you turn on your camera again? Could you highlight him again?
I can. Yeah.
Can anyone guess who it
Thank
is
you,
yet?
Sue.
Yeah, I just
I'm
wanted
in.
to get a better look at it.
No, Conquest.
Yeah.
Omni-Man or Conquest. One of the two.
It's Conquest.
Yeah,
I
it's
know
going
it's got a
Conquest with the
thumbtack.
sash. Yeah.
It started off as Hulk. Then it turned into Conquest.
It's because you wanted to draw those zazzy pants. I know.
No, he wanted to put a belt on him.
You don't have no pants. It's just a sash.
Yeah, I saw.
I am very blessed to have a wife that enjoys the comic culture and the comic people, and we enjoy our friends so much all over the North America and elsewhere. It's something that it's a wonderful thing to have, because people, you know, if you're in your own neighborhood, what are the chances of running into several people who really enjoy comics and have fun with it, and that we can come here and actually be able to do it and on a regular basis. And it's so Jetsons because we can see each other's faces and talk in real time. From where I started, you know, in the early 60s, the idea that we could have this sort of thing. Hell, look, talking on cell phone, this still gets me. You're on Instagram and then you want to talk to someone, you push a button and you are talking face to face, real time with someone. I talked to someone in Poland, I talked to someone in England, and there's no charge for it. And it just blows my mind. The one story that comes to my mind, and my grandfather penned it, talked it. Grandpa was born in 1894, and when Neil Armstrong on live television stepped onto the moon, we're all watching it on their French provincial Magnavox console television at their house in Eastmoreland, where their house was. And no one's saying a word. We're absolutely just rapt attention. And then Grandpa says, he says, you know, I'm old enough that I remember when the Wright brothers flew. And here I am standing with you watching in real time on television a man walking on the moon. And he says, I can't tell you how that affects me. And he says, think of what will happen in your lives. And it was, I thought, an incredibly poignant thing to say. But a guy from the Wright brothers to the moon, and now where we are from the moon till now. We don't have the flying cars like Calvin and Hobbes says. Where are the flying cars? Where are the interdimensional portals? You know, where are the spires?
They're working on them. They're working on them. Don't worry. We'll get back.
I still want the hoverboard from Back to the Future.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing. It's the kind of thing that it is quite amazing the way the technology has changed, and what a benefit that we can have it this way. So I didn't want to get maudlin, but it really is something that we enjoy more. I don't even think we watch any kind of regular television anymore. It's all YouTube and watching our friends and talking about fun stuff and content on YouTube, rather than having to put up with the mainstream medias and everything else like that. And it's so jarring. And when you be on YouTube, you can choose anything you want to do, any era, anytime, anything. It's just amazing. It's unbelievable, really.
That is a Who Dat giveaway. That is the second or third one I've seen that has been absolutely amazing. And you just have to be a channel member. It takes $2 to be a channel member. I'm just saying.
Susan had three spots, and I upgraded my subscription level. So I had a whole bunch more, and it was a quite crowded wheel. And when Susan came up, Who Dat just went crazy. It was really fun.
Nice.
So you know, and Susan wasn't here, and I said, "Well, I want you to watch this." She says, "What are we watching?" I said, "I just want you to watch this." So I turned it on, and when she's watching, and then of course her number comes up. Wow! You know, it was so exciting. She says, "Oh, Boston Chris almost got it. I know he wanted that." That's the first thing she thinks about. I think about, I won. But she says, "Oh, Boston Chris almost got it." Oh, I said, "Honey, you won. You won, honey. You won.
No.
Take the W. Take the W."
First thing I think about is, God dang it, that Boston Chris won again. What a jerk. That's the first thing I think about.
The only book I really wanted out of that whole group was just the Spider Woman one. But other than that, I was just like, I did just the $2 membership, so just the entry level one. So I don't know how many spots I get you. I think it's either 1 or 2. So
well, I think it's $2.99 or whatever. I think he gives you Susan's that level. You got 3 spots.
I think you get
That's what you got.
3 if you're a channel member.
So then,
yeah, channel member too.
You lost Boston Chris. That's
okay, dude.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for the reality check. You're a loser.
My wins and losses in any contest is, trust me, I'm like the Washington Generals. I may get 1 or 2. For the most part, I'm just getting beaten up by the Globetrotters all the time. Like I don't want to shit.
Susie went up a step ladder to dunk over you, and
that's right. I'm
clawing over
like this. It's like you're on the other end of the court. What are you doing? I'm playing defense. But then
now we need what is the name of that Globetrotters song? Sweet Georgia Brown or something?
Yeah.
While Susie like runs a court.
Yeah.
Hey, Bleak, I'm gonna jump out and jump back in. My camera's not coming back on for some reason.
No problem, brother. I'll see you in a minute.
Yeah. Yep. Susan was Meadow Log Lemon in that contest.
I like Meadow Lark Lemon, and then the guy with the bucket, like he has water in it, and it's nothing but like sawdust or sparkle or whatever. And he's going, everyone's going, oh! And then he comes running up and he gives it. That was 1966 when I saw the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah.
I know they were very good at solving mysteries. That's what I know.
They didn't. The Generals didn't win then either.
Once in a while, and they were like, "We're solving mysteries, Scooby."
Do you guys remember when they were on Futurama for like an episode or 2?
Boggs. Holy shit!
I forgot Boggs was here.
How did that even happen?
Yeah, I'm still here.
They had that one guy in the Generals that was the set guy. I mean, that basically almost from half court could sink baskets. I mean, the guy was, it was unbelievable how well that guy, you've seen that spoof where they show the nerd. They show the guys, the black guys, they're all long and lanky and they're going and they're doing these fancy florpty-doodle moves and sinking baskets. And then this nerd guy comes in with glasses and a pocket protector and a backpack, all big, heavy backpack. And then the guy just waxes these guys playing ball. I mean, it's fun to watch a guy guys that can shoot the basketball that well from any position and score. It's a remarkable thing.
Have you watched White Man Can't Jump again, Steven? Have you watched White Man Can't Jump?
This guy could
I know
jump.
What he's talking about.
I do.
Yeah.
The professor.
The professor, he's awesome, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll just go into a pocket and like, oh, yeah, but now it's like big guys like me, like you get these huge fat dude just sitting there, and apparently I saw one on Instagram the other day, and this guy is just sitting there. He's not the most quick, but he knows how to shoot and everything like that, and so he's sitting there, and you got this in shape kid that goes to got him, and the guy just sits there pump fakes, and the kid just goes flying by him. He just looks at him like this, and just knocked it down like it was nothing. And like he did that like 3 or 4 times, and then there was like people came to try to got him. He's like posting up on him, and then just kind of pulls a Jordan shake, and then just right. I was like, oh my god, this guy's just schooling these guys. He outweighs him by about 200 pounds, and he's just schooling every single one of them. Like they just can't touch him.
For all the people that are heavier who can jump maybe 6 inches, it's very fun to watch. When the nerd, it's very cathartic to watch the nerd beat the fancy boys, the fancy men who have all the they're adroit, they're angular, they're perfect, they're Adonises, and then the schlub comes out and waxes them. There's something very cathartic about that.
Yeah, it's like just watching, like if you go back in the day and it's just like, oh, like is anybody gonna come in here and box this guy? And it's just like, all right, and it's just like, happy, fun-loving guys. Like, I'll box. And next thing you know, he knocks the guy out like lucky punch or whatever. People are like, oh my god, did you see what this guy just did? It's just like all like that whole diamond in the rough thing is fun to watch from time to time. Oh, Butcher.
Oh my god.
Good lord. Who's that guy?
Abdullah the Butcher.
Abdullah the Butcher.
That's awesome, dude.
Is he still alive?
No.
Yeah.
Is he still alive? Get out. I thought he died. No.
Yeah, he's what? He's got to be in his 80s now, right?
Boston.
Yeah, Mike Awesome.
Remember when he had that big gals fetish?
Yes, the fat
gimmick?
chick thriller, Mike Awesome. And
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there you go, Bloody Flair. That's was that? Is that WrestleMania?
I see it back there at Red.
That's one of them. I remember there was it WrestleMania? No, it was WrestleMania 8 when he was bleeding, he's like screaming.
Oh shit!
Jerry. I watched.
He's a villain.
I watched Tajiri. We went to a SmackDown years ago, and Tajiri. Oh, there you go.
Oh, Bad News Funk Brown, nice.
But, Bad News Allen, actually. But so Tajiri's there, and he's fighting Rob Conway, I think it was, from La Resistance, and he loses. And my friend Elsie, he doesn't go to much.
I've got one more bust.
Yeah, take it. Let's hear it.
But he beat Rob Conway wins and beats Tajiri. And my friend Els, he's not really a wrestling fan at all. He just happened to be there. He's with us at the SmackDown. And then Tajiri loses, and all of a sudden he gets on the microphone. He's like, "This is my last match in WWE. I'm done. I'm going back to Japan." And he was like, "Wow, he's taking that loss bad." I was like, "That's not his first one, but Public Enemy, Grunge and Rocco Rock." They were done so dirty by WWE.
They really were.
It was just that's one of those things where if you go back and you watch, you go back and you watch them go through everything. They were clearly bullied and beaten up, for just being there. And it was
forgot.
Yeah, I know.
I had one more to show.
I have to get this book too. I need this book now as well. So I like the cover on
this. This has the first cameo of Constantine.
Yeah.
And this is not an expensive book, but I like the book itself a lot because of the way it's laid out and the gal and the color scheme.
It's a great cover. Great cover. I do really like it, to be honest.
Steppo, you say that now. Oh, it's not an expensive. It wasn't an expensive book.
Yeah, until we spoke up.
No, it'll get something just because the closer you get to the movie, and when people can't get that, they'll go and get the first and the second appearance and stuff like that.
So which one is that? Is that 35 or 36?
25.
This is 25.
25.
Yeah, that's the cameo. I don't have.
So from 20, it took from 25 to 37
to get the first full appearance.
I don't know.
Isn't the cameo though actually who Constantine was based off of? Based on the sweater, I'm gonna say that in that issue you're holding, that's Sting. That's not. It's not John Constantine. They retconned it that way, but originally it was meant to be an homage to Sting,
like the singer Sting.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely, that's who John Constantine is based off of.
Oh, so in his off time,
he looked like Sting.
So when he wasn't making music with the Police or on his solo, he was,
he was fighting the occult.
He was fighting the occult. He was a very busy guy.
Big me up. Here we go. This one I have the regular cover here. This is the foil.
Nice.
And this is by. Susan Micah.
Just throw this on the other side of you.
Yeah, Susan Micah is great.
I hear a female voice.
So do I.
That was his mom.
I hear a female type voice. And I have this one I got from Slabbed Addict on one of the astonishing auctions. And this is signed by Kevin Nolan and Denny O'Neil on 5/24/19, the collected edition, Joe Quesada cover and art, and this is the one per store exclusive, etc., 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 beyond measure. He always finds these really bizarro Jimmy Olsen ones, but pretty cool cover, and it's a thick boy too.
I love Azrael.
Me too.
I think Papa Willie, he had. I don't remember on our sale, was it Slabbed or not? I don't remember. But Papa Willie had one like that, and it's a really good cover.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he couldn't. Mine.
Oh, you bought it from him?
No.
Oh. He did. He did. No, he sold it. I forget. Like I think it was Loke actually bought it.
What's up, Biggie? I see Biggie's in the chat.
Biggie in the chat.
Hey, Big.
Yeah. Yeah, like I saw one guy was doing a sale, and he had a bunch of books that I wanted to get, but I'm like, and there was one in particular I was just like, oh, I should have pulled the trigger on it, but I couldn't. I wasn't quick enough to do it. However, I was like, that's all right. I'm gonna find one of those like Heroes. It's there. I know it's at Heroes. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna bring it back and like, I bought it finally. So, but that's part of my thing is that I'm just trying to stay the course and not really buy any new books for the moment, so that I can have some decent money to go to Heroes with and pick up something fun.
I think the other stuff will always be there for you. Just go have it for the con. Have the folding green, And actually, if you have some dupes of tasty stuff, you might take a little bit of that and work a little trade along with the cash to get what you want. It always depends though with a dealer whether they want to play. That's the only thing about taking books that it has to be something they want, or they'll want to get it really cheap. And the other thing about cons is the cost at the beginning of the convention, where they're trying to recoup the cost of the booth, the insurance, the travel, the expenses, the lodging, the food, all that other stuff. Plus, they've already been buying for like 2 days, probably, or at least a day before the convention opens, and they've already shot a whole lot of money and gotten a lot of this stuff has already changed hands before the public gets in. And then if you're the first few people through, they're very rigid on what they want to do, unless they really overspent and they have to get money. They feel guilty about it and they got to get money. But Sunday on a 3-day show, from a Friday, Saturday, Sunday is always your best bet, so that they can get something on the way out. At least that's been my experience.
So I had I think it was 3 years ago. I tried to work something like that. I saw a guy who had a first Kingpin, and I was like, oh, cool. And it was a raw first Kingpin, but it looked good. It looked probably about I think around a 6.0. So this is before it like jumped up like crazy, but it was still pretty decent. And I was just like, all right. And so I was like prepared to just be like, look, I just want all the like you can have all these. I just want that one book. And I gave him a bunch of doubles of first appearances, like a lot of high grade stuff. And then I think I had a first Nolan there, and there was a bunch of good stuff. And he was like, I could see the wheels turning in his head, and he knew that he had gotten a good deal, but he just didn't he's like, yeah, but well, this is my only one, and I don't know about this and that. And I'm like, dude, I was like, I'm like you can look at this. I was like, you look at this. This is about $3,000 worth of books. That book right there is worth $1,200. That's what you have on there. I was like, you give me that, I'll give you all of these. I don't care. And he was just like, yeah,
but it takes me a lot longer to get the 1,200 with all these books than it does to get the 1,200 with that one book.
Yeah, he didn't like the trade. He just really wanted to go ahead and he's like, and he goes, all right, well, let's say it was cash. How much are you looking for cash? I was like, cash. If you want me to trade these for you for cash, he's like, how much are you looking for? I was like, $1,200. He's just like looked at me. He was just like, "What?" I was like, $1,200. He's like, and I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "You can keep that. Just give me that right there." And he's just like, "No, you can't do." I was like, "All right, whatever." And it's funny because it's like, had I been thinking better, I'd have been like, "No, give me $1,200 cash right now. I'm gonna go over there and buy a Silver Surfer for it." That's probably what I did. And he would have been like, "Oh no, wait a minute, no, don't do that." Like, no, I'm gonna do that. Why'd you do that for? Now you can't see and they can't see your face. Okay, wonderful.
It's a floating toque.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about what Biggie put in the chat.
Yeah,
that's not good.
17 years old, man. That's
somebody like that.
We can't say that word. So nobody say that word, please. While we're on stream, nobody say that word.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
But yeah, we can talk about it. Just don't say the word.
We lost somebody that way this week to the first time I got involved in YouTube was back in 2015 through Comic Trips. I supported their Patreon. It was a married couple, Paul and Kat, and they're no longer married. Paul now, he started his own convention. It's called Super Jersey. You may have heard of it. But anyway, Paul announced that Kat had the same thing happen to her this week. And I've been taking it kind of hard. I went and I actually traveled to a con in 2015 to go meet them because I was such a supporter. I supported them on Patreon. I was part of a thing called the Legion of Comics trips, which is always funny. I always tell Mark, like, you're not even the first Legion of Comics I've known.
Well, I can honestly tell anybody that watches this on the rewind, that I have been in that thought pattern in my life. And if you ever need anyone to talk to, I'm pretty available. Just give me a message on Instagram or whatever. We're pretty easygoing.
Yep.
Wow.
Anybody heard about the live-action Scooby-Doo news on Netflix?
Yeah, I read something about that. Yes, I read something about that. They're trying to do a series of Scooby-Doo, which I'm curious if that's their replacement to like Stranger Things. Like I know, you want to have kind of a, it's Scooby-Doo, so it has to be funny and stuff like that. But I mean, if you took it a little darker, though, I think that'd be kind of well received.
They did say it was going to be in the Archie format. It was good, like Riverdale. It was going to be in a more adult, like darker.
We're not getting another Thelma. Is that what you're saying?
Hey, and that was actually good. And if you watched it, it was actually decent. Like I enjoyed it. I'm not gonna say I loved it or anything, but it was okay watch. But no, supposedly they're not doing the kid-friendly thing because it's supposed to be a murder mystery, like TV show or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's what they were always working towards. They just could never do murder mystery because it was a kid, it was a cartoon.
Mhm.
But that's what it seemed like it was working towards, and it would make sense. Like, I think it would be kind of fun if they kind of went. I mean, if you saw them go further on with their careers and everything like that, and they became like legitimate criminal investigators and stuff, that'd be kind of fun too. Like if you just took them towards that path, because they would all be going into like basically they would become like CSI in a way, like where it's just like they're their own group of people that kind of investigate different crimes and figure out what's actually really going on.
They've done this before in like several forms, but different ways. Like they did Scooby Inc., and that took place after Scooby Doo. They did DC Comics recently, like 2007. They did Scooby. I think it was Scooby Armageddon. I think so.
Yeah,
that
I
was
saw
like
that.
that was like the grown-up, like more realistic, like violent version of Scooby Doo.
I'm still waiting for a good version of Hardy Boys, man. I'll watch it anytime.
I want to say, and I wish Kevin was here because he's a big Hardy Boys fan, but I want to say there is talks of a new Hardy Boys show.
If it's good, I hope it'd be awesome, actually.
With Matt and Jeff?
Exactly. They're in TNA right now.
I see what you did there.
Gentlemen, I'm going to bounce and go up and be with my bride, and we'll be in the congregation. Wait for the offering plate to go around, which we'll just continue to pass it.
Steven, show your book one more time for Biggie's sake.
Sure.
We can show them off together.
Guy Forge.
We can.
Guy Forge, what's
We
up,
can
man?
show our these off
Biggie
together.
wants the link, Bleak.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. We're gonna show.
See, you send them the link, and then you can blast them.
Look at that guy. And then look at this guy right here. Beauties. Awesome.
Yeah, ours, almost twinsies.
Almost twinsies. Yeah, that's really awesome. Steph and I got the same book this week. We fumbled each other into getting the book. I talked about it. I was like, should I get this book or this book, Steph? This book's a lot cheaper. This first Mephisto is way too expensive. I'm like, but I really want this first Constantine, and it's a good price for a good grade. And all of a sudden, there I was clickety clacking on.
Well, I'm talking, and all of a sudden there's he kind of goes silent. I hear clickety pop, and he says, "Done." I said, "What did you do?" He says, "I got the 9.6."
I got the 9.6.
And he says, "That's great." I says, "No, thanks a lot. Now I have to go."
Yep, and then Steppo directly, boom, got one as well. So
popped his monocle in and got a 9.8.
Pop my monocle. I say, very good show. All right, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Stephen.
Now
Thanks,
go out,
Steppo.
go and
See ya.
sin no more.
Yeah. Nope. That came down to Steppo was like, you know what? I have 2 of these, but none of them are slab. I'm gonna go ahead and take care of this thing and send it in the CGC. Perfect. 9.8. Don't need to, the
No
journey-
fussing, no mussing, no mecking about. He just
I was about to go get a nap in, but I hear Biggie Shaq's on his way, so I'll stick around.
He is on
He
the
got
way.
excited, huh?
I'm about to
Stay
send him a
awake
link
for it.
right now.
I'm telling you, Mike, I don't know what hit me yesterday. I feel like I've been fighting con crud for a few days. Haven't felt the
could have.
best, but
I want to say there's
yesterday
always
I had
that,
like no energy. I had.
I want
none.
to say after a con, there's like a 50-50 chance you're gonna get sick. I mean, it's just a mass amount of people, and yeah, and we're not so clean when we go to cons. I'm not speaking for myself,
Dude,
but I'm
you're
just
not
saying.
kidding. So,
I'm just
Swag,
saying.
this was Swagda's first con, and I knew what he was going to say before he even said it. I was like, "You're about to comment about the hygiene, aren't you?" And he's like, "Yeah, how did you know?" I was like, "Yeah, it's like Big Macs and ass cracks up in
It's
here."
always the first.
It is
biggest
so
surprise.
bad, bro. It is so. I don't even understand. Like, are these people just allergic? Are they allergic to
Wash your butt, man.
deodorant or showers? What is happening out there, con people?
That's the thing.
I think it's a
It
sign.
can get vicious.
I think
There
it's
he
a sign
is.
that like
Hey.
most of us
I stayed
nerdos are
around
dirty.
for you, Biggie.
Dirty bunch of
I heard
nerds,
you.
man. We're like the new hippie. Nobody bathes. Nobody uses deodorant. It's awful.
I mean, especially when you're on YouTube, I mean, shit, you can't smell me. I can't smell you until you get close.
Con funk is
And then you find out, Hey,
Oh, yeah,
come
no.
find out what I smell like. Come meet me at WonderCon.
Yeah, no, I've been in some cons and just had to like take a couple steps back in lines when I'm waiting for a signature. I'm like, Jesus
Gross.
fuck.
Yeah. It's
Like,
bad
nothing
out
else
there,
is
man.
good.
It's like being in the World War II trenches out there.
I'll tell you the
Like,
worst.
like, are you in line? Like, yes.
I'm
Like,
gonna
why
go.
do
I'll
you-
see you
because-
guys later.
like,
Thank you again,
there's a
Bleaker.
reason I'm
Bye,
not-
Vlogs.
Bye,
Have a
Vlogs.
great rest of your day.
You too, guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason I'm not moving up in the bag. Well, I mean,
I made sure when I went to C2E2 to get like new slippers because I have a little fear my feet might stink a little bit, just because I was sharing an apartment. Yeah, Marty.
Hey, but you were conscious about it. I like
At least
that.
you're conscious about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta do. Here's the deal: especially if it's a multi-day con, and you're staying over and everything like that, and you've been walking around all day and everything else, like you're gonna need to go ahead and make sure, especially if you're staying in a spot that has proper shower facilities and things like you need to take care of that. Because if you don't, you show
There
up the
is
next
the
day.
there
you're
is
gonna
the
close-
taboo thing of people not being able to smell themselves, and they don't know they smell like gas. They might have like weeks ago, but our smells get used to shit, and
Oh God.
and that's what happens is they
Do you know-
they don't realize they smell anymore, and they're like, yeah.
So let me, and I'm going to tell you a very disgusting story about this because that's just the way
Oh
it is.
God! Welcome to the Stink Factory, part 2.
Sunday
No, no.
at church.
This is 100% a true story. So,
I don't believe it already.
that
The
I
fact that you said that in front of the
Yeah,
story.
yeah. I don't know why.
100%
people think
believable.
That makes you sound more trustworthy. All right.
no.
This is a totally honest and true. I'm not lying to your story.
God's honest truth on this one, guys.
You're just,
It's the worst tagline.
I might have. It makes it sound like I might have lied to you before, but now I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah, when they say, and this time I'm telling the truth. Like, wait.
Remember that
I
line
have
about?
set up- I have yet to
Remember
lie
that?
about anything.
Remember the line about Joker telling Batman you're not supposed to hit the person in the head before you start talking? It's kind of that concept, It's not the best way to start the story.
No. I like that's fine. I can tell you honestly, I've never lied. I have no reason to lie to you guys. So
I can honestly tell you.
in terms
Continue,
of this,
sir.
in terms of this, so the guy who I gave the hard time about the magic underwear is the guy with the story. So in Arizona, you know, like first of all, he was a big guy. Like when I say big, I mean just like he should have been playing offensive line somewhere. He was huge. He was like I think like 6'8", and he weighed about 420 pounds. He was
He lives in Arizona. That's a hot place for a big dude to live, man. I'm just saying.
So he's out there and he's thing, and you know, so we went to school together, and then we ended up getting a job in the same you know, at the same company. You know, just because after school we would, you know, go and work in this place that did customer service for AT&T users, like cable, stuff like that. So you know, it would be like a situation where like, all right, so after school I get a ride, you know, we would ride down to work and everything like that. And so you know, he's a big dude, and yes, you know, he would sweat a lot, so he would just be kind of funky. And the thing is that like, as you know, Mike is saying, you're trying to be nice and be like, okay, you know, but so there are some kids in my class that weren't really nice about it. They would talk about him and talk all this kind of shit, and I was like, dude, maybe he just doesn't smell it. I don't know. Maybe he has no idea. I was like, he just doesn't realize, like, he's just sweating, doesn't realize that he stinks or whatever like that. This dude smelled terrible. Terrible. There used to be and I'll never forget where it was after work and we were driving, and I had known him for about 2 months. So I've gone through 2 months of this stench. It was disgusting. And all of a sudden, like, there's this milk factory that is a milk processing plant, whatever it is.
This is getting bad. This is gonna get bad.
No. So, and if you've ever been around a milk processing plant, they'll release the gas and it fucking stays. It's basically like rotten milk on it. It smells fucking terrible. I'm like, oh, I fucking hate coming by here. I was like, it always stinks and da da da. And he's like, you know, I smell worse than that sometimes. And I was like, you son of a bitch. Because I was defending him. I was like, maybe he just doesn't know. I was like, I said it out loud. I was like, you fucking knew the whole time. The whole time you knew that you smelled like this. I was like, you motherfucker. That's when I asked him about the magic underwear. Because I was like, you son of a, I was like, now it's time to fuck with you. Oh, it was terrible. It was repulsive. It was bad.
Thank you for joining us for Tales from the Stink Factory with Mike and Chris.
Tales from the Street.
This show is made possible by a generous donation of the Bleecker Street Foundation.
Hey, Becker, did you see
Old Spice?
Did you see Linda Hogan's Instagram post?
No, not recently.
Oh, dude, she was like,
right now.
Oh, dude, she was crying about Hogan not coming around and not coming back to the fam.
Isn't that the point?
Well, yeah, like, didn't you like the whole fucking?
You took all his money and divorced him and banged his son's friend. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't want to come around much either.
The whole comment box was you banged his son's friend. Like everybody said that, and so Hogan and his new wife were like, they made a post where they were just literally eating popcorn.
Yeah,
good.
It's fucking crazy going on right now.
That's insanity. I took everything from him once. He got it all back. Now I'm going broke. I need to get him. Yeah.
It took her a while to go through all that fucking money too. Like she got like 80% of the estate. She got like $30 million or something. I don't know how much, but that's what people are saying. And
that's insanity.
8 years later of going through alimony, I would guess she still gets some fucking money too. You would think, like, what the fuck?
No, I think it's a one-time thing. I think you just get.
I thought you had to pay him off in some states.
The way alimony works is that if you're married to somebody and you get divorced and they're given, like, you're supposed to pay them alimony, as long as you don't get married, like they owe you that.
Oh, she got married. Did she get married?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Boston's right.
Yeah, dude. It's like
if she got married, then that money stops. Because
I don't know if she did or not.
If they don't marry, it's continual. Like,
yeah, she probably didn't get married.
Then. Why wouldn't it be like? Don't rich people just do one lump sums? Like, here's $30 million.
No, they get paid off forever, dude. It's like child support.
There is cases where they do, but that's more like super rich.
Yeah, I would not want to. I would not want to have to deal with somebody. Here's my money. Just bugger off. Stay out of my life. Here's your $30 million.
It would be nice, yeah, but sometimes it ain't that way. It's like every year you got to pay.
The majority, the mass majority is not like that.
I would say Jim Nance, who does the NFL broadcast, like he pays his wife, I think it's like something like 90 grand, like a pop, for alimony or something like that. It's some crazy number. It's like Jesus Christ, and it's just
There's
like
a couple
that's her
different
monthly
stars.
Linda threatened to sue her daughter as well. What she sued?
Oh, I didn't know that. She had these weird black marks on her chin. People said she's probably smoking meth, and who fucking knows, dude?
I don't know if she. I mean,
She got black marks, and she doing that blues. She on them fentanyl.
You go from a family life to bagging your friends, fucking bagging your son's buddy. Weird things are gonna happen, man. That's not good life choices, Linda. Not good life choices.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that whole family has made good life choices the whole way down.
That's fair.
Hey, man, Hogan fucked up like twice, man. Give him a break.
Fucked up a few times, but yeah, you're right.
Twice, but yeah, like it
Two out of a million. Come on.
I just doesn't give him a pass. Like sometimes all you need is just one big mistake, and that's enough for people to think, "Oh shit, really?" That's
Hey, sometimes people slip up and say the N-word, Chris. What do you know, bro?
Separate
I mean,
the person from the star. Separate
Biggie, the views of Biggie Shack are not the views of the rest of the.
No.
You'd have to be in on the joke, Becker. I don't want to elaborate. But
Oh, I was.
Please do not. Brooke responded to Linda's post, and then Linda posted about Brooke and said if she continues with her lies, she'll see her in court.
Oh God.
Why the fuck, man? The whole family just wants to. The only breadwinner in the entire family is Hulk Hogan, and they all just are suing each other for that money. Like, give me Hulk's money. You know,
You know that what was that fucking that there was a comedian that had like a Jerry Springer show. He got Hulk's money for a long time before he passed. The one that he choked out on.
Oh,
on
yeah.
Richard Belzer.
Belzer,
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, Belzer.
Yeah, he bought a house in the south of France that he called Shea Hogan with that money. He called it Shea Hogan.
It's like $1 million a year or some shit. It was crazy.
No, it was a lump sum.
Oh, okay. No, I thought he was like I thought it finally stopped when he died. Okay. Well, all right.
No, lump sum judgment.
Damn. And don't get me wrong, like if you're
Vince
rich and doing stupid shit, you should get in trouble for it. But these guys, like, people are like, that guy poked me in the chest and he's a billionaire. I want $1 billion. It seems a little ridiculous.
Well, with the whole Belzer thing, like I've seen Vince shouldered a lot of that money because Hogan was protecting the business.
Yeah. He paid for it by himself. It wasn't on to.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Lump sum, no pun intended.
What did you think about the Uso smacking the fire out of old Gunther?
I thought it was pretty hilarious. There seemed to be a little grudge on that slap.
Yeah, that was kind of hard. Like I don't think he meant. I don't think that Gunther knew he was gonna get smacked quite like that. I think he was like, okay, regular slap. I was ready for. Like you kind of saw the look on his face after he wasn't happy with that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he potatoes everybody he wrestles. So.
He does, dude. I can't wait till like later when people. I mean, he thinks that it's like prideful. He's smacking the shit out of everybody. I think people are going to like look down on that in the future. Like they're gonna be like, Gunther's a fucking hack.
That was like
that's the only thing. Like, okay, I like his persona and I like his the thing that he has behind him.
I like Gunther, but yeah,
but the slaps, all he does is chop. Holy shit! It's
if
like
anybody potatoes him back, I don't.
It's not old school, bro. It's definitely like taking the liberties on people's body, dude. Like
all he does is chop. That's literally his whole match is chop, 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 chop. It's ridiculous.
I think he chopped fucking CM Punk. He chopped the life out of him. It was fucking nuts. I'm like,
I saw that.
Why are you chopping Punk like that? Like, come on, man.
I give everybody a chop. I don't know. But there's people that
has there been any Cena news? Has there been any more Cena developments since?
I don't know.
Has anybody noticed the
hype for the new Red Sonja reboot?
The who?
The
Red Sonja reboot. They revealed the first image.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I heard it's moving forward finally.
Yeah, they already got the first images of Red Sonja out.
Is the girl that played Ghost is she Red Sonja? That's
It's an actress I didn't recognize.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
I posted it in Scotty Vaughn's chat. But yeah, there's pictures out of her on set.
The girl that played the bad guy in Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I don't think it's her, but
it's not her. Okay,
I don't think it's her.
She was. That was the big hubbub when I heard the movie was coming out.
It went through a slew of different. For a while, it was Rose McGowan. And that was back in I want to say 2015 to 20, something like that.
It's someone I don't recognize. I think it's just a new actress.
I want to.
She looks a lot like Amber Turd, but
yes.
But the image I saw, she looks spot on like Red Sonja.
Okay, all right, I dig that. That was the problem with the girl that I was naming. I was like, oh, I'm not so sure about her as Red Sonja.
I mean, they did her armor right, her sword, fighting it. There's fire going off in the background. It looked pretty badass.
She looks hot and badass.
Yeah.
All right, that's what we're after. Hot and badass.
Sounds good.
Yeah, exactly. Red Sonja, baby.
Rock and roll, man.
Biggest Shaq, how late did you stay up last night? How late was your show?
Oh, dude, Melody and my kid went to her mom's because she went to the Def Leppard, Cheap Trick, Heart concert.
Yeah.
And I stayed on stream till about 2, and that's about when Melody got back. So she started calling me. And I got offline, but I was up till about 5 or 6, I think.
I jumped on super late. And that, you guys were backstage, and then you guys were leaving, so I was like, "Oh shit, I don't even."
Yeah,
you guys left. No, it's not your fault.
Yeah,
it's just my timing.
Yeah, we was on for about 2.5 hours. Paul from what the hell? I don't know. I can't. Strictly Comics came on. Fucking Pepto Paul.
Yeah, but he was in a different room, so you couldn't call him Pepto Paul.
I know. Yeah, that was a little disappointing. And Chonker came on, and old Chonker, I really like hanging out with Chonker, man. He's pretty fun.
He seems like a really good dude, actually.
Yeah, he's the best, dude. I'm gonna try to send him AOK when I do this giveaway on Friday, because he said nobody's sent him a giveaway yet, or AOK. This guy's probably AOK like 10, 15 people, bro. And I like being like one of the first to send somebody one. So don't anybody else do it before me. Give me a couple of days, I'll get to it.
I think I was the first to sing Callie in AOK in the community.
That's a good one. That's a good cherry to pop. That's pretty sweet.
Well, he was sending out these amazing AOKs to everybody, and he hadn't even got one.
Yeah, I sent Doc his first AOK. That's pretty legendary,
Oh my
Doc,
god!
Yeah,
Doc's awesome.
Like Kelly AOK.
Evil's backstage. I see you. There you are. Hey, Evil.
I don't know why it kicked me, but it kicked me. I'm back.
Mine kicks me once in a while, and it's my fucking stream, for Christ's sake. I'm just like, why?
It was weird. I was listening to Biggie, and all of a sudden it was like.
Let me tell y'all about my mom's neighbor thing. So my mom's neighbor.
Don't say the word.
No, I wouldn't say it. That's why I worded it the way I did. But so she came down here, and we cleaned my house for like 6 hours, which is kind of embarrassing to say I need 6 hours of cleaning, but just like spring cleaning, was packing shit up. And she goes back home around midnight, and she sees like cautionary police tape on her fucking in the alley. She's like, "Oh, that was weird." And I was like, "Yeah, that's real fucking weird." And she wakes up today. She calls me, and then about 20 minutes later, she said, "Oh, I got this letter on my door from Homicide, and they said if I had any news to call them, if I had any tips or whatever the fuck." And her neighbor, I don't know how to say this without it sounding weird, but this is the creepy thing. I don't think it has anything to do with it, but she has like a witch museum.
Oh.
Yeah, she's like, Ohio's kind of known for witchcraft.
And it's the same person that's the neighbor, right? That has the
No, it's her nephew.
Oh, okay.
So I don't even like talking about it because fucking magic and all that shit. But anyways, like a young kid like did something to himself, and I don't even want to elaborate. I think it's kind of cool, the witchcraft shit. By the way, please don't hurt me. I don't fucking know what to say, but
don't hex me. No hexes.
Yeah, I don't want to get into like maybe his habits or any of that shit because it just feels like too quick. But anyways, my mom was just like, she knew the kid and she really liked him, and it's really fucked up, you know.
Yeah, that's too bad, man. Especially like, let's see.
I think that's the way it goes. It's like she has like a witch museum. It's or some kind of weird thing. Yeah, I don't know if she kind of. I mean, what do you do whenever you know somebody like that? Like, are you allowed to talk about it? I have no idea.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like I don't think there's much. I don't know. I'm curious to see to wonder what the witch museum was all about. Like like in Salem, I would get it. They would have like, you know, a bunch of trial stuff, and this person lived here, and that person did that here, and this person got accused of this there. But
I believe in magic and good witches and bad witches and all that shit. So I don't know.
Believe in magic.
Oh, yeah, I believe in magic. They play it every week, almost every night at my comic shop.
There you go.
In the back room.
Best game on the planet, apparently.
Could have been like
supposedly it was a pretty big tool. It was a letter.
Oh yeah, 15. A lot of them are tools too.
No, I'm saying like the piece of machinery the kid had was like pretty super illegal. It was like A15, you know. But yeah, that's kind of creepy knowing that's like right next to my mom.
Yeah, 17-year-olds shouldn't be having any of those things.
No, man.
That seems a little advanced. Mr. Bobby Delegato, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
Yeah, Bobby.
Good, man. Good to see y'all.
What's up, Bobito?
Yep. How y'all doing?
Right, chilling. Another Sunday.
I was going to get a hold of you this weekend to go to the comic coffee shop, but I just wasn't feeling it yesterday.
Yeah, man. Yeah, let me know. I want to go back up there.
Yeah, we need to go get coffee again.
Yo.
You can get coffee at a comic shop?
Yeah.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, you would think that's a pretty normal thing. There's a place up in Chillicothe that had free popcorn and arcade machines in the comic shop. I missed it. They closed, but
I just wouldn't want people eating popcorns and then touching books. Like,
that don't seem like a great mix.
Yeah, I don't know about
get your greasy paws off my books, man.
My shop here is half a coffee shop and half a comic book shop, and it also has a cereal bar, so you can get cereal, you can get like coffee.
You can get breakfast burritos at the comic book coffee.
Yeah, they do that in mine too.
Oh, look
I did that for the coffee shop. Yeah, he's drinking his coffee and reading the comic. Yeah,
awesome.
I fucking love Cap 100, by the way.
Awesome.
That's great, Bobby. That's wicked, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
How did you make Cap 100 to look so small, Bobby?
Oh, I just had that. Yeah, I found that. They were like these weird, these things like you put them in a book. You know, like what do they call that when you put things in a book? You know, people decorate their books.
Oh, bookmark.
But I found a Captain America one and a Daredevil one. Yeah, so I just happened to have that book that size, and it was already So then I put it on there. Yeah.
So have your friends convinced you to get a table yet, so you can start producing some of these amazing 3D covers that you do?
No, but Maria Wolf and Doug Mankey, they were saying some good. I gave away a lot of books, some of my art. I gave them to both the people that were there, the guests that were there, and then the people that came from out of town. And I passed around some of my art. Yeah, I stocked up all year, and so I was able to give away a lot. So it made me happy.
For my birthday.
That's cool.
Man.
What do you give you, Becker?
He gave me a speedball.
Oh, nice.
I gave this one to Adrian Panda, but he left it there at Oklahoma Joe's. Man, I had to go back and get it. I called them up. They were closed. We went there Saturday Sunday they were closed. So Monday I called them up and they said, yeah, we got that book. I had to describe it to them. I was like, it's got Dr. Doom on the front, you know, if they know who that is and everything. And yeah, we found it. So then I had to drive my ass all the way back down there to Oklahoma Joe's, which Beckerman knows. That's across town from where I'm at.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I tell you, if someone left something I gave him, I'd probably just fucking keep it. You should just keep that.
I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed.
Your books are your art.
Dude, it's Panda, so it doesn't surprise me.
I know.
Yeah.
I love Panda.
Like, so he had me feeling
He is
bad.
forgetful. He is forgetful.
He had me feeling bad. He shows up. We're all at Saturday night. We're at the barbecue joint, right? I look at my phone. All of a sudden, I realize Panda
good.
That's
had
nice,
texted
yeah.
me and said, "Oh, I've been waiting in the parking lot. Is anybody here?" And I was like, "Yeah, we're all inside." All of a sudden, I look over and he's in the restaurant now. But that was from 10 minutes earlier, and I was like, "Oh, I saw you got here like 10 minutes ago. Sorry, man." Like, and he's like, "Oh no, I've been here for like an hour." And I started calling him on it because I was like, "Dude, we were outside 40 minutes ago, like for 10 minutes. Like, how were you in the parking lot?" And I was like, he's like, "Well, I was out there whenever I texted you." I was like, "Yeah, that was 10 minutes ago." And he's like, "Okay, I was late, Becker." And I was like, "I know you were, but you're trying to make it sound like it was my fault, and it's not. So don't do that to me." Oh, God damn it.
Yeah, he didn't come down for the con, man. I was a little sad about it. He just came down to meet us for dinner that one night. Yeah, but he came all the way from Wichita, which is like
he was trying to get somebody to put him up. And
Oh.
I didn't think anybody volunteered their place. So
They said he snores pretty heavily. Yeah.
yeah, Steve Burkfam 54 won't put him up anymore.
Oh, okay.
I guess he keeps him up all night with the snoring.
Oh. Yep. But it was good to see all you guys. Yeah, it was good to see them and meet Dave Maris. That's the first time I met him and comic Southern
Cool
Geek.
as hell, man.
Yeah, he's a real cool guy. Yeah, I took him and Joe back to the hotel, man, and I was like debating whether to go in or and party with him or just drop him off. And me in downtown, man, I said, yeah, no, I'm gonna take my ass home. It was already 10:30, whatever it was. So yeah, I regret not going in and partying with him, man. But the night before when I did, boy, I was all hungover, Pedro. Yeah, I was all tore up from. They was drinking old fashions.
You didn't drink that much, but
Yeah,
hard
well-
liquor, it hits you pretty hard, don't it?
Yeah, I'm a beer drinker, so yeah, it hit me pretty hard. You know what I mean? Once one goes down, I get all happy. I start slamming them down, and yeah, I had like 3 or 4 old fashions, and then I had an Angry Coyote, whatever that was, or yeah.
Yeah. I didn't realize you would drink that much.
Yeah, well, the next day my head was all boom, boom, boom. Yeah. I had to have a mask just to hold all my brains in. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, you pretty much drink every day almost. Seems like you always got fucking old Milwaukee in your hand. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Miller Lite. But yeah. Yeah, but today I'm out of beer and out of smoke, so I'm grouchy as hell and shit. Yeah.
Maybe it's just the weekend, like I catch you on the weekend.
Yeah.
No smoke and no beer. That's a grouchy human being right there, man.
Boy.
I had one drink that Friday night because I was driving, so I'm not gonna risk anything.
I thought you had 2 drinks. Yeah.
You drank what? This Saturday night, didn't you? Your wife drove you home or whatever? Was it Saturday that you?
Thursday night.
Thursday is when you
I
got
called you.
hammered.
Yeah, I remember calling you. I was like, "Where?"
Oh yeah, fucking Beckerman calls me and they're just looking at me, him and Joe. We just wanted to call you.
I've accomplished what I set out to do.
I can't hear you. Bye.
I got a call like that from Legend and Discovery Bay. They're like, Biggie, you gotta come to the con, man. I'm just like, yeah, bro. That was fucking hilarious.
See, I want to get all of you guys out here to Kansas City. We need, if not for the con, like maybe a wrestling weekend or something.
Something, man. I could dig that.
Yeah. Who's gonna wrestle who?
I got you all day, TM.
I don't like the way you said wrestle, TM. That sounded
Wrestling.
I saw Becker, like, he'd put an Instagram post talking about, I always make time for my fans. I was like, it's pretty nice of Becker to take a minute to hang out with you. Like,
Burke and me.
Yeah, fuck Burke. Like, everybody knows Becker. Nobody even knows Burke.
I always.
Who the fuck is Burke? When do we ever see Burke? He shows up in the Legion chat and says some dumb shit. That's about it.
All right, I probably shouldn't
It
do
is
this
true.
to the poor guy, but have you heard the Burke story that came out of this con, Biggie?
No.
Allegedly.
Yes, let's hear it.
Allegedly.
Oh God, poor Bobby. Bobby, poor Burke. I was roasting his ass Friday night about this. So Biggie knows this. Burke Family 54 Comics. He can't go anywhere without creating a story about it.
Oh, dude.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
he's the funniest guy.
He's
on
always
YouTube.
he steps in it, man. He steps in it every time.
Yeah.
So him and Mike V. Mike Villarreal is an awesome dude. Likes to come out to this stuff. Friends with Steve. He's mainly an Instagram seller and not much of a YouTube guy. But anyway, Mike V, Steve, they're checking into their hotel room. They're headed to the elevator. Steve went up ahead because Steve's a fast walker and is getting the elevator. Well, as Mike V's going up, he sees Mike Coulter, Luke Cage, the actor.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
And he's like,
He's
hey,
also
man,
from
what's
Evil.
the... Hey, he's like, sorry, I got a fanboy out here, says, I know who you are. Very cool. Yeah. They catch up to Steve, and Mike is asking Mike Coulter, hey, do you mind if do you want us to wait? We can wait. You can take the elevator so you're not with us. It's like, no, man, we'll all take the elevator together. Okay. At this point, Steve realizes Mike Coulter is getting on the elevator, and Steve's version of it is, I see this really big dude, and I know he's famous, and I think I know where he's from. And he says, hey, man, you're an actor. I like you in 1883. And Mike Coulter doesn't miss a beat and says, nah, you're thinking of the other bald, black, bearded actor. We don't all look alike.
Oh, no.
Or some of the effect of, I know we all look the same.
Oh, fucking
That's
Burke.
great.
And Burke's face just...
I'll tell you a show that
no.
he's on. Mike Coulter's on that I really love that didn't get a lot of praise. Yeah, Evil. Evil is such a great show.
But anyway, so there's another Burke Family 54 moment. So
Oh,
Friday
fucking
night
Burke.
comes and we're all in the bar to get we basically had like this VIP room at this really ritzy place. There was like couches and a fireplace. It was crazy weird.
That seems a little highfalutin for you fellas.
It was way too dude, to the point where I was worried they were gonna kick us out.
Yeah, well, of course. Look at you.
Like
Look
I
at
had
you.
real concerns.
The only one that was probably dressed nice was Bobby, and he's got
Joe
and he's
and
got
Bobby.
a crazy mask.
Bobby wore a suit.
Bobby wore a suit, but he's got the mask on, so he looks like a wrestler.
Well, and
So
I
he-
even said
like,
to
I
my
don't
thing,
know,
I was
but-
like, Bobby, if you come in here wearing a mask, I'm not sure they're gonna let you in, man.
Dude,
Like,
Bobby he looks, if he wears a suit and a mask, he looks like a Batman Rogues villain. I'm
but they
telling
were very
you.
nice.
Now.
I have to say they were.
He's got a
very-
Rogues Gallery look about you.
they ended up being cool about it. So like, I didn't need to be worried, but I was like, it was like the dude even told me they gave us the back room because of the size of our group and because they didn't have anybody reserve it. But normally, what did the guy say, Bobby? Thousands of dollars
Yeah,
to reserve the room they gave us for free.
that's crazy.
Cool.
Which one of you
Anyway,
knows?
we're just roasting the shit out of Burke. Mainly me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the problem. But yeah, I was saying stuff like I was gonna steal his phone and change the name from the Burke fam to the Burke clan, and I was
God, well, they don't all look alike. Happy to see you, great legend. Good to see you, buddy. What were you gonna say, TM? Sorry.
But nothing.
Oh, somebody was gonna say something.
Oh, I'll say something. So, fucking Burke's the kind of guy. He literally did this. He went in. He went in, and it's typical Burke. Like he went in a shop. He took a Forever People 1 out of the bag. He got tape all over the fucker. Yeah, he taped the shit out of it, and he got like a 50% discount.
And complained about having to buy it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I think it's a pretty good shop, but you know, I kind of was, you know,
You know
I felt,
what that is, Bobby? That's nerdnostalgia. Like the nicest guys on the planet.
right.
Yeah.
I gave him
Wow.
a fucking discount. It was just like, what? How nice can you be? And you don't say like they're the greatest ever. Like, fuck off.
No, yeah. You broke it, you bought it, man. That's what I would have said and shit. You know,
Shit.
I hate tape pulls. Yeah, that's the worst.
I couldn't
There ain't no
imagine.
coming back. There ain't no coming back from that one and shit.
I would have felt so bad. I would just
I
gave
love
him
you,
full
Steve.
price. I wouldn't even. It wouldn't even been a question. I'd just been like, okay, I fucked it up. Let me buy it now. It's my book.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those ones you just gotta eat.
Yeah, man.
But here's the thing, man. Burke means well, and he's one of my he's a really nice guy, but he just always seems to fall into those moments, don't he?
Yeah.
He had some stories. Yeah, he's got some stories. I'll tell you that. Yeah, from his teacher days, from his teaching ways.
Oh
Yeah.
he does.
It makes you wonder what happens at that school. We had a Burke moment last night. Vaughn just left. No, it ain't Vaughn. It's Voggs.
Voggs, yeah.
Yeah, Voggs was like talking to me and Bleeker, and he just like zoomed in on his crotch with it, like an imprint.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Right up his shorts and right on his crotch. I'm just like,
Yeah.
bro,
Just a
gross.
big imprint of Pud.
You know you're live, right? You know we're live right now.
Yeah. So Burke did that too. Like Burke did like this weird dance where he like jiggled his balls into the camera.
I've done it once, but I was very aware of it. I was like, okay, sorry, I'm standing up. You're getting a nut shot. I apologize.
You can just go on and on about Burke. You can just keep going and going.
But yeah, that I think that was his revenge on me, was being like taking a picture with one of my biggest fans or whatever, because I really did, Biggie. I roasted the hell out of him.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay.
Yeah, he was trying to get me back.
Well, I couldn't stand for it, so I got in on it.
Did you
I
get to
saw
talk
that,
to
Biggie.
him?
I appreciate you as always.
Did
Yeah,
you get
no
to talk to Vincent D'Onofrio, or did you just sort of take a picture and say, thank you, sir? It's awesome to meet you.
Yeah, it was just one of those paid photo ops.
Good photo ops, yeah. He's
But he was cool and like very.
If I was to ever meet him, I would ask him to say, "Could you say Vanessa for me?" Vanessa.
So Swag asked him to look serious for it, so that's us mean mugging. I don't know if I have much of a mean mug, but
You know, you guys are really trying to mean mug, but he's really mean mugging.
He's a mean mugger, man.
Yeah, dude. He looks like he'd kill you guys in an alleyway. I'm just saying. Don't fuck around with Vincent D.
I'd be asking him questions from like
wasn't
Sally.
planning on it.
Dude, I'd be asking him, like, you know, what was it? Stanley Kubrick. What's it like to work with that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Now this guy, he barely said
Working
a
with
word,
J-Lo.
but D'Onofrio was really friendly.
What? And yeah, so sorry, I'm gonna make Becker big for a second. While
Yeah,
you show
please.
off these pictures.
Yeah, let's see this thing.
So for this
Who is
one,
that?
this guy barely said 2 words.
Doc Brown.
Oh, okay. That's Doc Brown. Okay.
Wow, man, how old is Doc Brown?
He's
'Cause
gonna be like 90.
he was old when I was young.
I'm good. Yeah, like you feel like he's never aged. Like, you
think
feel like you've been
70s.
old your whole life.
Swag, they can't look hard and shit. Yeah, Swag is looking, trying to smile, trying to fight back a smile.
Yeah,
Keon,
he looks like
yeah.
he looks like he's trying not to laugh. Bleak, I'm gonna send you a picture real quick, and you can put it up. This is me, Swag, and dude from The Walking Dead. So after we get out of the we got out of the Vincent D'Onofrio line, they didn't take away my gold coin. I had this fast pass thing. It allows you to cut to the front of the line once, right? Damned if I could get rid of the thing all weekend. Like every time we used it, every time we used it, nobody would take it from us. So I just kept reusing it. Like I figured, all right, I'll just use this thing till somebody takes it from me.
Crafty bastard.
Huh.
I told Joe, I told Poke and Joe, you had a string on it, so when they took it, you just went like yoink. You took it right back and shit like that.
Right? Well, I bought 3 of them. When I realized I didn't need them all, I gave 2 away because I had meant to have separate ones, right?
Yeah. You thought they were going to take them from
Since they didn't take them, I just Swag and I were talking. We were up by the board, and there was this in the line for Vincent D'Onofrio. I had already been given a fast pass back once, and I was like, well, now I have an extra. After the Christopher Lloyd thing, I had an extra one, and I was like, well, heck, I don't need this extra one now. There was we were needing information because we didn't know like what line was for what, and there was this dad and his kids with him, and he was like, oh, this is general admission, Vincent D'Onofrio. I was like, oh, do you guys not have a fast pass? And they're like, no, we're going to be sitting in lines all day. I was like, well, then here you go. Merry Christmas.
Oh, that's cool.
And the guy like starts freaking out. Like he's so happy.
I would.
And he's like, you don't know what this means. He's like, my wife can't be here today. We're going to she's going to be here tomorrow for a different line. Do you mind if I say? I was like, buddy, it's your coin. You use it whenever you want. Like I don't.
Yeah. So made that dude's day.
Brother Joe, how you doing? I'm waiting for Instagram to work for me. Sorry,
Brother Joe.
Hey, great legend.
Let me see here.
Yeah, legend. We got Brother Joe.
I'll send it again.
Yeah, it's just my Instagram. It's not you. My Instagram. I got the like circle of death on my Instagram chat thing.
Circle of death.
Yeah.
It's that Doge, man. That Doge is messing with Instagram and all that. They're getting rid of too many people.
Maybe, but I don't like it, sir. I don't like it.
Well, how good does that Constantine feel, Bleak?
It feels awesome, bro. I'm really happy to have it. I've wanted it for a really long time. And of course, Moore is probably my favorite writer. So it's nice to just have a book that's such a book from him. So pretty excited, to be honest.
I'm happy for you, bro. I'm glad you got you a nice big old banger, bro. 9.6, man. What a sweetie pie.
Of course, Steppo had a 9.8, but whatever.
Well, Steppo paid twice as much too. I would take your book over.
It's amazing the 9.6 to a 9.8 price. It's absolutely.
I love Steppo, but if it was my pocket, I'd definitely go your route.
Yeah. Well, my pocket, I definitely.
I would rather have the 9.8. I guess I should rephrase that.
Me too. Me too. But you know what? 9.6s are pretty comparable to a 9.8.
Yeah, man. I have a little suspicion you could probably take that out and turn it into a 9.8.
It's got some corners that are a little scuffed, maybe. I don't know. I looked at it. It seemed I would consider it a 9.6.
Yeah, them CGC fuckers don't know what they're doing, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They might grade it higher if I send it to them again.
Might come back lower and shit too. I just leave it like it is.
Take, yeah.
Could you imagine?
I'm good with the 9.6. I'm pretty happy.
Yeah. You like crack it, submit it back in, it comes back a 9.2. You're like, fuck.
It happens, bro.
Did you not get this?
No, I'm just opening Instagram now. Beckerman, hold on one second.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, my whatchamacallits, it was just being a dick.
My buddy 84 tried that with the ASM 300. He had a 9.6 and he was like, I'm gonna give it a shot, and I think it came back a 9.4 because the 9.8 to 9.6 is like double or some shit. It's maybe 4 times. I don't know.
It's a gamble, man. Yeah, just sending it in is a gamble. It might not make it back. It might get lost, ran over, whatever, and shit.
That's true.
Yeah,
I think they could tell when you press them, and they're like, "Oh, you pressed this? Oh, knock it down 2 points." Like,
oh, you didn't use our service?
No.
Yeah,
really bad presser. Yeah, they can tell. They can absolutely.
Biggie, you're a Walking Dead fan. This guy played Aaron on The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Actually, that guy.
Kid.
He also played. Didn't he also play
Red Skull in
Red
the
Skull?
Infinity War? Yeah.
Wasn't He was like the gay.
This guy was fantastic. What happened?
I
was,
like that actor.
I like his shirt.
I wanted to do something nice for Swag. We were in the Kingpin line. We were because that really wasn't meant for Swag. That was supposed to be me and Marcus, but Marcus never showed up Saturday, so he couldn't go to the photo op. So I took Swag with me because I have this thing where whenever I'm at a con with celebrities, I like to bring a buddy with me for the photo, and then I've got this wall. I'm going to do this wall up of just all my con photos with my friends and celebrities. And so anyway, this was meant for me and Marcus, but it ended up being me and Swag. And as we were coming back, I'd been feeling out Swag on like, well, who would you want to meet? And he said, definitely a Walking Dead actor. He loves The Walking Dead. Well, they had two different actors to choose from. And I said, well, which one do you prefer? They had the guy that played Jesus. They had the guy that played Aaron. And he said, oh, well, Aaron was in the show longer. I'd have probably met him. So I was like, all right, come with me.
Well, Jesus was the bigger character, but yeah, okay.
I really like Jesus.
Nah.
His booth was right next to this one. So anyway, I used the coin. We cut to the front of the line. We ended up hanging out with this dude for over 10 minutes just talking.
Right.
He was crazy cool, but Swag got a signed picture and he got this. This guy took 1 billion photos with us too, because first he took a bunch of photos with Swag, and he's like, well, let's have this guy come in too. So I came over and got some. Him and I ended up talking about history for like 10 minutes together. We're both history buffs.
Huh.
I know he's huge. He's a big voice actor too. I don't I don't know the character. Like I know like
he's the Immortal in Invincible. The voice of the Immortal.
I know and then he voices so many other characters that are well known. I just can't think of them right now. But anyway, if it was the King, like the guy who plays the King on The Walking Dead, I'd get pictures with him. He was like one of my favorite characters.
Oh, Carrie Randolph or whatever.
Yeah, he's like one of my favorite characters.
That guy?
Yeah, he's my favorite character.
I like that guy. He's cool.
I don't know who my favorite character. It's got to be Rick, dude. Like Rick's guy.
Daryl's always been probably my favorite. I know he's not even a part of the book, but I still really like Daryl in the show.
Yeah,
I met Norman Reedus with my nephew, and my nephew got silly stringed by him. We were in the front of the line, and Norman Reedus made eye contact with me, made me look behind the booth, and he's holding a can of silly string, and he nods at my nephew. I was like, I got this. So as soon as we get up there, I throw my nephew into a full Nelson. I pin his arms back, and Norman Reedus just silly stringed the hell out of him.
Nice.
And then he would like start taunting him while I still was holding him. He'd be like, so what's your name? And he's like, well, my name is and boom, he'd hit him with the silly string. He's like, it's rude not to answer an adult when he talks to you. Like, he's like, why aren't you? And Jaden's getting all frustrated and silly string. Awesome.
Death Stranding 2 is coming out pretty soon with Norman Reedus. It looks pretty good.
Is that that video game?
Yeah, it's like a walking simulator. It got a lot. The original got like kind of half and half reviews. Half the people hate it, half the people love it. But
did you play it?
It was once they found out it was a walking simulator.
But the thing about the trailer for the Death Stranding 2 is that there's a big teaser because the main character is an actor that Hideo Kojima was gonna cast as Solid Snake for a Metal Gear Solid movie.
Oh.
And he's in the game. So like they're hinting at it in the game, and it's got people wondering, is there a Solid Snake movie coming?
Ooh.
But it's the current hype.
Yeah.
And it is that actor that.
Well, guys, my kid and my girl was gone yesterday, so I'm gonna spend some time with them.
All right, buddy.
And
I gotta get going to watch some baseball, but I want to make one more plea.
Same,
you guys
right
got to
there.
come out to Kansas City. We got to get
All
the
right,
whole
man.
crew together.
I gotta work on my fucking weirdness, but once I do, I'll make a real push.
Biggie, I will do whatever it takes.
You're too kind, Becker, man. I know that if I come, you'll be the most hospitable Kansas Citian there is. So no worries.
We'll
man.
take care of them, won't we, Bobby?
Hell yeah, man. Whatever you need, bro, we got you.
I appreciate
TM,
you
we're
guys.
just gonna make you live here.
Yeah, man. TM's gonna be living there, and I'm gonna come in and do my Biggie Shack thing. It'll be fun being with Bobby and Becker. Like me and Bobby will be the most weirdly dressed fuckers, I'm sure. So there you go.
Oh yeah.
Mike, Leaker, we gotta get you guys all out.
Well, I plan to like make my full wardrobe just a slab.
Oh, you beat me and Bobby. I Becker saw me in my array. I have my belt, my hat.
Oh
I did
yeah,
my thing.
Biggie Shack. I said this. I maybe during the con week recently. JP, I was with JP Budget Collects in Artist Alley, and we saw you when I went up running up on you at C2E2.
Yeah.
I had actually seen you while I was with JP because he's like, I think that's Biggie Shack over there. I was like, that has to be Biggie Shack. There's nobody who looks like him. Like,
yeah.
He's
Pretty
got
funny.
a cowboy hat on and black gloves. Like, who else is going
And a heavyweight belt. Come on.
and a heavyweight belt slung around his shoulder.
That's right, man.
100% that's Biggie Shack.
Yeah. Well, guys, I sure do appreciate it. It was a good church, Bleak. I'll be back in a little while if I can.
Yeah, man. You know where we're at.
All right, guys.
Later, bro.
Yeah, Biggie. Yeah, I'm hopping off too.
All right, Mike.
Keep out of here. Right until I get Evil Mike to convince to come out here too.
I'm that's not a convince. It's just a matter of time because I want to go out to I have been looking forward to Planet Comic Con before I met the YouTube game. It was one of the bigger ones on my list. There's a couple that I haven't been to, MegaCons. I don't know. All right.
All right, buddy.
Later, bro.
Peace, man.
Finish this stack.
Churches, man. What happened to all the church members? Come on now.
Everybody's just, buggering out. They're buggering out.
Well, your brother's in the chat. I saw Brother Joe out there.
Joe is in there.
Yo.
The motley crew that
Dude, and
is-
Joe he got what's her face to fall in love with him. They're getting married soon.
Pam Grier.
Pam Grier, yeah.
Right, yeah.
He's still, he's still in love with Pam Grier. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a good one to fall in love with. And she liked him. I feel like it's a match made in heaven.
Yeah. Surprisingly, he didn't take his dog with him. Yeah. Luckily, he had somebody to watch his little dog.
But he could have brought the dog, right? Because they allow service animals.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they would. I mean, did you ever see that lady that has a horse that brings that little horse to the show?
Yeah,
She's been there every year.
Some lady was walking around with a pony for an
A
emotional.
fucking comfort pony. Yeah, she's there. Yeah, she's been there she's there. I think she's working there. She works there or something.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure why Brother Joe can't bring his freaking dog. He's like the most well-behaved dog I've ever met.
This is my emotional support Komodo dragon. It's for emotional support.
That's what I say about my mask. Yeah, it's my my support mask. Yeah, like Linus's blanket. Whenever life gets too hard, I just put the mask on and I'm ready to go.
Nothing wrong with that, brother. Nothing wrong with
Bleak's
that.
gonna be, we just need to get him welded to a horse, and he's going to be my emotional support centaur.
It's just hard to get me out of my. I got some issues. It's hard to get me out of my house, but once I get out, I'm out. So we'll work.
I'm the same way.
Still got to get my I got to get my passport. I should work on all that shit. Actually, it's probably a good idea.
We'll get you here.
It's gonna become the 51st state, man. Just hold off. You barely just wait. You're gonna be.
Shut the fuck up.
That's a touchy subject.
Listen.
Yeah, it turns out, Bobby, Canadians aren't as impressed by that as we are.
That's quite as hilarious as you fucking all think it is for some reason. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, laugh it up. Laugh it up.
Hey, see, there's Brother Joe in the chat. He's going to run away with her someday.
I would run away with her too, I guess. It makes sense.
Pam Grier, yeah. I just expect an invite to the wedding, that's all.
Well, if I was going to run away with somebody, like, I don't know, it'd probably be Nicole Kidman. I know she's getting on there. She's getting up there, but I still, man, Nicole Kidman, dude.
Oh, dude, have you watched Lioness?
No, I haven't.
No, she's. I find her super attractive on that show. I don't
She's
know why.
very attractive. She's an attractive woman.
Well, as long as I get the invite to the
She
brother
was hot in
Joe.
Batman Forever.
Oh man, yeah, Batman Forever. When she
I
plays,
forgot she was in that.
when she plays the witch chick, like the sister. Oof.
Yeah.
Holy smokes! I'm going to run away with her someday. Yeah, we'll run away. But yeah, I'd love to come up and hang out and fucking. You guys, it's the Kansas City Crew's a thing, man. You guys are a thing. You guys have.
Yo.
We're on the come up.
You are, man.
Yeah.
That sounds weird.
When I first started on this YouTube, yeah, I seen where Damien and Sleepy Reader and Bueller and Bob, they had a crew over there in Portland. You know what I mean? And I was like, why don't I have that here? Yeah, I was like, I like to have something like that here in KC. Well, now I do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I met Marcus
Damien and
Becker.
Sleepy Reader are the same person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, in case you didn't know Damien, yeah, Sleepy Reader goes by Sleepy Reader, aka yeah. I was a little bit envious how they had a crew over there, and I was like, man, I need a crew over here, and now I got one. So I take it as if they say meet up, I'm down. You know what I'm saying? By hook or by crook, yeah, I want to go and hang with you guys and shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yep.
I'm willing to come hang out with everybody but Beckerman.
Well,
You're missing out, man. Yeah, you're missing out.
I like hanging out with Bobby and Swag, and then 10 minutes later when Marcus gets there.
He had his family with him, man. I wanted to introduce myself to his wife and kids, but I didn't want to freak them out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm kind of a weird. Yeah.
You guys look like you're having a great time.
Yeah, his kids are hilarious, man. They were bouncing all over the walls in the line, and the one kid goes, "I hear my dad talk about you a lot."
How old are they? Young? Or are they like medium?
4 and 5, maybe. 4
Okay,
and
so
6,
they're
something
young.
like
They're still quite young, eh?
Little dudes, yeah.
Oh my
and
god!
Megan's super cool. She just comes up, "Hey, Becker."
Oh, it's so exhausting. I'm not gonna lie, 5-year-old sounds really exhausting right now.
Yeah.
That sounds tiring. Like I don't have children. It just sounds really tiring. Oh god, I'm tired. Of parents.
No.
I'm fine with other people's kids. Like,
Yeah, me too, bro. As long as they're over there, I'm cool with it.
Low maintenance on my end.
Yeah. All of that. Beckerman is the main man at at your local wrestling show. I don't know. I think your dog might be the main man. I don't know.
I was gonna say that the dog is like a star. Every wrestler comes to pet her for good luck.
Yo.
Did you guys hear the rumor that Blade has officially been canceled?
Oh, I figured that was happening after 700 rewrites.
Yeah.
1,500. It's been ridiculous. And isn't what is it? Isn't
Mahershala Ali?
Isn't Deadpool trying to let's get one more movie for Wesley Snipes? Come on, we need one more Blade movie for Wesley Snipes. I'm like, no, we don't. We do not do that. I love you, bro. You're from Canada, but we don't need one more Wesley Snipes Blade movie. Did you see him as Blade in the last movie? He looked skinny and old. And guess what? That's not what Blade is supposed to look like.
I bagged up all those comics. I'm gonna go take a nap, watch a little baseball.
Sounds good, my man. You know where we're at.
Royals. If you guys are still talking, probably backstage by the time I get back.
Yeah, you know where we're at.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're headed to the coffee spot, Beckerman.
Yeah. I'm looking at next weekend now. Saturday.
All right. Cool.
I'm good.
Saturday. And that's Beckerman. If you want to find him, you can check him out every Tuesday. He does the Hucklebuck. with Comic Viking, and he also is every Thursday with Papa Wheelie. They do the Sweet Chin Music wrestling talk. So if you like wrestling, you're gonna love that show. They do a pretty good job of talking about this week's wrestling. Him, Biggie Shaq, Boston, motherfucking Chris, and Papa Wheelie. They do a really good job. So I always like checking that out. I haven't been into wrestling for years, man. For years, I didn't think about wrestling, and for some reason, the past 5 years, The Hunt probably helps, and then this last WrestleMania that just happened was, for some reason, seemed extra big. So I watched that. So I don't know. It's been pretty cool.
When I hear people talk about wrestling, it's like they're talking a different language.
We got Rad down on the bottom. He's doing a cool piece of art. Let's check him out. See what he's got going on there. Boom. Looking great, brother.
Yup.
Just, starts it at church. You're good, man. You got fast work, bro.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna put Oliver in this hand and Eve in this hand, grabbing them both by the head.
That's awesome.
Nice.
That's awesome. That's very, very cool. Rad, if you don't know, he's a very talented artist. He does commissions. He also did a cover for Murder King, which is the book that a series Callie and I are working on. It's not just one book, but it is a series that Callie and I are working on. We've already done probably 4 out of the 6 books. And Rad's done a cover for the first installment, and it is awesome. Looks great. I'm very, very happy with it. The way you put the city where it's just awesome, Rad. Love it, man. It's really great.
Thanks. I can't wait for it to come out.
Me too, brother. Me too. Just waiting on Drac doing the interiors. He's been designing everything, so that takes a hot minute, but we're gonna have everything done before we actually put the book out. We want everything to be completed so nobody's waiting 100 years for their book. Like it to be quick, smooth. We've watched a few people do it now, so we've learned from some people, and we've obviously K-pop's a big help in that area. She knows a lot about Kickstarter, so she knows what's up. Matt likes comics. Of course we're still going because we're very, very impressive. That's what we do around here.
No.
Yeah. Although I'm really happy that Steven and I got the book this week that's the same. I thought that was pretty cool.
Impressive. Most impressive.
See? Very impressive.
Vader agrees.
Rad is a bad mofo for show. Absolutely. He's awesome, man. We've got some other artists on the book as well. Obviously, actual Dracula is doing the interiors, and he's also doing cover. We have Awesome LeMay has done a cover for us. Loke, Mad Monkey Love on Instagram, he's completed a cover, and it also is done by hand, done the traditional fashion. So Rad's cover and Loke's cover will be available on the Kickstarter, which is really cool. It's very, very helpful. Couldn't be more happy, actually. So very excited about that project.
So Boston, Chris, and Bobby, you guys weren't here when we were talking about it, but what are your guys' thoughts about the Marvel news?
What Marvel news?
Yeah.
About all of the characters that are going to be, all of the actors and characters that are going to be in Avengers Doomsday.
I don't know. I think it's all right. I think that they're just giving you people for now. I think there's gonna be more.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely going to be more. They stated that.
There's like a second half or something.
You're not excited for certain characters from the past that coming back, like the guy who played Nightcrawler. Yeah, they are. But it'd still be cool to see them.
It's just they're just banking on nostalgia again, and
yeah.
Because and that's the thing. Like I said, like they have to have these characters come back because like they don't have to, but
they
like
do not have to. They could rewrite the complete. They do not need them.
Well, I know, but you have to, like, if you're gonna have Battle World and have people fight and be killed, like, why bring new characters just to be killed?
Okay, that's fair. So you're saying that it's another rendition of them killing off the Fox universe?
Well, yeah, that's what the whole Battle World was all about. Was like killing off the universes.
Well, I was hoping they were going to go towards the Beyonder, but now they're all focused on Doom. I don't even know if they're doing the Beyonder.
I feel like there may be a Beyonder. They may still set up the Beyonder. Like there'd be two sets.
I don't think they're doing Secret Wars, the 80s version of Secret Wars. I think.
Well, the Russo said that there's going to be a little bit of the 80s and a little bit of the 2000s.
Okay. So they're mixing it up. They're just mashing it all together.
Yeah, they're taking a little bit of like the best parts. That's what the Russo said.
Well, they did a good job with Infinity Gauntlet. That's not exactly comic accurate, so I don't hate any of that. Really, a lot of that. That was all pretty good. So
man, the way that they rolled it out, though, man, that was everybody talking. But I think it was the stupidest way to do it. The 5 hours just to watch like chairs go by. That was the whole thing. Like and there was a ton of people like trying to watch it, and they were like trying to cover it, and they were like, it was literally 5 hours to show 25 people.
yeah, they're really trying to milk all that stuff and trying to get back to glory days, and it's all they have to do is write a good fucking movie. Sorry, excuse my language on that one. All they have to do is write something good. It's not like, I know it's difficult, but it's not that difficult. There's a whole city full of writers. You live in Hollywood. Figure it out, man. It can't be that hard to write a good story. People have done it, and we've praised them. So just write a good story. That's all. You know, there's people that can do amazing special effects. Hire those people. It just doesn't. I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like we know who these people are. They've won awards. They've done amazing stuff. Everybody knows who they are. Those movies are very popular. Get those people.
What about you?
I haven't seen.
Are you excited?
I haven't seen too much about it yet. I don't know exactly what it is. You know what I'm saying? But that's too far ahead. I just got to wait for it to come. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I just got through watching that Creature Commandos. I liked it. That was good.
That was really good. I enjoyed that. That was good.
Yeah. I liked it. That one. That was good.
Yellow Jackets, Tien?
What's that?
Have you seen Yellow Jackets?
No.
Yeah, the new season just came out. It's been pretty good. Hilary Swank was in this new season.
I just started watching The White Lotus and The Righteous Gemstones.
Oh, nice. Righteous Gemstones is awesome.
I need to check out Righteous Gemstones.
The White Lotus is pretty good too. It's not. There's some comedy into it, but it's just. It's just. I don't know. It's kind of addictive.
One movie I want to watch that's just came out is called Locked. It's with the actor that played as Pennywise, Skarsgård.
Yeah, one of the Skarsgård.
And it also
brothers.
has Anthony Hopkins. So it's kind of like Pennywise versus Hannibal. It's kind of a cool little matchup. But basically, the actor that's Pennywise, he's a car thief, and he goes to steal this expensive Escalade. But when he gets in, it locks him in. And Anthony Hopkins is on a radio in the car, and he starts tasing him and electrocuting him inside the car, and make him drive and do all this weird stuff. Like it looks pretty good.
Rad, not to correct you, man, but that's Sir Anthony Hopkins, man. He didn't spend all that time explaining.
Sir Anthony. Sir Anthony.
Love you, bro. Yup.
I just watched a movie with Bill. Is it Bill Skarsgård? Is that his name? The
Yeah.
actor that's Pennywise.
Yeah.
He was in this movie I
think so,
watched.
yeah.
It's free on Tubi. Free on Tubi.
Yeah,
It's
that's
called.
the one you sent me, right?
Yeah, did I send that to you? It's called Villains.
Yeah, you sent me the photo of it, and you were like, "It's free on Tubi."
It's made by Guy Ritchie, and Guy Ritchie's in it. He's cool. It is a crazy movie, man.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, it's a pretty good movie. Villains.
I like Guy Ritchie. Yeah, Guy Ritchie makes some good movies. Yeah, I haven't seen that one, but I have to check it out.
Oh man, I started watching The Studio. The Studio is really good. It's on Apple TV. They dropped the first 2 episodes. It has Seth Rogen in it, and it's like kind of shows you like how like behind the scenes of like when movies are being made or shows are being made, what's kind of happening, and it's funny. And what's his name shows up in I think it's episode 2. What's his name?
Relaxing.
Frig, I can't think of his name right now. Just give me a second. He's like an old director, and he hates the Marvel stuff. He hates the superhero stuff. You know who I'm talking about?
Scorsese.
Yes, Scorsese. He ends up showing up in The Studio episode 2, and it was funny how he shows up. I won't ruin anything, but like, it's definitely worth checking out.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too interested in the newest way Marvel is banking on old actors making a big splash and then killing them off, and that's what we're watching. We're not watching something that is good. We're just watching something that's nostalgic and fun, I guess. And
Marvel does better.
Turns out Martin Scorsese's right. These movies aren't movies. They're not cinema. They're roller coaster rides.
Something that made me mad is they're ruining the Muse in Daredevil.
Yeah.
Like, the end of this last episode, like, Daredevil finally, after 6 friggin' episodes, suits up. I haven't 6 hours.
It took him
6
episodes
episodes.
to suit up. Holy shit.
You gotta remember, like,
finally suits up.
Going back to everybody loved the first.
And then
season
get this though. They teased the black suit. They teased the black suit on episode 1, and then episode 6 he suits up into the red suit. I'm like, don't get into the red suit. I was hoping for the black suit, but then what's really made me mad, and like I want to love it because Daredevil is one of my favorite characters.
Yeah.
But I'm giving it every chance I can. But it's so Disney-fied because I mean it takes 6 filler episodes all the way up to episode 6. Then at the end, they finally show the Muse. Okay, he looks spot on. He looks just like he does in the comics.
Okay, all right. That's
but
good.
They're not doing them the same powers.
Oh.
The same powers are completely different because Daredevil just comes running up on him and just starts bodying him. And the whole thing in comics is the Muse is immune to Daredevil's powers. Daredevil cannot sense the Muse. He can't see him. He's invisible to Daredevil. And that's why the Muse is so powerful, because Daredevil can't beat him. And they completely blowed it right in the first scene. I was like, what are they doing?
Is it Muse? Muse is a newer character, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they may go into that, but I also like to point out that like even in Daredevil season 1, which everybody loved, he didn't wear a suit at all.
It took a long time, but
Yeah, but that's the first
I
season
still
of
like
that.
the homages to the black bandana and everything that he wore in
Everybody
comics.
holds this as the fourth season, but it's not. It's a brand new season.
So it's a brand new Daredevil with the same people. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much, yeah.
Well,
It's
they
not.
killed off everybody that was in the original, like Foggy and all that. They kill them off episode 1, so that shows that this is born again. They're redoing it all.
That's too bad. I really like Foggy, actually. That sucks.
Yeah. Spoiler. Yeah.
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
I
What
like
happened to
that.
the
Everyone
What
knows
happened
it
to
by
the
now.
White
It's
Tiger? It
episode
also got
6.
me the way they did the White Tiger. Yeah.
He was just a good part of the show. I just liked it for some reason.
And see, the White Tiger, like, I'm thrown off because I play a video game, Marvel Contest of Champions, on my phone, and the White Tiger's a girl on there, and like I'm just so used to her being a girl, and it threw me off right away. Them showing the father or the older guy,
Uncle, yeah.
Uncle.
Like there was like the original White Tiger was male, and it was her uncle, but nobody remembers him. That's why this was like a pass by.
And it's weird because like her suit is actually
most people
gray
remember the
in the
female.
game.
No, I'm
Yeah,
old
the
enough to
game's actually
remember
really,
that.
that game's it's pushing a lot of Marvel stuff. It's pushing.
It has 300 characters.
Yeah, man, it's pushing Jeff the Landshark huge. It's pushing a lot of things for Marvel. That game's a big deal.
Oh yeah, that's Marvel Rivals. Yeah, that's a different one there. That one's been getting big too. Yeah, the game I play, it's a 10-year-old game.
Oh shit!
That's has servers been running and updating the game every single month with new stuff every month for 10 years.
Holy shit!
And there's 300 characters. They add 2 characters every single month.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it has a huge roster. And then it goes deep into, all their powers and their weaknesses and strengths.
No, I was a big fan of the original White Tiger. Yeah, created by George Perez, and just there wasn't a whole lot of Hispanic characters back when I was a kid. Representation, So him being Puerto Rican, he was cool. I liked the way he looked, and yeah. And then when they seen that episode, when I watched him on the show, I was like, "This is cool." And then they already had him in court, and it looked bad. But then Daredevil, that it was like a feel good episode. They came, and the spoiler alerts. Yeah, they was. Finally, I felt like justice was served. Daredevil had got him off and shit. I was like, "Oh, this is good." And shit. Then the way it ended, it was just, "Oh man," like that. This put me into recession, depression. Yeah, I was like, "This ain't cool." Yeah, but hopefully they'll get his niece to come in, the female White Tiger. I can see where they're setting that up. Yeah,
it's definitely the plan, I would imagine, for Marvel. Every character's female version these days.
Yeah.
I haven't watched Daredevil yet. I did love the Daredevil on Netflix. I thought
That's the thing, though. Like everybody
really wanted
knows
the
the
black
female
suit.
version more than the male version. Like Rad was saying, nobody knows the male version. Like the male version of White
somebody
Tiger
I know.
was short-lived.
It came out in the 70s, but it's still part of that's the thing. So you can't get mad at things that don't stick to every, because it's like if you came in this deep into something, right? And you don't know it, you can't get upset that like, oh well, they're doing this one. Well, I mean, but that's because everybody will sit there and argue the same thing. I wanted to stick to the original shit. Okay, they give you the original. I don't like this because this isn't the one I know. You can't do that.
Nobody's getting mad.
Passed away.
I'm not. Nobody's getting mad. I'm just stating.
No,
that.
I'm just saying. I'm saying in terms of like when you have a character that you like, when you get it, you kind of have to just go with that. Just because the thing is that like they're gonna do they're not gonna do Secret Wars specifically as up to or as good as they did the 80s one, and it's not gonna be all the 2000s one. Like they're gonna like intertwine and do that just because they can do it. Like that the reason that they're gonna kill off characters is just because like they're able to go ahead and move on from, and they can recast their own Gambit if they want to, or whoever else that they want to get rid of. Or maybe they bring in Channing Tatum as Gambit. I mean, the only
I
reason
guess
why he's
my other
in it
fear is the quality over quantity, and Disney just constantly does the quantity over the quality.
But Bob
And
Iger
they
said
need
that he's
to
going
they need
stop
to
doing
flip
that.
it.
But again,
yeah,
that's
but Bob
also a matter
Iger
of
stopped doing that.
too.
Like he came in and he's
Like-
like, yeah, he agrees with that. He says we're gonna stop doing.
But then here they are throwing in how many actors in Doom Avengers, showing all them chairs, and that's just one row. There's going to be another row. It's like, let's
Yeah.
just throw as much as we can at it until maybe something hits.
Well, you're
But
mistaking it from. Are you talking about quantity of movies or quantity of people?
I'm sorry. but
There's
this-
quantity in general. I'm like, just make the movie quality. Quit
This goes
worrying
back to the
about
same
putting in
thing
as
that
much
everybody-
as you can in the movie. Just make a good movie.
Well, that's what they're trying to do. But people been saying because here's the deal. This all goes back to one thing that I told people they need to get over a long time ago. It ain't Endgame. People want Endgame again. This is what you can't complain that you're getting it again. This is the formula. They're gonna start off small, then build it up, have a huge movie, at the end of it all, and then once that's done, it's gonna get hopefully if it does the same thing that Endgame did, people are gonna think it's great. And then what's gonna happen? They're gonna start off small again, and people can get mad because they go, like this is not Endgame, or this is not Doomsday. Like that. That's all they're gonna do because they're gonna repeat the same formula. That they got from there.
Repeating loop. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Hey, Pop.
that's what made the money.
Good to see you, bro. Hope you're feeling better, man.
That's how that works.
Papa Wheelie, good to see you. Yeah, you're not wrong, Chris. We do. I try really hard not to have too many expectations, but when a franchise just keeps letting you down, and again, I haven't hated everything. I didn't mind the new Captain America movie. Thought it was okay. I liked most of the TV series. I liked Loki season 1 and season 2. I liked Wanda. Thought that was pretty good. The first couple episodes weirded me out a little bit, but if you read the comic books, that's basically I get it.
Yeah, Marvel still
that's
has
how you gotta-
hope. Like I will say that. Like it hasn't lost hope. Like
The good
like
thing they
Star
have
Wars
is like
has because Star Wars has come out with, except for Andor, has come out with not so good of franchises.
I like Andor.
titles of late.
I liked Andor and I liked Mandalorian. The end of Mandalorian was a little but it started out real strong. The first couple seasons were really good.
The thing that comes with it is
I think
is
Doctor Strange is one of the most underrated Marvel movies.
Yeah.
I don't think anything is like. I don't think anyone. I don't think they themselves have necessarily lost any kind of hope or nothing like that. Just they did have a plan that they originally were going to go with, but then the pandemic hit. They had to change things, so then it ended up being that they had to take a lot of left turns where they didn't want to, but they just did. And then on top of that, they would also coasting off the fact that they made so much money off of all these movies, and they were still continuing to make money off of them. So they kept going.
You make a great point, dude, because like it not only the pandemic, but then all of a sudden the writers and actors strike happened shortly after
you had
that.
all that shit happen. I mean,
And then you think you finally find a direction, and then the actor that you're banking on gets busted for whatever, and now you're like, oh no, we're not doing Kang, and that was the beginning, that was the new direction. We all saw it, Kang, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, no Kang, sorry, that's out.
Yeah, so you had that happen, and then you had and then it's just like other things that were supposed to come out didn't come out. They had to change things. They had to get rid of stuff. So there's a lot of different things that happened.
The big lawsuit between what's her name, the
Scarlett Johansson
and Disney was a big deal.
And then they hired her back as a director.
No,
Or a
I think she.
producer.
Because of it's not that they hired her back. I think the settlement that the courts had is that she will be a producer on certain movies like Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
That have to do
So
with
she's now
Getting paid. She's getting paid good. I'm glad because she deserves it. She was awesome in those movies.
Yeah,
She really.
but there was a lot of things that had to change in order to go ahead and they had to change a lot of directions on. So there's that. But then it's just like the other thing too is that people also expect the world from everything, and that's the problem. Because like you can go ahead and look. It's almost like it's the opposite of what people used to be like in like the 90s and everything like that. When it's like you'd hear a video game or or a comic movie was coming out, and nobody was like, oh shit, this better be amazing, because they started to be like lesser quality, so people were just like, all right, well, whatever. Now it's like people demand the nth degree all the time, and then you have other people that don't really know the shit at all. Because I have friends that go and watch it, have no idea what's going on. They just don't like the fact that it's not the same people forever. Like, why is it this one now, and how come it's this, and why can I just have my Captain America have powers? Can I just have this? Why are they doing like this? This doesn't make any fucking sense, because listen, I was like, do you read comics? Do you understand? Like, you don't read any of this shit. Now all of a sudden people are bringing it out and like, no, this literally happened here. No, it didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? It didn't. Yes, it did. Well, it did, but they wouldn't do that. It wouldn't make any sense. Like, I can give you the comics right here.
It's comic books. Let's be honest. We often ask, I can't even believe this happened. What unbelievable? It's comic books, bro.
No, I understand. I'm saying that's the audience you have. So you have a bunch of people that just like are like my wife went through the same shit. Like I forget what movie it was. But she was like, I mean, she looked at it like when people died in the movies. I forget actually which movie it was. But she was like, oh, so no one's ever going to play him ever again. That's just the end of it. Like, no, what are you talking about? Well, this character's dead now, and that's it. I'm like, no, it doesn't work quite that way. Like, it's just like, this is, it was like in this set of movies maybe, but I mean, it depends on what is going on, like how this came to be and all the rest. And so it's like, but so there's a lot of that. And I think that, like you have to balance it with the fact that you have, the expectations that you want. Like, yeah, I want to see everything done just like it's in the comics. Well, let me, go ahead and smarten you up to any kind of media. When you have any sort of property that is presented in one medium and then brought to another, it's not the same. It never is. It never is.
Sometimes it can't be. And you have people like Alan Moore who literally, he was like, I hate all my movies. He wrote the comics he wrote so they wouldn't be able to be adapted.
Oh my God.
He didn't realize that technology would become better.
I got one fun fact about that. There is one animated episode of Justice League Unlimited that he actually put his name behind.
Get out of here. Alan Moore put his name behind something that Hollywood did?
Yeah, he said he loved it so much that it was the one where I think it was the episode where Mongol sends Superman. Yes,
that's the story. It's the annual for the man who has everything. Yeah, because they did.
Yeah. He loved how that was adapted, so he said, "Yeah, put my name behind it."
Yeah, but like I mean, Frank Miller's the same way because he kind of got run amok by like studios and stuff like that too.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that like so you have, like I said, you have that, and then you also have the other part where it's like people want, so you want it to be comic accurate 100%. That's never going to happen. So you can't get upset at that. But then on the other side, it's like, but you want them to be the most, the greatest thing in the world. It's like, well, okay, fine, but you gotta have to, have a tempered expectation. You can't just go in like you know what I mean? There has to be some type of give and take with that, because in the end of it all, I mean, people have said like, what's the most toxic fandom you can have? And it's like Star Wars fans, where it's like, I love this thing that they're making, but I fucking hate this thing that they're making. Like, it's like, so it's just like, it's the same thing. You're gonna have that.
I was excited when Disney bought Star Wars. I was very excited, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
I went to
Disney bought Star Wars. This is the best news of all time.
I went to see Force Awakens in theaters on Christmas Day.
The reason why people were excited for it is because it meant they were getting new movies and not the same fucking three. And that's the thing too. Like so you can, but like there's a million different things that you can bring up like that. But it's like Star Wars in general. Like and everyone's like, well, why doesn't George Lucas make new movies? Because he's able to tell you the same three movies for like 25 years. Why would he make more? I've made millions off of the same three pieces of work, and I can just keep re-releasing them to you because no one else has it.
Comic people want too much out of a comic movie. Isn't, I'm guessing, realistic.
Real life. I'm guessing real life.
Real life, realistic. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think.
And you talk, Boston. You talk about like comics that are adapted too. Like even the shows that are like speaking of like an adaptation that's like strong to the comics is Invincible, and even that changed a few things around.
Well, they changed a lot of the boys. It's not nearly as in the comic book. But then you give people comic accurate. You give them Guy Gardner, and people are like, "That guy sucks. I hate Guy. What did they do? Why does he look like that? Because that's the way he looks, bro. That's what he looks like."
And that's it's just it's not so much about like you want to see the same thing. I want this to translate from page to this. Well, it's just like sometimes you can't do that. Sometimes the story doesn't work that well. Sometimes even beyond that, like even though it's a Marvel studio that's doing that, maybe they don't own the rights to that story.
Yeah.
As much as they go, but it's a Marvel comic, yes, but it's a story that has these characters in it, and these ones are owned by Universal. These ones are owned by
that's why the Hulk smashed through Doctor Strange's house instead of Silver Surfer. They couldn't use Surfer at the time. Now they can because they have the rights, but at the time they couldn't.
If you're gonna, if you want to, and that's the thing. If you really want to tear down any sort of comic property, even books adapted to movies, you can easily do. You can sit there, I can sit there and say, if you're a Harry Potter fan, the only one that was really, really accurate to the true, to the movie itself was, the movie that accurate to the book was the very first one. Because
the first one.
I want all this shit in there, and she made a deal that she had to have the final say over everything, and then eventually, as those movies started getting bigger, they started telling her we can't do this. These movies are gonna be 6 hours long. We can't do this. No, we don't have the money for that. This is how it's gonna have to be. We're gonna have to cut things and change things, and this is happening.
But you can say that all you like, but the real problem is you can still write a good movie. You just have to write a good movie. That's all you have to do. Fans will flock to it if you just write a good movie.
But that's the thing, though. They can write a good movie. The trend is to sit there and just tear them to pieces. You can do that to anything.
Yeah, but if it's well written, people I don't think will. They might try. You're going to hear it. You're going to hear somebody not be happy, but it won't be the majority. It won't be the majority of everybody.
They've definitely gone ahead and turned that corner where it's now it's just all about ripping it apart wherever you can. And whatever.
That's just us as a comic community. We love ripping.
No,
shit
that's but that's the thing. It's that's what people do. Because it's it doesn't matter what they give.
There is a lot of people. I will agree with that. There's a lot of people too that they've been soured by Marvel so much that they just hate everything that's coming out from them because they've been hurt by it so many times that they have that inner hatred.
DC gets that hatred though too. DC movies can't succeed even before they get incepted, for Pete's sake. You're like, they're making another DC movie. That's stupid.
Yeah, there's a lot of hate for Superman.
Yeah,
and that.
Do you know why? And I can tell you why DC got hit as hard as they did. Is because they were coming off the Dark Knight trilogy where those movies were incredible, and then they put out a bunch of shit, and it's oh, these movies suck. Look at these fucking things. You went from being way up here to fucking sucking nuts. And
but some people don't see it that way because the people that are bitching about this Superman coming out are mad because they want Zack Snyder back.
Well, yeah, and Zack Snyder made bad movies. That's all you need to know about that. They were terrible, 100% terrible. Every single one of them. All you have to know is that they went back and they're oh, we have a Snyder cut. We have a whole we added more shit to this movie because this was his original vision, and it was fucking terrible. If you made a good movie, you don't have to put out some special cut about it just to make it out there. Now it's different if you just do it just to do it, but they did that on purpose because they were getting destroyed, and it was just all right, well, this movie was terrible. We gotta.
Well, I think Zack Snyder, the whole thing was he was going to do multiple movies, and that's the whole thing. They just released it all in 4.
I can even give you a not even comic related. I can give you a movie that a lot of people didn't really like at all. I know a lot of people had a lot about they had a lot of stuff to say about the It movie. It was well, this It movie wasn't as good as the TV one that came out way back whenever because they tried to do they changed some things and made people weren't really big fans of that. And then you had the other part that was if you read the books, it's this is not even close to it.
Yeah, but sometimes it has nothing to do with that. Sometimes it has everything to do with cinematography, and the feeling that a movie gives you. They can really
Yeah.
they
I
can
mean, I
change
thought it
it
was
with
all right.
music. They can change it with cinematography. I thought it wasn't as creepy as the first one. It was
Yeah,
okay.
that's
This
what
is,
people said.
it's just
Yeah,
the same
and
with
it's like,
the sequel to The Shining, Doctor Sleep. Like I really enjoyed Doctor Sleep, but a lot of people did not like it. It was not critically acclaimed.
well, because
Like, it was not
yeah,
received very well.
well, that, and it also, I mean, that's also another movie that kind of got wrecked by, you know, like actually, what
But
really
again, you get a guy like Stanley Kubrick who directed the first one, and then you have some guy that's not Stanley direct the second one.
Well,
There's cinematography is very important.
I would say the other thing too is that like I mean the thing that killed that, that I think hurt that movie, was the fact that like you have scenes where they're going back to the Overlook and they're trying to do like this, and you had like so that they kind of like try to like rehash other stuff, and it's like okay, like the only thing that I would say like going back to the over, and that's what a lot of people I think would do, like what we're waiting for because we're getting impatient. Where it's like, when are you going back to the hotel? I want to see the actual like, you know, the actually like Shining type stuff.
Mhm,
And oh, very nice. But they want to, you know, they were, you know, people were impatient waiting for that. So it's like, you know, so they might have ignored most of the story up to that point. And like I don't know what these weirdos are doing, you know, like doing their thing and taking people's essences out and everything like that. Okay, I understand that, but when's the real shit gonna kick in? And then
Well,
you
that
get
was the whole Shining part of it. Like they explained more of the Shining, and that like what the Shining was in this, and people that actually had the shine.
yeah,
They
but then
explained that a little bit better in this movie than they did in The Shining.
And again, somebody's new adaptation, the music might not cut it. There's a whole lot that goes into the way a movie makes you feel, and music from then versus music from now, very different. Everybody wants to do a different thing,
yeah.
and sometimes just a good old fashioned scary music is creepy, man. Or you know, the
Well,
best
yeah,
thing the best thing they did was that movie where they had no sound, no music at all. That was so creepy. Buddy fucking going around fucking killing people. It was awesome.
Stephen King absolutely hates the original Shining.
Movie,
yeah, because it's very
He
different.
hated
Like,
it so much he made his own.
yeah, because it's different from his book. Like real, he's like this ain't it,
Yeah.
right? But it's just,
Mhm.
so for him, he looked at and he was just like, look, he's like, you got all these big name people in it, and you made something so basically it was like so basically he looked at it and he was like, no, Stanley Kubrick took my shit and went this way with it, and I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. So now I'm making it this way, and it's just like, well, but then the thing that's gonna happen is that when you have, so he made another one that he put on television and everything like that, and it's just like, okay, but here's the first
You're,
one. That's
you're
not
going to hear that a lot with writers, though. Most writers hate when they get their shit adapted. Willy Wonka, the writer that hated, what's his name?
Yeah.
As Willy Wonka, he fucking hated him.
But the thing is that like
I don't know,
when
like
you
that.
have Stephen King's version of that movie, like where people are gonna either receive it well or not, and anyone who didn't receive it well, I can tell you the whole the first thing that they're gonna come across that doesn't come is like, all right, so you got Jack Torrance, but it ain't Jack Nicholson, so like this movie's already gonna fall because you're not gonna replace that performance with this thing, even though this is more accurate to like what Stephen King wanted to see. Well. But you don't have like if you hired Jack Nicholson on to do it again. Oh, okay, fine. There you go.
Stephen King's movies, not all successes in my opinion.
No.
No. Even the ones he directed.
There's been so many different people try to do them.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you something about Stephen King. I think they're like $1 or something. You can make a Stephen King movie if you want. You just have to have the money to do it. But he allows people to like make his books into movies. It's like a buck. There's something weird. I can't remember what it is, but you pay to make a movie, and he lets you do it.
Yeah.
He's fine with it.
But with Doctor Sleep, I'm a big fan of Mike Flanagan, and so like it just sold me on that movie too. Mike Flanagan,
Yeah.
he's like does a lot of great horror TV shows. He's going to be writing the Clayface movie as well, which I'm super pumped.
Clayface is getting its own movie. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And with Mike Flanagan writing it, it's definitely going to be a horror movie.
That's
the best scene in that whole movie of Doctor Sleep is when
Monster of a book.
When they redo the drive to the Overlook and it's dark out this time. That's the best scene in that whole movie. After that,
I don't know about that.
That's if you were a fan of the original Shining, that's what you're waiting to see. And once they did that, it was like, all right, well, it's all going downhill from here.
I don't know. Rebecca Ferguson in the movie was pretty good.
Most Stephen King stuff just doesn't translate to movies because it's
843 pages.
very
Yeah.
wordy. Everything's so it's all descriptive, and you can't fit all that into a movie. It's just
Rad, have you seen Doctor Sleep? You're a big Stephen King fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that woman, the woman who's the bad guy in the movie is a fucking idiot. I couldn't stand. Like honestly,
Rebecca Ferguson.
I wanted him to beat her in the head with a pipe, just to get her off the screen. I was like,
Rebecca
Jesus Christ.
Ferguson. She played a great villain. I love
She did
Rebecca
not. She played an
Ferguson.
idiot. She like literally.
I
she-
know.
someone
That's
should
the
have
whole
walked up to
point of
her.
that character. She was an idiot.
And someone should have walked up to her and just shot her in the face.
Most
I'm like, all right,
most
I had
Stephen
enough of you.
King most Stephen King characters are idiots.
No, she was.
Yeah,
she
they're
was just,
rebooting Starship Troopers. I hope it's gonna be good.
I like the first one. I like it just because it's so
I
cute.
love Starship Troopers. Yeah.
The news broadcast scenes are hilarious. I don't know. It was made to be funny for the community. I thought it was good. Whoa.
Yeah. No, he was doing the little chant they do in the commercial.
Oh, okay, all right.
But no, but like the thing too is that like you know, when you have just different people, different visions, like yeah, you got a lot of stuff. And it's not even that things something has to be remade. It's just like just you see it this way, this is how it goes. It's like okay, because I mean, like I read a bunch of the Harry Potter books before I saw them in movies. So the one if I was going to say that I was most disappointed with was Order of the Phoenix. Order of the Phoenix had a lot of like crazy stuff happen. It was actually like the book had a lot of stuff, but the book was also thick. And I remember just reading that. I'm like, there's no way they're putting all this into a movie. Like it just won't work. And that's what they had. That's what they I think had the big blow up with her, J.K. Rowling, because she's like, I want this to be, and he's like, no. It was just like, look, this movie will be 7 hours long if we put everything in this stupid, because the book was almost like 800 pages. They're like, we can't do that. That's too much.
Sometimes it's hard to adapt words into movies, man. Like, guess what?
Yeah.
They didn't give you the monster at the end of Watchmen because, first of all, we've seen it before, and second of all, it's difficult at the time to do an awesome version of some weird blobby tentacle monster. So they gave you a different ending, and the ending was good. I thought it was very well done.
Yes, AR. AR says it right there. Langoliers is awesome.
Langoliers.
It would have been weird because it's like in the comics it kind of works because like all right, this thing just showed up and then like because it's just like oh, this thing just happened and all these people are dead and like you're seeing the aftermath of it, but it's like so like I mean you would have had to like kind of make it so that it looks like it's attacking, but because in the comics it just shows like he just teleports it shows up in a spot and it dies after killing a lot of people. It's just like and it didn't get attacked or nothing like that. It just ripping it from whatever dimension it was in to wherever it's at. It just smashed everything and then killed. You know what I mean? So it was like that would have been I think very hard to pull off on screen. I don't know how this is gonna work. Like this is too hard. To kind of get everything together and then really like make it make sense because it's like what good is going to come out of it. So and that makes sense. It makes sense to kind of like
they're treading on my childhood right now. Aren't they making a new Never-Ending Story? I'm very worried about that, but I'm also excited because they have the special effects now are amazing.
You know what's going to happen with that? I'm going to tell you right now what's going to happen with that is that they're going to use, I think, more from the book, which a lot of people never read, which a lot of people really don't know the full story. So it's going to be very different. I can tell you that now. I have a feeling it's going to be very different.
To be fair, I could guarantee you that a lot of people have not seen the original either.
No, the original Never-Ending Story.
Why?
I think
Papa, what the fuck?
No, but you know what? I can understand. Papa not liking it though, because if you saw it when you're a little kid, it's not an easy movie to watch. Like
Dragon was kind of great.
I was really young watching that. Yeah, I was scared watching it, but I still loved it.
And it's not even for that wolf monster. It's just everything in there. Like there's a lot of creepy looking shit. You're like, what the
well,
The rock monster
you
crying
talk about
and his friends and shit.
no, you talk about a sad moment. Is like the saddest moment of the entire movie is the horse in the sand, Atreyu.
Yeah, I disagree with you. I think the rock monster at the end, like if you watch it as an adult, this poor thing is just sitting there, like just freaking out. Like basically, he's like, if you go back, so Atreyu loses his horse. Okay, this guy, the rock monster, lost everything. That's why at the end of the movie, he's so depressed. He's like, I'm just gonna wait for the nothing to come and take me.
Yeah,
So,
I got to rewatch it as an adult, but like I haven't watched it since I was a kid, to be honest. But like as a kid, it was that scene that got me. So maybe rewatching it, that scene that you're talking about will get me.
Well, that's the thing. It's just like it's something where it's just like as a kid you can kind of go past it. Like the Artex thing, you can't because it's right in your face. There's nothing you can do.
Oh yeah, the Artax thing is fucking mean.
Yeah,
That's
but
just
like when
mean.
you look at the rock monster later on, though, it's just like Jesus.
And to not have him alive again, like you're like usually in a movie like that, he like falls into the mud and there's a magical thing and he's alive at the end of the movie. Nope, not this movie.
No, he comes back. What's it called? Bastion wishes him back because he waves like he's riding Artex and he's waving from.
Oh right, I forgot about that scene.
So, but the thing I will say is that like it's just like that's where things kind of change. Where it's just like okay, so as a kid you can watch this and like certain things you don't get right away, but then other stuff like you watch it back in his day, like oh my god, that's kind of crazy. And then the other thing that I know a lot of people like had a hard time with as children was Morla the giant turtle. Like that freaked a lot of people out too.
Yeah,
He's like, what the hell is this?
bringing in native stories to that shit.
Yeah, it was like there was a lot of stuff that was kind of over the top with that movie. So I'm not saying that they won't do anything like that. I'm just saying there's going to be more of that story that I think is going to get told from the books that no one's ever seen. So some people might be upset, like, oh, they didn't do this, and what the hell was this all about? And it's just like, and I think there's like 3 books or something like that. It's just like, and they just weren't. I don't know how it got like popular enough to be made into a movie. But there was a lot more stuff, and then like there's like deleted scenes and things about like
dude, the people that have them and they feed them weird potions and then let them go into eye and let them go into the go get blown up, and they don't care about him. They just want to see if he makes it because
exactly. He's like, you can help me with my research. It's like, but you didn't really tell anybody, like, because all he said was just be confident. Don't look back. Just go forward. Don't do anything.
Yeah, he didn't tell him why. He didn't tell him he was going to get shot at with laser beams.
No, well, not even just that too. And at the end of it, he's like, you have to face the mirror where you face your real self. And he's like, that doesn't sound that hard. He's like, are you serious? That's the worst thing. Why didn't you tell him this before he went and said, I just need you to do my research? And he did. And then and then he came. If anything, you should have went back to that guy like, we got to talk about this. Like, what about the research? We want to talk about that for a second because I almost got blown up. I had to find myself with some mirror that was supposed to be worse than that other thing. Like, I ran back from the Southern Oracle screaming. No one came and got me. I had to go. So then, does he have to go back through that thing? Like, does he have to run back through the thing that almost blew him up the first time and be confident again? Like, it doesn't. Like, they don't tell you any of this stuff.
I'm telling you, that kid didn't have a good time. And she just. Say my name. What's your name? Just say my name. What is it? Tell me your name. Just say it. Go ahead. Just tell me, and then I'll say it.
Yeah, I think the truth about that one is that the Empress had no name. They just call her Empress. It's like, okay, your name is Sheila. There you go.
Sheila.
I just, I like, it's gonna be something. But I think that another movie like and you also get stuff where you have directors that might not understand what they're doing, or you have people that kind of get I guess into a zone where they're just like, well, I'm gonna make it this way. Like, I did not hate Thor: Love and Thunder as much as other people did because I saw like the overall point of it was that like the girl gave him purpose again. I understand that part, but I understand why people were mad because it was like you had Gore the God Butcher and they didn't do anything really. Like, they started out they tease that he's going to do all this crazy stuff, and then you hear like little bits and pieces of like, oh, he's out there slaughtering gods, but you don't see anything of it. And then every time you see him, he's just not.
Cancer Story, wasted. Yeah, Gore the
Yeah,
God
it's
Butcher,
like-
wasted.
and it was kind of more or less a thing where it's just like, you know, I don't know if Taika Waititi just didn't understand that story or didn't want to tell that story or whatever like that, because it's not. I don't think really there was any characters that you couldn't use as far as like, you know, we can't use these because they're owned by other places, because it was a newer story. It was just, you know, he just was like, no, I'm telling this.
Thor, like Gore the God Butcher, that story just would have been awesome on its own. That would have been so wicked, those movies. They would have been
And
amazing.
people were expecting a more action-packed movie because of the fact that it was, you know,
It's such a hardcore story. Yeah, it's such a hard. The books are really violent. Like it's really
And
it takes
when they
sort of
released
like-
that photo of like that giant beast that was like taken right out of the comic, people thought that it was going to be very comic accurate as well.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's just like, you know, and it's supposed to, I guess, like it's supposed to take Thor to like, I mean, it gets to the point where Thor's at like the end of time, getting ready to fight Gore.
Yeah,
and he's
yeah. There's three Thors. There's three Thors.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's cool.
and it was just like, you know, and then they just didn't do any of that, and so I understand people being mad because it's like, you know, like what was it, Ragnarok? You know, like the little bits of comedy and stuff that were in it, like it worked because you still had at its core a Thor movie, and then it was like, all right, now you're taking this and you got comedy, but like he's not doing much, and then it's just like
We also got to see a little bit of World War Hulk in there. Like they mashed up a few things for Thor Ragnarok.
but it was, you know, and I think that's where like but like I mean, I don't get mad at anybody who doesn't like it just because I can understand that. I
like
you know what I mean?
Ragnarok. Ragnarok was pretty good. I didn't mind.
And then well, not Ragnarok, but Love and Thunder. Like,
Oh,
I understand
Thunder,
that you didn't like that, but the thing is that like, and part of the problem that you had was that like, Taika Waititi's like approach to it was like, I don't care if you don't like it. Like, well, that's not really gonna help things. You can't say stuff like that, especially when that movie's still out, and people are like, how come this isn't like close to what they know?
You also have fundamental problems like who is it? People saying, I don't want my directors to know anything about Marvel. I don't want them to know any, like, the less they know, the better. And you're like, I don't know, bro. It sounds like the more they know, the better. But what do I know? I guess I'm just a dummy.
I mean, I don't know that you have to necessarily. I just think that I think at the very least you have to you have to
have some respect and appreciation for the work that you're doing. Like if somebody like me working on Star Wars, I would have a lot of respect for that property because
I also wonder why, like, if you're making something that's from a comic, why you wouldn't read it or at least look at it, or why you wouldn't want something that, because it's like, all right, there's your storyboards right there, like all right, and then you can even say, okay, there's no way we can storyboard, like, there's no way I can translate this to film. This is way too much going on here. But maybe if we do this, this, and this, or maybe we change this a little bit, like that, I can understand that. I get, but it's like, these panels kind of help tell you, give you the visual basis to make a story on. So if you at least use that and then go forward from there, you should be fine. But when you start trying to, well, I see it going this way, like, yeah, no, we don't want to see what you see it doing. Just kind of give us a little bit more of like what we want. I mean, you can put in your visions on things, but just, make sure that you put enough of the original source to like keep it, interesting, and don't take things completely outside of that. Like if you're gonna, that's the thing too. If you're gonna take something completely outside of the source and really change something up, then it better be phenomenal. Because if it's not, then you're gonna hear about it.
Then you get to talk about stuff. If you're gonna do that, you get to talk about stuff like Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Nobody gave a shit about Guardians of the Galaxy. They put together an amazing,
No one knew what it was.
fun movie, good acting, good cast, and well written. They had something to say. And boom, lo and behold, you get an excellent movie that people are like, whoa, this was awesome. So,
That's the same guy that's bringing us Superman this summer. Remember that, guys.
Yeah.
Go see Superman.
I hope it's good, bro. It looks, what I've seen from the trailers, I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. It looks pretty good. Like Guy Gardner looks hilarious, but I've always thought Guy Gardner looked like an idiot. So
Yeah, like a lot of people, like I'm gonna go see it opening night and stuff, and I know a lot of people are. But what's gonna save this movie, what's gonna make this movie a lot of money, is word of mouth. So if it's a good movie, it's going to get great word of mouth, and people are going to talk highly about it, and then other people are going to go see it.
That's fair. That's fair. That is true.
Like I said, like I can, like when it came to Love and Thunder, like I said, like I don't think it was as bad as what people make it out to be. I think that if you look at it through a different lens of that, like, oh, it had to be this story, like it didn't have to be. Like basically, it was a Thor redemption arc, if nothing else. Like that's what they were trying to do, is give him purpose. So that part, I think I understand.
Worse than people talk about it. It was worse.
If you wanted the gore story, then yes. But if you were just like, okay, like once you kind of like, you can kind of look at things and understand them in different ways, and that's really like that's where I came up with it. I was like, okay, this is why they made it this way. Like it makes sense that they did that way. I think that I mean, did they make a mistake? Could they have told a different story that might have appeased people a little bit more because they wanted him to get back to being just strong and fighting and none of the stuff that happened before. Yeah, it's just like, but that's unfortunately not the way that they went with it. And when you have someone like when you have Taika Waititi doing it, like he is known for throwing curveballs. Like he wants to make it something that kind of more resembles his style, I guess.
The director that Chris Hemsworth said he would never work with again.
I think so.
Yeah.
He was just like,
because
it
sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Papa Wheelie, we're gonna go around the horn. I gotta go to work after this, so we're gonna go around the horn and say goodbye. Papa Wheelie, you're doing Sweet Chin music this Thursday. Very cool, very cool. You're also on Band of Brothers Comics when we do our auctions, which will be the 12th of April. Is that what we're doing? April? Yeah, I think it's April. 12th of April. Papa Willie will also be he's here on Sundays. Sometimes not. Sometimes, most of the time he's here. Sometimes he's late, but he's usually here. And he's got Papa Sinks on deck. All right, so he does lip syncing videos as well on YouTube, but check those out. K-pop junkie in the house. How you doing, K-pop? Mr. Bobby Delgado, what do you got going on?
Station, brother. No, just chilling. I really ain't got nothing going on this week. Just thanks for having me on. Lucky I was happy to get in here and hang out with you guys at church time. Yeah. You can often find me in the streets, fighting for truth, justice, and the American way and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you can usually see me in the Daily Bugle, they're asking people if I'm a hero or a menace, you know what I mean? But what's in my heart, man. Love you guys, yeah.
Amen, brother. Amen. That's very
Yep.
Mr. Rad, what do you got going on with your bad self?
April 8th, I will be on Gary's 1011.
Nice. That's exciting.
Gary's
That's
cool.
all I got going right now.
Nice. Don't forget, he's got art coming out in Murder King. His art also just came out in The Doctor, Brian LCS's Kickstarter project. So Rad is all over the community these days. He's taking commissions. If you like characters, you like the way he draws, hit him up. See what he's asking for a commission.
Yep, yo.
TM friggin' nerdy. What you got going on, buddy?
This Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, I'll be over on Biggie Shaq's channel, and we'll be reviewing Doomsday Year 1. This is Biggie Shaq's pick this week. And then, other than that, I'll be around.
All right. Boston Chris, what you got going on with yourself?
Not much this week. I have to talk to Whodat about graphic content. But that and I guess Speech and music are the only things I would have coming up this week.
All right, very cool, very cool. Myself, I think I'll be on Gary B's channel April the 29th, I believe, which should be fun. You can find me here at church every Sunday. Everybody's welcome. Everybody's invited. If you got something to say, you're welcome on. you just want to listen, you're welcome to do that too. What else do I got going on? We got a comic book coming out on Kickstarter. Still got to get together with Callie and Drac to figure some other stuff out. But I would imagine that'll be coming out by the I don't know, a couple months into next year. That would be my guess. Pop Wheel is going to be at Mad Spidey's as well. Nice. And of course, Band of Brothers is on the 12th comic book auction. We're all on there. We all have a good time. Come by, buy some books. Usually very good deals, as you can see behind me. As always, all these books are for sale. Some are signed, some are not. Some are great. Most are great. In fact, all of them are great. So, get out of here. All right.
Hell yeah.
Anybody have anything else they want to promote? Biggie Shack, go check him out. I think K-Pop's having a show tonight as well. Check out K-Pop Junkie. I believe she's doing a kicking it with K-Pop tonight, I believe. It could be a meet the fartist, but I think it's a kicking it with K-Pop. So check that out. Biggie Shack's every other Friday with the club, and Wednesdays with book club, and he's got a whole network going on. Check out Steppo. He does his show Mondays with Alan, Comic Collector Geek, and Fridays they do a hangout as well. Who else am I missing? Monty. I haven't seen White Gloves in a hot minute. I don't know. He's probably working.
Probably working.
Yeah, so check out Monty. I know he's got a thing going on where you gotta find numbers and win some books. So check that out.
Beckerman and the Hucklebuck.
Yeah, you gotta watch Beckerman and Hucklebuck on Tuesdays, and he does Sweet Chin Music on Thursdays as well.
Random Reads does trivia Monday, and then afterwards a hangout.
Oh, trivia! That's fun. That's exciting. How hard's the trivia? Is it good trivia?
It's good trivia. Sometimes it's like multiple choice.
Okay.
But like if you answer quickly, you get more points.
I like it. And Beckerman has the best new channel on YouTube, I heard. Absolutely. That's what I hear. Don't forget Whodat Comics and Movies Best Unboxing 2025 for Comic Book Community Awards. Check them out. Don't forget to vote for Whodat Comics and Movies. He has a hard time being with us here on Sundays now because his job just changed stuff on him. But what the hell is that, Bobby? What, you got a monster in front of you?
Oh yeah, I'm working on this.
It was a T-Rex's ass.
That's what.
Yeah. It's supposed to be this year, the Dr. Doom T-Rex. Yeah, I'm working on it.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. He was originally going to be a Beast Boy. Usually I just take it, I paint it green, and it's a Beast Boy. But this one, it's inspired. I'm going to make it into a Dr. Doom. Yeah, Dr. Doom dinosaur.
Yeah, that's cool as heck, man. I like your art, brother. I like your art.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Her guest is not ready to go live, so we're probably rescheduling it, which works for her because her head hurts way too much. I also have to go to work in like an hour, so that sucks.
Get better, K-Pop.
Always, baby, get better.
Don't work too hard, though, Bleaker, man. Yeah.
Yeah, we try our best not to, but it's like a stupid safety meeting. It's the same bullshit meeting every fucking time. It's ridiculous.
Safety first, man.
Yeah, and I get that. Safety is all fine and dandy. Just fucking Jesus, man. It's stupid. I wish they would let it go already. All right, let's get out of here. It's a long and winding road.